For the sake of the empire, for the emperor and his people, every threat must be destroyed, for this is the duty of the Imperial Guard. This is an age where technology thrives, yet hope has withered, as endless wars over dwindling resources have torn Earth apart. Alien invasions deepened its ruin, and humanity abandoned their birthplace to search the stars. After years of drifting, survivors discovered a planet resembling Earth, naming it Novice, their new home. A signal was broadcast through space, guiding scattered colonies toward this haven. On Novice, three great powers emerged: the Bellato Federation, open to humans and other races, the Empire of Acretia, wielding armies of robotic soldiers, and the Holy Alliance Korra, a nation of faith and psychic might. Yet resources here too proved limited, and once more, conflict for dominance loomed. Within the Empire's machine laboratory Hallis Katoria, the commander of the Imperial Guard declares that his fate is harsh, for he will always be compared to others, yet he vows to prove his strength in this vital stage of training and will not forget it. The intern Luca, destined to become a guard, retorts that soon it will be clear who is truly unlucky. Hallis replies coldly that he had better live up to expectations. Luca equips his gear, thinking he must at least block or dodge every bullet, since such skill is essential to officially join the Imperial Guard. He has already mastered all emergency simulations, and as a trainee with heightened perception from enhancement procedures, his grasp of space is unmatched. Facing 5 opponents in cheap cybernetic armor, he calculates it will take no longer than 10 seconds. He charges forward, instantly decapitating one, then moves on to the rest, telling himself this is his chance to impress the Emperor. He needs to stand out, even if he has never attempted this before. Pushing his senses to their peak, he draws a pistol and eliminates all enemies with lightning precision. Pleased with himself, he thinks he has surpassed expectations and raised his value. Soon after, he reports back to Hallis, who notes in surprise that he used projectile trajectory control, something never included in the curriculum. Luca calmly explains that he merely copied what he saw. With a smirk, Hallis remarks that such skill must come from noble training, unlike orphans such as himself. Amused, he says he likes him and offers a gift. When Luca turns and asks what gift, Hallis nearly gouges out his eye with a cruel grin, surprised at his lack of reaction, remarking he must have endured pain resistance drills as well. Laughing, he adds that he intended to remove that eye anyway, replacing it with one designed for trajectory prediction. Later, back in his room, Luca is approached at the door by Ailey, who politely introduces himself and apologizes for the sudden visit. Invited inside, he sits with a smile and praises his performance. But Luca replies coolly that if he came only to exchange compliments, he has chosen the wrong place. Reading his aura, he recognizes Ailey as a noble from the Kartha family, and though it would be unwise to provoke one of aristocratic blood, he hides his irritation by feigning fatigue. Ailey then produces a blue capsule, explaining it will dull his sensitivity so he can rest properly, insisting that without real rest he cannot train effectively, since sheer willpower alone will not carry him far. Luca swallows the pill with a steady expression, noting it feels different from the crude sleeping drugs sold on the streets. He reflects that he only mirrored what Ailey had shown. Pointing to his own eye, Ailey explains that he possesses mechanical combat eyes, making trajectory calculations effortless, while the feat is far more remarkable for someone relying solely on instinct. Perhaps this is why the commander noticed him, an ordinary soldier, and even granted him a mechanical eye at personal expense. Luca responds humbly that his achievements are simply the result of relentless training. How could a weak commoner ever compare to the proud aristocrats? From the bottom of the hierarchy, he must seize any chance to rise. Ailey, slightly unsettled, grows quiet before remarking that despite many nobles failing the selection, he passed it honestly. He suspects others buy their way through, though he has no proof. To him, those without backing never falter in the advanced soldier cultivation procedure, because for them, strength is their only path forward. Luca thinks to himself that he never expected an aristocrat to admit flaws within the nobility, and wonders what this man truly seeks. With a smile, Ailey extends his hand, declaring that only people like him are worthy of reaching the summit, and that he sincerely supports him. Luca, radiating determination, clasps his hand and affirms that he desires the same, for it is all in service of the Empire. Thus begins the tale of one raised as a weapon in the despotic Empire of Acretia. Later, Luca and Ailey head to the shooting range, where Luca, using his enhanced vision, lands precise shots straight into the heads of practiced dummies. Ailey watches in surprise as every bullet finds its mark, remarking that top students are truly on another level and asking if he has already grown used to the transplanted eye. He wonders aloud if it is fair for someone who specializes in close combat to show such skill in shooting. Luca replies that a guard must master every weapon and adds sharply that he does not want to hear such comments from someone who strikes the same spot over and over. With a teasing smile, Ailey explains that shooting is his specialty. Luca warns that if he remains so careless, he will be overtaken, to which Ailey only smiles, insisting he would be glad since he already told him he supports him. The Empire, he continues, is losing sight of true ability. Money and status are treated as talent, while genuine skill is ignored. If gifted commoners like Luca rise up, the difference between the truly capable and the unworthy will finally be seen. Luca, expression hardening, asks if he realizes his words sound like criticism of the Empire itself. If he reported this to the higher-ups, even the Cartha family name might not protect him. Turning back with an easy smile, Ailey replies that if he feared betrayal, he would not speak so openly. He trusts him, and he appreciates his concern. Irritated, Luca mutters that he is getting on his nerves. 2 years later, inside the third training building, Hallis summons the two and informs them they will each lead squads in today's exercise. They move out to the field and Hallis warns that anyone who objects should leave, then lays out the plan. The Corrites have taken root in this ravine and this raid will test them in real conditions. No prisoners, leave none alive. Outside, Ailey points out that this is Luca's first true mission. Luca wonders if he's nervous, reminded that killing in training is one thing but this is enemy forces in the open. Ailey notes that the Balato Federation, the Korra Holy Alliance, and even the Akriya Empire all descend from Earth, and Luca answers coldly that emotion has no place here. The senior guards of the All-Mechanical Legion are overseers, not saviors. They would slaughter anyone who interferes. He agrees the Imperial Guard tolerates no one who forgets their station, and all other novice inhabitants are taught to be little more than pests to be used. Ailey admits that's exactly what they were taught. They tear the ravine apart, and Luca, sword in hand, notes the Corrites seem scarcely armed. This should be over quickly. Approaching a terrified child pressed to a wall, calling for its mother, he thinks the child is frozen with fear and that hesitation is a luxury he cannot afford. Remembering orders, he decides not to take prisoners. He drives his sword through the wall beside the child without touching it, and whispers for the child to play dead to survive. Immediately afterward he panics inwardly, realizing if headquarters learns what he did the consequences could be severe and perhaps he should finish the job to erase evidence. Before he can decide, a shot from Ailey up on the tower kills the child. Luca freezes, stunned that Ailey was there and that he saw it at all. He forces himself not to report the incident, but resolves that if anyone else witnessed it he will watch them closely. A figure with destructive power suddenly appears and using a skill, blows up the tower, then shouts furiously for them to retreat. Luca spins and, seeing the attacker, worries that if this one can cause explosions without weapons then the situation is dire. As Ailey leaps from the tower to strike from behind, the mage detonates an explosion beneath him and renders him immobile, and Luca realizes with alarm that they face a power user. He rails that this is no military base but a settlement where people only try to survive, and wonders whether the captain knew. If only he had been warned sooner. Ailey, lying grievously wounded, admits he was careless and has no excuse, and Luca, grim and determined, vows to handle the attacker himself, ordering everyone to break off and return to the base so he can atone for his hesitation. The rear fighters pull back fast while the mage shouts in anger at their retreat, and Luca understands he was being used as bait so his allies could escape. He times the cracks in space, using them to withstand blasts, and answers by moving with deafening speed through the air, preferring a war of attrition but forced to press the attack while he still can. Closing on the mage's magic sphere, Luca surges forward and drives his sword in. The sorcerer, charging his hand with energy, shatters Luca's helmet with one strike, and when Luca sees the face beneath he realizes it's a child, but he keeps fighting and kills him. Staring at the broken helmet, he understands that if he had hesitated he might have died. The Corrites are fanatics whose faith bends reason, and during battle he cannot let mercy drown his purpose. This is for the Empire. For the Emperor and the people every threat must be erased, for that is the Imperial Guard's only duty. After some time, inside the recovery capsule ward of Acrisia's hospital, Ailey asked how he felt about the mission, whether he had sensed the line between life and death. Lying inside the capsule, Luca said he should speak for himself since he was the one who nearly died. He laughed faintly, noting that soon he would have new arms and legs, then asked what changes Ailey had gone through. Luca explained that his back had been damaged, so he ordered titanium bones and artificial skin, adding that he had already planned to replace his body piece by piece within a few years, and starting earlier was even better. Aili then questioned if their commander had known about the power wielder beforehand, suggesting he hid it to test them. Luca replied that if their guards had not interfered, then they were capable of handling it themselves, and besides, no one had died in the end. Aili argued that was strange. He and the other cadet, both struck directly by the enemy's power, somehow survived. It seemed too unlikely to be coincidence. Maybe that foe never intended to kill them. Luca recalled the words of the mage and thought that as a soldier, sparing an enemy had been a mistake. That misplaced mercy was why the Corites kept perishing. If anything, he should grieve for the fallen comrades, not enemies. Aili pressed further, asking why he spared the COR child, insisting he admit the reason. Turning away, Luca told him he was tired of his constant chatter and mocked if he had replaced his tongue too. Calling it a mistake, he vowed it would not happen again. Some time later, the Emperor announced that they had completed 2 years of their 4-year training in the Imperial Guard. A new batch of young cadets arrived, and the Emperor expressed his hope that they would serve as examples to the rest, especially Luca and Aili, the top 2. He remarked that they might even rise to the rank of centurions, and urged them to continue working for the good of the Empire and its citizens. Luca reflected that the Imperial Guard was structured in a straightforward way, 1,000 guardsmen divided into 10 hundreds, each led by a centurion, with the Hallis commanding both the first 100 and the Guard as a whole. As the Emperor left, he instructed them to continue training. Luca thought about how cadets like him, after undergoing a full body replacement with mechanical parts, were often appointed as centurions of the 10th hundred, which held the lowest status. Even so, if he reached that position, he could achieve much. Later, while sparring one-on-one with Aili, Luca parried every strike with ease, feeling the strength of his new arm. He swept his opponent's legs and, stopping just before the final blow, smiled and remarked that they had fought 124 times, and he had won every single round. That night, the two sat outside atop one of the halls. Aili admitted he had hoped to win at least once. Luca asked if new mechanical components alone could guarantee victory, then what purpose would training serve? Aili teased that he had grown even harsher after giving that speech, as if the thought of centurions had taken deep root in his mind. Luca agreed, adding that success in the Imperial Guard would make him valuable anywhere. Aili pointed out that he had already risen high enough that his origins no longer mattered, and asked why he did not simply take things easy. Luca replied that unlike him, he had nothing to return to, so he pushed forward with all he had. He noted that Aili had talent too, but lacked motivation. Smiling, Aili asked if that was really what he thought of him. Aili revealed with a wistful smile that he once dreamed of becoming a scientist and archaeologist to study long-forgotten civilizations. Luca asked why he hadn't pursued it, and Aili explained that archaeology was forbidden in their empire, especially researching to the ancients, and his family, filled with generals, would never have allowed another path. Luca questioned if he was upset for not following his passion, saying that in the slums, people only wished to survive another day and were grateful just to have food. Aili admitted he expected such a reply but insisted he was only sharing a secret with a friend. Luca warned sternly that such words could be taken as criticism of the Empire's foundations, and one report could ruin him. Aili assured him he would never do that, just as he kept Luca's own secret. With a serious face, Luca confessed he had hesitated because the enemy was unarmed, but he would have finished it regardless. He owed loyalty to the Emperor for recognizing his talent, and thus the enemies of the Empire were his enemies too. Smiling, Aili jumped down, teasing that if his loyalty was truly that absolute, he would have already killed him, so there was no need to try so hard. Luca called him a fool, warning he would die if he carried on like this. 3 years later, during a reconnaissance mission in uninhabited neutral territory, Aili touched a massive stone column, marveling at the energy it still emitted after millions of years, proof of civilizations that had explored the stars before humanity itself. Luca, calm but cautious, thought that even after he had drawn the line, Aili kept crossing it, and he reminded him not to Arilakes, as this mission was still training, and any encounter could lead to battle. Aili just smiled, saying the guards would protect them if anything happened. At that moment, Claude Ramonis, a cadet of the Imperial Guard, approached and remarked with a smile that the present exists because of the past, and these remnants allow one to glimpse the future. Claude explained that when seen this way, it became clear why so many were drawn to history. Luca thought that while his family wasn't as influential as the Kartha, they were still respected. Claude then asked if he could pose a personal question, admitting he liked him and wondered if he was seeing anyone. Startled, Luca immediately shifted into a fighting stance and warned that one more step would be treated as a threat. Smiling, Claude reassured him there was no need to be so tense. If he had no partner, he wished to introduce him to his younger sister. Luca replied curtly that he was an orphan without a family, but Claude insisted that whether orphan or noble, his honorable standing made no difference, and urged him to at least consider it, claiming his sister was quite beautiful. Just then, Ailey walked up with a grin and teased that he was more popular than he let on, earning a flustered retort from Luca telling him to shut up. Suddenly, the group felt something unnatural, and the soldiers quickly put on helmets, hiding among the trees. Luca recognized it as a biological response, and noted that Ailey's squad would cover the rear while he and Claude stayed at the front. Looking ahead, he realized something was approaching, and cursed when he saw it was a Corps Paladin. The enemy locked onto them and rushed forward with blinding speed, forcing Luca to cry out for the others to run, but in a flash, the Paladin's weapon struck Claude with devastating force. Luca froze in terror, realizing he had barely glimpsed the trajectory of the spear before the upper half of his comrade's body vanished. System alerts suddenly flickered before his eyes, signaling an error. He cursed inwardly, urging the mechanical eye to work properly and calculate the spear's path for him. A second squad of soldiers rushed in from behind, while Ailey opened fire on the enemy and shouted for him to stop standing like a statue and fight to buy time. Luca admitted to himself that he was right, escape was impossible. The only option left was to fight until the Imperial Guard reinforcements arrived. 20 seconds. That was all they needed, and he believed the Overseer would appear any moment. The Corps Paladin swung its spear and hurled it with terrifying speed. Luca managed to dodge slightly, but the impact shattered his helmet. He thought with dread that 20 seconds suddenly felt unbearably long. The Paladin then used its ability to recall the weapon, pulling the spear back into the air and sending it hurtling toward him again. Panic surged through Luca's mind. Was this how it ended? How could he possibly survive against such a monster for even 20 more seconds? Suddenly, the voice of the Legion commander roared in Luca's head, mocking that he looked like a pig dragged to slaughter. If he dared turn his back on the enemy, all that awaited him was a bullet in the skull. As long as the foe was swinging his weapon, he had to do the same. Weaklings had no place in the Imperial Guard. Fired up by those words, Luca reminded himself that before the enemy could lunge, he needed to strike first. He dashed in and intercepted the spear, but the force shattered his arm. Pain surged through him as he thought he could no longer use it, yet even broken, it could still serve as a shield for the next blow. The Corps Paladin launched another blinding strike, severing his arm completely, and the shockwaves from the spear slammed into the soldiers behind him. Gritting his teeth, Luca called out to Ailey, questioning if he had been the enemy's true target. The Paladin advanced with terrifying speed, but Luca refused to retreat, charging forward instead. Just as their clash was about to occur, the Overseer appeared, engines blazing on his legs. In a flash, he seized the Paladin's head and hurled him against a massive column. Relief flooded Luca's chest. He was saved. But before he could fully breathe, the Paladin stirred behind the Overseer, rising once more to continue the fight. Watching the clash unfold, Luca thought in awe that here stood an Imperial Guard wielding the weapons of the Empire Legion against a Holy Knight Corps Paladin using raw force. Who among them would prove stronger? Their fierce battle turned the ground into chaos, movements so fast that even with his mechanical eye, Luca couldn't keep track of their weapons. This was the true level of the Imperial Guard. He prayed silently for the guard to prevail as both sides refused to yield. The Overseer seized the Paladin by the head, trying to slam him into the earth, but the knight resisted, summoning his spear from behind Luca. A dreadful realization struck him. The guard didn't understand the weapon's terrifying speed or power. He had felt it himself, and if the guard failed to react in time, they would all perish. With grim resolve, Luca extended his leg at the precise moment the weapon flew toward him, sacrificing it so the spear would miss. The Overseer noticed the danger, countered as quickly as possible, and delivered a crushing strike. The Paladin, clinging to life, grasped his weapon once more, but the guard's final blow drove him into the ground, triggering a massive explosion. Through the smoke and fire, Luca wondered desperately who had survived. His heart sank. Of course, the knight had lived. If that was true, everything was lost. But then, an Imperial Guard appeared before him, commending his effort. He admitted it was thanks to Luca that the knight had been defeated, even as blood dripped from the wound in his stomach. Luca lies with eyes closed and says he was hit while dodging the force cut. An Imperial guard reaches out, offering help, and they start moving back to base. When Luca opens his eyes, he recoils in horror. The Legion is full mechanical armor the Empire gives its guards, replacing fragile parts so a person becomes a living weapon, and the guard before him has no head. Staring at the empty helmet, Luca can barely believe the man is alive without a brain. The guard, aghast, screams and collapses. Numb and shaking, Luca wonders if he has wanted to become such a monster all along, feeling cold and terrified as he waits for help, thinking this might be his last sight. Then Ailey appears and asks if he is alive. Luca answers with hope that he is. Ailey admits he is battered but breathing and says everyone else is dead. When Luca asks how badly he is hurt, Ailey replies that he is dying, and then tells him to look at what he has always wanted. Everything he ever desired sits, blunt and cruel, right within reach. Ailey lets out a weary sigh and asks if the Korra Bellato alliance lies in that direction. Luca nods and says what he seeks cannot be found in the Empire. He tells him to go if he wishes, since reinforcements will come soon, and if fate has brought them this far, then returning is all that remains. Struggling to his feet, Ailey begins to walk away, while Luca, watching him go, reflects that he has a noble family wealthy enough to support him forever, something any Imperial citizen would envy, yet when he speaks of his dreams he shines far brighter. Because of that, he silently wishes him to live freely with all his heart. Closing his eyes, Luca drifts until suddenly Ailey returns, smiling faintly as he remarks that by his state he truly seemed ready for the next world, but he could never rest easy if he abandoned him here. Exhaling in relief, Luca weakly asks what kind of man he is. After some time, Luca sits in the hospital flipping through a catalog of cybernetic products when Ailey sneaks up from behind and, grinning, asks if he is shopping for spare parts, recommending the F-24 race model since it adapts quickly and is far superior to his current leg. Annoyed, Luca asks when he will stop showing up out of nowhere, to which he chuckles and says if he startled him, then forgive him. Later, after his return to the Empire and a round of rehabilitation, Luca is summoned to another department for questioning about the mission where 3 cadets and an Imperial Guard overseer lost their lives, the incident officially recorded as an encounter with the Paladin of Korra. At first, he assumes they want to investigate thoroughly, but another purpose soon becomes clear. While they wait, Ailey casually asks if he has heard about an artifact discovered at their mission site, noting that disputes are already breaking out over who should claim it. Excitement stirs in Luca as he recalls the floating cube, certain that must be the cause. He quickly asks who ended up taking it, and Ailey explains that a special research team has been assigned to handle it, warning that if the Holy Alliance refuses to yield both the site and the artifact, a large-scale war may erupt, with Bellato poised to profit simply by watching the conflict unfold. The Empire usually keeps conflicts limited to small skirmishes so the losses remain bearable. Luca responds that he has no interest in politics, only in following orders and fighting, as a true Imperial Guard should. Yet his mind lingers on what he witnessed. When he reported that the beheaded guard continued to move, the captain dismissed it as a phantom phenomenon caused by residual signals. But Luca knows what he saw. The guard consciously reacted to his words even after death. That was no phantom, and though countless questions swirl inside him, he is not foolish enough to chase answers. On the training grounds lies a place out of step with the harsh atmosphere, the guest room, meant for cadets' families and friends. As an orphan, Luca has never set foot there and never expected anyone to visit him. But one day, Lily and Ramones arrive. He wonders why the Sister of Cloud has come, perhaps to demand answers about her brother's death, since he was the squad leader. Yet the girl calmly tells him not to worry if he fears she came out of hatred. From the day her brother joined the Imperial Guard, their family prepared for such news. Instead, she says, she came because her brother often spoke of him, calling him his most gifted friend among all cadets. To his shock, she asks if he would consider dating her. Luca points out that she must know about his background already, but Lily explains it is her decision, and all that remains is to handle a few formalities. Luca notes to himself that she truly seems interested in having a relationship with him. Lily asks gently if he is against the idea, but he replies that he does not know her at all. She suggests that can be changed, can it? He wonders why she chose him, and she explains that fulfilling her brother's dying wish should be reason enough. She insists he would only gain from this, since many men would envy such fortune. Luca admits inwardly that she is right. There is no real reason to refuse. To win the hand of a noblewoman is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, and it would push him closer to the success he has always sought. Yet it feels strangely too easy, leaving him uneasy with doubt. After a long silence, he decides to refuse, rising from his chair with a firm expression. He reflects bitterly that he once thought Aile was a fool for wanting to leave the empire despite having everything, yet now he himself is the fool for letting doubt dictate his choice. He fears Lily will take this as a grave insult to her aristocratic status, and prays it does not spiral into something serious. But before he can leave, she hurries after him, clasps his hand, and admits with a flushed face that perhaps she was rushing. Maybe, she suggests softly, they could start simply as friends. Luca tries to protest in flustered words, insisting that she misunderstood, but Lily, not listening, runs off with a quick shout that she will return again. Watching her disappear, he mutters to himself that shaking her off will not be easy. Later, at the sparring grounds, Kenyuin, a wrestling instructor of the Imperial Guard, greets him with a smile, surprised that he sought him out. Luca replies sternly that he wants to learn from him. The instructor assures that he can help with anything related to wrestling, though he already knows much, since there are barely a handful of cadets stronger than him. Luca reflects that this means there are still some above him, and being the best in the course is not enough. Curious, Kenyuin asks why he pushes himself so hard. Luca studies him, noting that unlike most guards and instructors who boast monstrous augmentations, Kenyuin relies on a rather modest enhancement, 10 times weaker than what Luca now wears. The only drawback is that his body is not fully stitched, making him weaker overall, but even then, if Luca cannot overcome someone like him, he has no hope against monsters like the Paladin Corps. With determination, he stretches his arm and thanks him for the chance. Kenyuin sighs, saying he has little choice, and tells him to attack. Luca launches forward in a flash, aiming to strike, but the instructor parries with ease and asks if he wants to test his new gear. Preparing for another blow, Luca thinks that even if Kenyuin is a retired guard, he will not falter against him. Charging again with a flurry of strikes, Luca resolves to close in and finish the match with a single decisive blow. Just as victory feels within reach, Kenyuin snatches him mid-motion and hurls him skyward. Confused, Luca wonders how he's even flying, but refuses to stop. Bracing off the ground with his hand, he attempts a kick, only to be caught and tossed forward with equal ease. Dazed, he questions what is happening, and Kenyuin approaches calmly, pointing out that not only has Luca misjudged his opponent, but he's letting his mind wander mid-fight. Why is he in such a rush? Luca stared at him wide-eyed, shocked at what had just happened. He thought his parasite had struck Kenyuin's chin during the opening attack, yet the moment it touched his hand, his body had recoiled as though stripped of control. No, it wasn't just recoil. The very kinetic energy he directed at Kenyuin had been turned back on him, leaving him rattled. Collapsing to the floor, he asked in confusion what had just occurred. Kenyuin calmly replied that it was his own defensive technique. Shaking, Luca looked down at his trembling hand and asked if he could be taught that skill. The instructor eyed the blood trickling from his hand and told him that if he truly wished to learn, he should remember that shortcuts always come with a price. Soon after, they sat across from one another in the arena, and Kenyuin asked what he had taken away from the fight. Luca admitted it felt as though he had been bewitched, his body moving on its own against his will. Kenyuin explained it was the style known as Aces' victim, or Aces' fighting method. Surprised, Luca asked if that wasn't a technique commonly used by bandits. His instructor answered that it was so effective he had even worked it into the military's training curriculum. Raising a hand to the side, Kenyuin went on, saying they had studied it thoroughly but identified 3 major weaknesses. Luca immediately guessed whether it was hard to master. The instructor smirked and remarked that he was clever, pressing him for another answer. Thinking carefully, Luca suggested it might cause side effects, such as concussions. Kenyuin confirmed it, and added there was another drawback he wouldn't yet understand. Luca declared that if it granted him greater strength, then the risks were worth it. Standing up, Kenyuin told him firmly that it was not his choice to make. He was already an asset of the Empire, and enormous resources had been invested into him. Luca almost shouted back in frustration, but Kenyuin silenced him with a command to listen. Training in Aces' fighting style, he warned, would inevitably scar the brain, and if that day came, he would demand that Luca abandon it completely. Luca thinks to himself that even if he lies, Kenyuin would probably see through it. He admits he cannot swear but promises to avoid relying on it as much as possible. Kenyuin places a hand on his shoulder, smiling as he remarks that he appreciates such honesty. In the next instant, he hooks his foot under him, sending him crashing to the mat, then tosses him aside with ease. Rubbing his chin, Kinyuan warns that from now on he must always be prepared for sudden attacks, because readiness in every moment is what matters. Clutching his head, Luca mutters in frustration, but Kinyuan only orders him to get up, saying he favors quick learners. Time passes, and Ailey finds him in the hallway, asking whether he ever sleeps. Walking ahead, he replies that he has just been busy, since he has been sparring with Kinyuan every day for the past month. He recalls his mentor's words and realizes that no actual lessons are being given. He is simply forced to watch, experience, and discover the methods himself. Unlike any style he has seen before, AC's tactic of fighting does not rely on repeating memorized movements. Instead, it draws out natural instincts from within, combining them into the most effective counter in any given situation in a matter of seconds. It feels more like mental training than physical, a higher form of combat thinking. Later, he turns to Ailey and asks how his mission went. Stretching out a hand lazily, Ailey replies that it was dull. He was merely ordered to dismantle a broken android, and lately all assignments feel like child's play. Luca notes that the Core Alliance must be cautious after the recent incident, which explains why the Hallis is constantly stationed at the facility. Ailey shakes his head, saying that is not the real reason, and he has heard something different from his relatives. Luca concludes that if the Hallis himself is stepping in, then a rebellion is surely being planned, and Ailey confirms it. Ailey admits he doesn't know the full story, only that a group of conspirators is definitely involved. Luca clenches his teeth, lowering his gaze as he mutters that while a war with the Alliance looms, some fools are foolish enough to spark a civil war. Ailey counters that dismissing every internal issue as stupidity makes him part of the problem. In a flash, Luca slams an elbow into him, pinning him to the wall and raising a fist, warning that while he can ignore his desire to leave the Empire, becoming an enemy will not be forgiven. Ailey insists he also passed the Imperial Guard aptitude test, and such achievements are vital for the Empire, urging him to calm down. Luca steps back, telling him not to jump to conclusions that could be twisted, since he has no wish to see his name listed among traitors. Holding his head, Ailey replies he knows this truth, and only Luca can say such things to him. He then stretches out a hand, suggesting he relax and let him treat him to something nice over the weekend. Luca declines, saying he already has plans. Annoyed, he cuts the talk short and walks on, while his comrade follows, surprised by the idea of plans and wondering aloud if he found a girl. He then asks if it isn't time for him to be somewhere. Later, in the lower sector of Arcadia, Kinyuan asks how much time has passed. For people like them from the slums, the scenery feels all too familiar. Luca replies that after becoming a cadet, he swore never to return here, unwilling to breathe the same air as this filth. Extending a hand, Kinyuan remarks that he truly is one of those who reaches only for the top. Moving ahead, Luca reflects that he never thought he would end up being dragged back here. As he voices his plans, they notice two men brawling, one shouting for the other to move aside, the other retorting that he is the one blocking the way, throwing insults as fists fly. Around them, the lower sector reeks of pollution, the city above powered by the magma churning deep beneath. All excess heat waste drifts into the nearby sector, the same air Luca once breathed for far too long, driving him to escape or remain a failure forever. Kinyuan rounds a corner and calls for him to follow. As they walk through the crowded streets, Luca glances back at a counter and asks if this is the black market. His mentor counters by asking if it's his first visit, warning that curious kids seldom make it out alive. He realizes the instructor knows the lower sector better than him, decades of service in the Imperial Guard granting that insight. Oddly, Kinyuan had advised him to use simpler prosthetic limbs for this trip, leaving him to wonder about his true intentions. Suddenly, the instructor orders him to get ready. Ahead, two guards stand before a door. One flashes a gun and blocks their path, saying the spectator entrance is elsewhere. Scratching his head, Kinyuan asks to see the owner of this establishment. The guard narrows his eyes and demands if he even knows the boss of AFE. He admits not really, only that he wishes to meet him. The guard explodes, shouting that he must be insane, before pointing his weapon. In an instant, Luca darts forward, hooks his legs around the guard, flips, and slams him to the ground. He seizes the gun and turns it on the other guard, warning him not to move. The second man raises his hands as Kinyuan, amused, remarks that they've sorted things out, and now they can summon Aelfi quickly. As weapons clatter to the floor, Luca asks what would have happened if he hadn't made it in time. Kinyuan replies he would have found another way. Still unsure, Luca presses to know what this place is. With a faint smile, Kinyuan answers that it's the hottest spot in the empire. Startled, he hears the name at last, the arena. After some time, guards stood before a closed door where Luca and Kinyuan sat across from the boss of the arena. The man, Alfie, smoked calmly, studying them with sharp eyes. Pointing at Luca, Kinyuan said to throw this one into the arena, adding that he wouldn't demand compensation even if he died there. Luca turned toward him, frowning, realizing this was why his mentor had insisted on simpler equipment. Alfie exhaled smoke, then flicked his cigarette at Kinyuan, only for Luca to snatch it from the air. Instantly, the boss's guards raised their weapons. Alfie declared that they had misunderstood. Letting them in didn't mean their request would be honored. In truth, it would simply be easier to dispose of their corpses here. Luca quickly saw through the bluff. If Alfie truly intended to kill them, the order to fire would have already been given. Still, 3 thugs pressed guns to his head while more waited outside. His thoughts sharpened. He needed to act first. In the next instant, a simulation flashed in his mind. He kicks the table, sending it flying forward. He kicks the table apart into shards, then lunges forward and smashes his fist into Alfie's face. Guards spring up, but Luca seizes Alfie by the throat, levels a pistol at them, and fires twice, dropping 2 men. The door bursts open as more armed thugs rush inside, only for him to leap and shoot them down as well. He realizes the simulation has ended. Kinyuan casually asks what became of the previous owner. Alfie grins and says if he knows Tora. He died after getting caught fixing matches. Luca presses, asking if he was the one who killed Tora and claimed the arena, noting it's a profitable business. Alfie admits it without shame, saying he too killed his predecessor for power, on the streets. That's just how things work. Suddenly, the boss presses a gun to his head, demanding to know how he learned all this. Calmly, Luca warns him to relax unless he wants to meet the same fate as Tora. Irritated, Alfie lowers the weapon, slumps back into his chair, and waves it off with a curse. Adjusting his glasses, he remarks that all they wanted was a place in the arena for the boy. He studies Luca closely, noting that his limbs aren't even combat models and much of his body is still organic. He'd be flattened in seconds. He says he could put him in the schedule, but asks if they have anything to offer in return. Luca replies that he knows where Tora hid his safe, and that Alfie had his eye on it. Narrowing his gaze, Alfie adjusts his glasses again and demands to know where he got such information, clearly curious about his true identity. With a faint smile, Luca brushes it off as a relic of the past, not worth concern. Amused, Alfie says if they want to watch, he'll prepare a VIP seat, with drinks and women. The instructor cuts him off, saying just drinks will do. What matters is that the boy faces his strongest fighters. Luca glances at Kinyuan, thinking he has much to learn from him. He commanded the situation effortlessly, gaining everything he lacked without even lifting a hand. Later, in the waiting room of the Colosseum, Kinyuan told him that the match would begin in 2 hours, so he could use the time to warm up. Luca turned to him and asked what exactly was hidden in Tora's safe that made Alfie's attitude change so suddenly. Studying his tablet, the instructor replied that it contained treasures capable of altering a man's entire fate. Luca then asked what would happen if he lost. Kinyuan raised a brow in surprise, so he was actually interested? He said he would reveal it after the fight was over. He then rotated the tablet toward him, showing the next challenger. The image displayed the name, Gabriel, the Iron Fist. Kinyuan explained that the Colosseum swarmed with fighters willing to implant illegal enhancements, even at the cost of shortening their lives. This opponent was likely one of those who cared nothing about the future. Staring at the image, Luca remarked that the modifications looked insane. The instructor warned that in his current condition, even a single blow could kill him, so he should rely on the foundation of Ace's fighting style. When Luca asked what that foundation was, Kinyuan dismissed the question with a wave of his hand, saying he must learn to be content with what he already has. Luca countered that satisfaction meant certain defeat. Kinyuan answered with calm resolve, water never loses, it only changes shape. True power lies dormant within, waiting to be awakened. He added that he had been observing him closely ever since he deflected bullets during the test without relying on trajectory calculating gear, and that it had genuinely surprised him when he asked to be trained. Though praised as talented, he knew he had simply come to the right place. Kinyuan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, while Luca looked at him and muttered that it sounded like empty flattery. With a calm smile, Kinyuan replied that perhaps this might even be their last talk. Soon after, the lights of the arena blazed to life. From above, Alfie loudly declared that the boy had challenged the Iron Fist himself, Gabriel. Would this child manage to return home alive? He was still only a boy, perhaps nothing more than a good little pup. As Luca stepped forward with his hands tucked casually in his pockets, he thought to himself what a pathetic nickname that was. Moving toward the stage, the crowd erupted from the stands, sneering about who had dragged this empty shell here, scoffing that he was walking straight to his death. Many even wished openly for a bloodbath. The raw, ugly side of people always longed to see another human suffering. That hunger for violence was what filled this Colosseum, and they clearly wanted to see him torn apart. Strangely, he found it comforting, like he had finally returned home. With that thought, he unfastened his sweater, threw back the hood, and smirked to himself, wondering how things really work down here at the very bottom. Luca could hardly recall the last time he let himself act like a child. Twice a month the Imperials came to their pit with food rations, yet the orphanage director usually sold half of it to fatten his own purse. Hunger was a daily companion for an orphan, but even on an empty stomach he never stopped training. He read tattered books that shed dust with every turn, then lifted scraps of iron for strength. He remembered when a few boys mocked him, tossing paper his way. One sneered if he was an idiot, while another jeered that all this effort would only leave him hungrier. He calmly replied that hunger could be conquered with strength, for in this world the strong devour the weak. After that, he taught his hecklers a lesson they wouldn't forget. He already knew how the world turned. Only the strong claimed everything, while the weak were destined to be despised. Soon enough, one of them spat that he was no better than the rest, while another muttered that if he had true talent he'd have been sent to an academy for the gifted, not left to rot in this hole. Biting into his ration, he dismissed them as losers unworthy of thought. At 12, he proved himself by passing the aptitude test and earning a place among candidates for the Imperial Guard. By 15, he was officially accepted as a trainee. Could those petty kids understand now? They could only dream of such a life. He hoped their paths would never cross again. During his long years of training, this place had completely faded from memory, and he never thought he would return. In the present, the stands erupted with chants of Gabriel. Facing Luca, the Iron Fist grinned, wondering if they had really matched him against this boy. Whoever arranged it must have been high on something, but in the end, money was money. Observing him, Luca noted the bizarre state of his opponent. Gabriel was a patchwork of mechanical parts from different makers, thrown together without balance. His spine bent under the strain, and the flesh pressed against metal looked raw and inflamed. Likely he couldn't even sleep without painkillers, yet despite it all, his strength was undeniable. Gabriel storms close, sneering that the kid stares like an idiot and reminding everyone his body is grafted for one thing only, raw power, then taunts that the boy has a pretty face and asks if anyone wants to serve him at night. Luca smiles tightly and says that after today he might well need a servant, since he intends to own him. Enraged, Gabriel spins and vows to grind him into the dirt until he begs for servitude. From above, Alfie booms into the mic that their kill or be killed world is about to begin and asks whether they will witness the boy's slaughter or his triumph. The killing show starts. Luca realizes his foe is nothing but combat hardware while his own prosthetics remain far from battle grade, meaning a single missed strike will cost him his life. The giant Iron Fist drops as he leaps aside, then Gabriel lashes out and catches a cheek with a leg sweep, only to grin at the hit. Luca thinks that with proper gear he would have crushed the man long ago, but the ring is cramped and there's nowhere to dodge for long. Gabriel keeps swinging monstrous blows, all lethal by design, yet Luca keeps slipping past them. The crowd roars bloodthirsty demands to see him smashed, calling for his head. This is the situation he finds himself in. Kinyuan brought him here for a reason, and Luca remembers their talk. Being content with what he has and making the most of it is the only way forward. Begging for a weapon from the sky changes nothing, so even with small strength he must make it work. Kinyuan removed his prosthetic limbs but left the mechanical eye, signaling he wanted Luca to beat Gabriel not by raw power but by using what he already possesses. Standing toe-to-toe with his opponent, Luca thinks that Ace's style is precisely that, turn the given into advantage. Gabriel's fists are destructive cannons. A slight shoulder twitch is the trigger, his cylindrical vision and short arm reach dictate the strike's arc, and those limits give away the trajectory. The next instant Gabriel's fist rockets toward his face, and the crowd holds its breath. Kinyuan watches with a grin, thinking brilliantly. Luca owns Ace's method by nature and must now reveal his true potential, while the audience cheers that the brute should simply crush the boy. Luca's focus sharpens to its very peak, so heightened that he can foresee every strike before it comes. The question lingers in his mind, can he truly pull this off? In the next instant, he seizes Gabriel's arm, sweeps his leg, and twists his body midair, hurling his opponent across the arena and slamming him into the ground. Following up, he drives a kick into his rival's face, letting out a laugh as excitement rushes through him. So this must be how Kingyun perceives him. Rising again, Gabriel snarls that he no longer understands what kind of tricks are being used, but scoffs that such feeble strikes will never defeat him. He swings again, his colossal fist cutting across the air and grazing Luca's cheek before crashing into the wall behind. Luca catches his chin and pulls it aside, remarking whether his opponent really thinks it won't work, because even if brute strength is lacking, something else can compensate. Launching off the ground, he propels himself above his enemy, clamps both hands on his head, and twists sharply before landing with force. Standing firm, he thinks they can wait forever for his fall, but their impatience means nothing to him. The crowd stares in stunned silence, and turning toward them, he declares that he will keep rising higher until their voices fade into nothingness. Luca bends over his fallen foe and pulls his hood up, thinking that in a real field fight with unpredictable variables he could never maintain this razor focus. But here, because the setting is fixed and the conditions known, he can afford to concentrate on reading and predicting every movement. He walks toward the exit, inwardly admitting that Kingyun is a masterful instructor, and finds the man folded against the wall with arms crossed, praising him as a job well done and welcoming him into the basics of Aces' Victima. Luca answers that learning to accept what is given is not the same as admitting defeat, and Kingyun hands over a chip, explaining it is not a prize but payment for Gabriel's hospital bills and a reminder that generosity can be useful so long as it is not foolish, while Luca insists he never meant to be a benefactor but only a warrior and a soldier. The instructor pats his head and tells him bluntly that his view on relationships is naive, that kindness is actually investment, and cultivating a reputation now can be repaid later. Just as Kingyun rationalized backing Tora, he will make an offer that Luca cannot refuse because a soldier must also learn to profit from his surroundings. Later, a physician studies Gabriel's vitals and warns that his current body cannot handle so many cybernetic modifications, that the strain risks paralysis and worse, and recommends replacing the frame with a Zionic Lindell No. 9, the newest model that Alfie surely cannot afford, prompting a thought that Alfie will try to fleece him completely. Other fighters might manage with Garatech just fine, but the doctor adjusts his glasses and explains that none of them ever forced in such a mess of incompatible parts as Gabriel did. Had he cared about compatibility, even the older models would have sufficed, yet being poor, he simply crammed in whatever he could afford, and the doctor advises him now to limit himself to replacements within his budget. Though only standard prosthetics, not combat models, would be possible with his funds. Furious, Gabriel shouts that he spent everything he had on modifications, and at that moment Luca steps into the room, asking calmly about his condition, noting that he still seems lively. Anger boiling over, Gabriel yells at the so-called good boy, promising to kill him and reminding him of his earlier words, but Luca leans close and snaps that he had already warned him before the fight, leaving Gabriel seething until a sudden laugh escapes as he recalls Kingyun's lessons, and then Luca turns to the doctor, inquiring about the Zionic Lindell No. 9 model and offering a payment chip, which the doctor inspects, adjusts her glasses, and confirms is sufficient to cover the cost. Gabriel looked bewildered and shouted what was he doing, to which Luca calmly replied that it was obvious, he was paying the bills. Gabriel grew more indignant, demanding why on earth he should be paying his bills, and Luca simply answered that he just felt like it. Furious, Gabriel shouted that being called a good boy was more than just a nickname, or was this some kind of winner's condescension, before demanding his name. Luca replied it was Luca, and Gabriel muttered that if he ever needed anything, he only had to ask, and he would repay this debt. Luca thought quietly to himself that this was not such an unpleasant feeling after all. Some time later, inside the training hall of Akertia, Eiley lunged forward, springing up with a kick aimed at him, but Luca raised his hand and blocked the attack with his leg. He then flipped his comrade midair, slammed him to the ground, grabbed his ribs, and after a while crouched down beside him to ask if Instructor Canino would really teach him his Ares style. His comrade confirmed it but remarked that usually bandits relied on cheap tricks like hiding shards of glass between their fingers or throwing dirt in an opponent's eyes. Luca said he understood. It was hard to believe, but the instructor had explained a lot to him. His comrade admitted that he could no longer keep up with him in a fistfight. Luca added that he was the only trainee who did not avoid facing him, and he thought back to how his time in the Colosseum had proven that his old ideas about fighting in the corn were wrong, as if all the techniques he had sharpened so far had transformed into tiny but valuable pieces of knowledge. Ailey, glancing at him from the corner of his eye, thought that he seemed unusually happy today, then asked if he was free to lend a hand. Luca agreed without hesitation. Later, in the guest room of the Imperial Guards training barracks in Ayrshire, they sat at a table together when his comrade, looking aside innocently, was called back by Luca. In response, he apologized, explaining that his family had always maintained good relations with the Ramones, so he could not refuse. Lillian took a seat beside him and remarked that it seemed she had sent enough invitations to visit, questioning why he kept avoiding her. He calmly replied that he wasn't interested and hoped she would interpret it as a clear refusal. Ailey, awkwardly scratching his cheek, murmured that he could have been gentler. Luca snapped at him to be quiet. The situation was frustrating him. Lillian asked why he didn't like her so much. Taking a sip of his drink, he explained that he had no time for women, and unlike them, an orphan like him had nowhere to return if he was cast aside. She suggested that in that case, getting closer to her would only be advantageous. He met her gaze and replied that she didn't seem to understand. Relying on her as an aristocrat meant he could lose everything at her whim, whereas the power he earned through his own effort was reliable. She found it odd to hear this from someone so close to an aristocrat. He clarified that his connection with Ailey was based solely on trust in battle, and his friend's aristocratic power had nothing to do with it. She asked if he would then give her no chance at all. Taking another sip of his drink, he rose from his seat, saying he hoped they would never meet again. As he headed for the exit, his comrade chased after him, questioning why he was being so harsh. He replied that if he showed leniency, she would only continue to cling to him. Ailey agreed but pressed on, asking if he really disliked Lillian that much, suggesting that at least a few dates wouldn't hurt. Luca gave him a pointed look and explained that he saw no genuine reason for her interest. Did she want to grow close to a lowly man simply because of Claude's dying words? He suspected she had her own motives. Holding his hand out in front of him, he admitted that he was simply afraid because he didn't understand her intentions and thought he should proceed cautiously. Before finishing, his comrade asked, surprised, if he liked the girl. Luca replied that it was obvious from his demeanor, size, and heightened activity. He reflected that Aziza's victim had opened his eyes to many truths. Then he added that since he had already said he wasn't interested, if he truly liked her, he needed to discard needless worries and act in his own interest. Turning toward the door, he concluded firmly that it was impossible for him, Luca. After some time, Luca sat cross-legged, entering a meditative state, reflecting. Meditation training. I need to stay calm no matter what happens. He then turned to Kinyuan, who was seated nearby, and asked what he would do if a fight erupted in the Colosseum boss's office. Kinyuan replied that he would only reveal that after winning. He explained that armed bandits would be both inside and outside the office, and Luca still couldn't imagine how to get out unscathed without any weapons. Curious, he asked what the instructor would do. Kinyuan suggested he would likely hide under the table first. Surprised, Luca pointed out that Alfie and his guards were armed. Hiding could mean missing the chance to strike. Kinyuan calmly explained that he would see it as an opportunity to neutralize them, even if it meant taking a few bullets. Luca asked whether he would run or hide if he weren't present. Kinyuan replied that he would need to give up. He would probably try to take Alfie hostage and seize his weapon, but even then, both would likely get shot. Bosses changed down there with the snap of a finger, giving only a convenient opening to replace the leader. Yet, as soon as their attention shifted, he would handle the threat and escape with the hostage through the secret passage. Luca reflected, realizing that not only had Kinyuan predicted his actions, but he had also discovered an escape route. The depth of his strategy was astounding. Then Kinyuan stood, adding, translated from a language no longer spoken, Ares means a penetrating gaze. He explained that Arcee's victim uses every capability of his brain to expand perception, and Luca had to remember that. Rising to his feet, Luca shouted that the real problem wasn't that accelerating the thought process caused side effects, but that once he commanded the Legion, Arcee's victim would become inaccessible to him. Kinyuan smiled knowingly, noting, and he is smart. Luca thought he would need at least a few more months to fully grasp this. As soon as Luca becomes an Imperial Guard, he will be granted the Legion, a fully mechanical armor crafted with the Empire's finest technology. No one can wear the Legion all the time. It connects a wide spectrum of brain signals to a dedicated processor to ensure smooth transmission. At the same time, all the brain's resources are consumed, leaving none available for AC's victima. Kinyuan had deliberately kept this from him, anticipating his reaction. Luca clenched his fist, thinking that if he had known it would be useless in the Legion, he would not have wasted time training. It was his own fault for progressing slowly. Kinyuan, smiling, asked if that was all. Luca thanked his instructor for the lessons and headed toward the exit. Kinyuan, watching him leave, called out to come back if he changed his mind. As Luca left, he muttered a frustrated damn under his breath. Sometime later, he was in Hallis's office. Hallis noted that 3 months had already passed and admitted he had been too busy to meet with trainees. Luca suspected it was because of the rebellion, just as Eiley had said. The commander asked how he was doing, and he replied that he had been training on his own since there were no missions assigned. Hallis folded his hands in front of his face, acknowledging that it was true. He hadn't been given a mission for a long time, even though he was more than capable. Luca thanked him and added that he had heard rumors of practicing with instructor Kinyuan, wondering if that was why he had been called. Perhaps the higher-ups already knew everything, from his exploits in the lower sector to his participation in illegal battles. Hallis asked if he wanted to learn AC's victima from Kinyuan. Luca replied that was no longer the case. Hallis explained that it was easy to guess why. AC's victima is incompatible with the Legion, so it is not practiced within the Imperial Guard. Yet those who are capable recognize the futility of such training, and the incapable are filtered out by Kinyuan immediately. Therefore, Luca remains the only supporter of AC's victima within the Imperial Guard. Luca asked if the purpose was for him to keep training with Kinyuan. Hallis replied that, in truth, it was more about keeping a favorable relationship with the instructor, and continuing the training served as a convenient excuse. It was essentially an order. Luca wondered if the Hallis suspected something about Kinyuan, but why would there be such scrutiny over a retired soldier? He decided not to press further. Asking could put him in danger. Nodding, he agreed to continue practicing AC's victima. Hallis added that Luca was being closely observed and he should remain aware of that. After all, Kinyuan was like a high-flying bird. A while later, Kinyuan glanced at a toy in his hand and, without looking back, remarked he hadn't expected Luca to return so soon. Luca stayed quiet, but Kinyuan shrugged, saying he could always change his mind, leaving nothing to question. Luca thanked him, thinking that while he hadn't expected accommodation, the instructor turned out to be surprisingly flexible. Then he asked what business they had in the lower sector today. Kinyuan responded casually, recalling how, in his younger days, children would linger over counters like that. When he turned to the shop owner for answers, the man, still absorbed in his newspaper, told them to find what they wanted themselves, having no clue which toy was which. Kenwan asked if it was possible to take everything and have it delivered. The owner, shocked, yelled, "Everything?" Luca, confused, thought to himself, why on earth would he buy all these toys? After some time, Luca and Kinyuan stood near the gate of the 47th shelter in the lower sector. Luca asked if this was indeed the shelter, and Kinyuan told him to carry the box inside and then take a break. Nodding, Luca said he understood. At that moment, Gabriel, holding the boxes, called out angrily, questioning if Luca had really been sent for such menial work, mocking him like an errand boy. Luca walked up and replied that he had only followed instructions since the seller refused delivery here, so it was really just helping out. Gabriel muttered that he meant proper help, like fighting a gang. Luca smiled and told him he didn't need his combat assistance, and Gabriel admitted that was true. Luca noticed that Gabriel's new spinal implant had straightened his posture slightly. At least the wasted money wasn't entirely useless. Curious, Luca asked about a shady figure, noting even Aleph avoided involvement. Kinyuan advised he wouldn't meddle unless his own safety was at risk. Luca speculated that maybe Kinyuan had grown up in the orphanage. He couldn't see another reason for his charitable actions. Just then, happy children ran up to them, thanking the handsome boy, while Gabriel clicked his tongue in mock satisfaction. Then Luca watched as the children fought over a box, each trying to snatch it first. He thought that to get what he wanted, one had to be stronger. The world wasn't fair, and it certainly couldn't satisfy everyone. At that moment, Kinyuan approached, pointing behind him, and suggested they talk. They stopped near the fence, and he mentioned that he sometimes visited lower sector shelters. While the shelter wasn't owed much, judging by the director's round face, he did an excellent job of securing supplies. Luca asked if Kinyuan had grown up here, but the instructor said he had long forgotten such details, only stopping by occasionally when nearby. Luca reflected that in this form, Kinyuan looked like a retired soldier, a once great warrior now constrained by a nervous system damaged beyond repair, struggling to withstand overload. In the future, Luca might face the same fate if he survived. Then Kinyuan got straight to the point, revealing that it was Captain Hallis who had given the order for his return. Luca looked away, his gaze dropping, and asked what Kinyuan meant. He decided not to meet the instructor's eyes. Every subtle movement, every whispered word was a clue to Kinyuan. How could he even know this order came from the Hallis? How many secrets had he already uncovered? If Kinyuan truly hid something dangerous, something critical enough that the Hallis had sent a spy, he could end it all right then. Kinyuan calmly warned him to stay composed if he wanted to survive, explaining that if Luca attacked with everything, it would be nearly impossible to resist without killing him. Luca replied that he was a soldier of the Empire, and that was all he could say. Kinyuan noted how little he really knew, even admitting that he didn't blame him. After all, a soldier naturally followed orders from above. He added that Luca was the perfect soldier the Empire required. When he first came to him, did he think it had been entirely by his own choice? The higher-ups had already taken notice when he demonstrated flawless trajectory prediction without equipment. Finally, here was someone capable of studying AC's victima like him. Kinyuan acknowledged that Luca likely came to train of his own volition after the incident with the servants of Kor, but in truth, it was all an outcome meticulously orchestrated by the Imperials. Luca reminded himself not to let Kinyuan's words cloud his judgment. On that mission, he had faced a formidable enemy and needed to grow stronger. That was why he sought out various instructors and ultimately selected the one who suited him best. It was his personal choice. He reaffirmed to himself that it had been his decision. Kinyuan remarked that everyone in the world was a slave to someone, whether they realized it or not, and that Luca was still running from that truth because he was young. Then Kinyuan turned and instructed him to return, adding that he could report everything to Hallis if he wished. Luca didn't fully trust the instructor's words, yet he knew it was the Hallis who wanted him to continue training in AC's victima. Voices echoed in his mind. He must not doubt the Empire, must not overthink, must not question their intentions. Even his drive for success wasn't truly his own. Later, in the simulation training room, Luca sat on a bench, clutching his head, regretting that he hadn't reported the events to Hallis. If he had, he would have been subjected to psychological tests for potential ideological corruption. Given his current mental state, his scores would have been lower, and the Empire did not forgive those whose interests diverged from its own. At worst, he might have been demoted from the military to the working class. Kinyuan likely knew Luca was too hesitant to report. To convey anything safely, he would need to prepare for further psychological evaluation. At that moment, the capsule opened. Ali, teeth clenched and breathing hard, stepped out, caught the bottle Luca had thrown him, and said that he was making progress. Luca looked at him differently, recognizing a newfound strength. Ali replied that countless defeats had only made Luca stronger. Then he stepped closer and added that he had come all this way to encourage his friend. Luca felt a bit flattered and said it was because he had a favor to ask. Ali clicked his tongue in irritation. They stopped near a bench, and Luca remarked that aristocrats could always pay for their spots. Ali replied that it was common knowledge, yet even with money, incompetence couldn't overcome reality. Luca asked how Luca had even passed the psychological tests at the preliminaries and suggested that if there was a secret method, he should share it. Ali warned him of the danger in such a request but confirmed that he had checked. No one was around, and Luca was taking this step for the Empire. Ali added that he wouldn't ask why it was needed, as he likely understood there was a method. Luca inquired what it was. Ali explained that Luca had to create an ideal facade for others while hiding his true self deep within. In truth, everyone conceals some part of themselves, and this strategy helped pass the psychological test. Luca looked puzzled and asked for clarification. Smiling, Ali raised a finger and said he needed to be aware, as some experienced memory loss from trauma, but Luca could control it consciously. Luca asked if it was even possible, muttering that he wouldn't have been told if it weren't. Ali explained that their brains lived under constant shocks, and if he kept acting like a loyal soldier, it would leave a subtle mark on his personality. 2 months before the preliminaries, he had started offering prayers to the Emperor every morning, copying his father. The real risk was that prolonged use of this technique could damage his true self, or even make him lose it entirely. Luca wondered how anyone had even thought of such a method, thinking that if it really was that simple, he could just keep acting as before, scoring perfectly on psychological tests, returning to the self he was before meeting Kinyuan and Ailey. Ailey warned that he didn't know all the details and that psychological testing was extremely dangerous. Luca admitted he never imagined he'd hear such things from his comrade. Suddenly, a call icon appeared, and he cursed the timing. Later, Luca and Kinyuan went to the lower sector. Kinyuan mentioned they had simple practice today, eyeing the modest building the bandits had built. Luca noted that Kinyuan acted as if nothing had happened in the shelter, which made him even more uneasy. Raising 2 fingers, Kinyuan gave him 20 seconds to eliminate all the bandits inside. Luca nodded and placed his hand on the device, crushing it as he prepared to enter. One of the men rose from the couch, gun in pocket, and 3 more thugs approached, while someone's presence was also felt from the bathroom. The man remarked that he hadn't planned on harming children so early, but life was unpredictable. Before he could finish, Luca struck sharply in the stomach, sending him flying, and clenched his fist, thinking he had been worrying too much lately and needed to vent some steam. The man slammed into the ceiling, the impact so strong that he dropped his gun, and his companions froze, staring in disbelief. Immediately, they drew their weapons, aiming at Luca, who, without hesitation, caught the fallen firearm and opened fire, disarming several of them at once. The bandit leader sprang from his seat and fired wildly in return, but all the shots missed. Luca commented on their terrible aim, utterly incredulous that such untrained individuals dared attempt murder. He leveled his gun at the leader and fired again, ensuring control of the situation. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a bandit pulling up his pants, who demanded to know what was happening and why all the noise. The moment he saw the chaos in the room, he froze. Luca pointed his gun at him, warning that if he were in his shoes, he would act dead, sparing himself from harm. The man's hand went for a taser, but electricity surged through him, and he collapsed instantly. Luca approached the bathroom door, a sense of caution telling him someone was inside. Opening it revealed a naked, bound girl, and fury contorted his expression. Now it was obvious why the thug had been here. Carrying the girl, Luca returned to Kinyuan, who observed him with a small approving smile, noting that he had completed the task in almost 20 seconds, a commendable effort. Luca turned back to the room, intending to finish off the remaining bandits, but Kinyuan stopped him, reminding him not to overstep. They were visitors here, and any unnecessary action could destabilize the local balance. Luca stood silently, eyes fixed on the girl, realizing her suffering stemmed from the inability to protect herself. He reflected on how he once would have dismissed someone like her as ungrateful or weak, but now his disgust was reserved entirely for the unfairness of the societal system that allowed such things to happen. Kinyuan continued to lead him deeper into the lower sector, purposefully pushing him into confrontations without warning, not as a lesson in victory, but to immerse him in the harsh reality of the world and test his resolve. The lesson was clear: Luca had to learn to assess his situation with precision. It wasn't enough to judge an enemy's strength, he had to read the environment, anticipate variables, and devise the most effective course of action. Kinyuan continued to thrust him into conflicts without offering guidance or commentary, forcing him to rely on his own judgment. One day, they entered a small workshop where a girl named Gilda greeted them warmly. Kinyuan asked her to prepare a cup of coffee the way it used to be, with a layer of butter, a gesture from simpler times. Gilda then turned to Luca, asking what he wanted. He requested coffee as well, but without butter, and then hesitated, asking Kinyuan whether there was a reason they had stopped by. Kinyuan explained that this was the girl he had rescued, silently pointing out the pride in her efforts. Observing her, Luca recalled how he had freed her from bandits not long ago. Listening to her recount what had happened, he learned that she had endured 6 months of unimaginable torment while in captivity, yet her mind had remained intact, allowing her to return to normal life. The reason she had been taken was tied to a friend who had hidden near her home to escape debts owed to a gang. The bandits had simply stormed in and kidnapped her, and the friend responsible was already dead. They settled at a table, and Kinyuan shared that Gilda came from an orphanage and displayed exceptional talent in mechanical engineering. He had chosen to sponsor her education anonymously, ensuring she would never know the source of her opportunity. Luca asked whether they had known each other prior to all this, but Kinyuan left the question hanging, offering no answer. Just then, Gabriel entered the workshop, surprise crossing his face as he spotted Luca. He called out to Gilda, asking her to pour him a beer, and she commented on the state of his nervous system, warning that it might already be overtaxed and that drinking alcohol could make things worse. After they had rescued Gilda, Kinyuan introduced her to Gabriel, and the two quickly settled into a mutually beneficial arrangement. She became his mechanic, ensuring his equipment stayed in top condition, while he acted as her bodyguard, ready to protect her from any threat. Luca glanced at Gabriel and suggested he should heed the advice of his mechanic, prompting Gabriel to grumble with mild annoyance that it was just beer, nothing serious. The coffee was placed on the table, and leaning toward Luca, Gabriel asked if he was the one wandering through the city, provoking trouble. What had he been thinking? The gang leaders were already consolidating, planning their next move, and even if they acted, Luca couldn't guarantee Gilda's safety. Kinyuan reassured him that there was no need to worry, they wouldn't be around anytime soon. Curious, Gilda asked how long they would be gone, and he replied ambiguously, a couple of months, maybe even years. Luca frowned, realizing that it might soon be impossible for him to venture into the lower sector at all. Trainees were forbidden to leave the base alone, and perhaps today marked his final visit. Despite everything she had endured, Gilda had managed to accept reality, and even begun working again, while Gabriel continued his hazardous duties in the field. Luca took a slow sip of coffee, reminding himself not to pity them. Being unable to return might ultimately be the safest outcome in his current circumstances. Time passed quietly. Luca entered the office of Chief Centurion Hallis and reported everything that had occurred. Hallis noted that Kinyuan was still unpredictable, a trait made more remarkable because he had joined as a trainee at a rather advanced age. Normally, someone like him wouldn't even be granted the chance. Yet, sometimes the Empire had to accept those who were far from ideal. It was a turbulent period, and even Hallis didn't fully grasp what kind of person Kinyuan truly was. When he had first started, he had already been a key figure in the Imperial Guard, likely specializing in covert operations. Luca was slightly taken aback, realizing that records about Kinyuan were not even fully accessible to the Chief Centurion. Hallis remarked that regardless, it was clear Kinyuan had taken a liking to him. He had trained others before, but none had lasted long. Luca was exceptional yet highly susceptible to negative influence. The Chief Centurion decided to assign him a psychological test, instructing Luca to attempt it as normally as possible. Bowing, Luca agreed. Hallis covered his face with his hand and admitted frankly that there were only two possible outcomes for trainees sent on this mission. Some would be eliminated to maintain secrecy, while others would be directly promoted into the Imperial Guard as a reward. He expressed hope that Luca would fall into the latter category. Luca vowed to follow every order given to him, and Hallis nodded, saying that if the operation succeeded, he would personally recommend him. The commander's grin widened as he teased that, if he truly excelled, he might even adopt him formally. Luca, the name sounded prestigious. The notion left him astonished, lingering in his mind even as the psychological testing began. Being adopted into the Castoria family, one of the most privileged in the Empire, was an unimaginable honor. The android assistant announced the start of the psychological testing, and Luca smiled in agreement. The android, noticing his expression, asked if something good had happened. Luca waved him off, insisting it was none of his business, and suggested they proceed with the test immediately. Meanwhile, Ailey relentlessly worked the punching bag, throwing a flurry of rapid punches before following up with a swinging kick, completely ignoring the fatigue weighing on his body and the sweat streaking down his face. He clenched his fists tighter, delivering a punch that carried far more force than the previous ones. Finally deciding he had pushed himself enough, he stepped back to catch his breath. After a moment of calm, he sat on a nearby bench and rubbed his hands, trying to soothe the soreness. Luca took a seat beside him, observing that Ailey seemed to have trained until his joints were nearly exhausted. Was this really the same Ailey he had known? Luca tried to engage him, moving his own hand slightly as he asked if he had passed the psychological test. Ailey confirmed it, and immediately credited Luca for his success. Then he inquired about Luca, asking if anything was troubling him and whether he could assist in any way. Luca replied that he wasn't ready to disclose everything yet, but assured that he would soon seek Ailey's help. After a short pause, he added that if Ailey ever felt endangered during a fight, he could count on his support, even if it meant risking his own life. Ailey smiled in gratitude and promised he would explain everything in due time. Luca thought to himself that, while he was genuinely curious about what kind of help Ailey would eventually need, he would not pry. Having successfully passed the psychological test and gained the Chief Centurion's trust, his focus had shifted entirely. He now aspired to become part of the Castoria family. That single thought dominated his mind. Soon after, the chief centurion Hallis gathered everyone and addressed them. From that point onward, they would operate under the command of a special military unit tasked with suppressing the rebellion against the Empire. The insurgent forces were composed of 3 factions, all ultimately led by the Ramones family. Luca felt a jolt of surprise when he heard the name, and immediately glanced at his friend, recalling Lillian Ramones. Slowly, he began to piece together what Eiley wanted to ask. Soon after, they boarded the high-speed train and set off, the cityscape rushing past the windows. Luca took the opportunity to introduce himself to the soldiers. He now commanded the 21st Platoon of the Suppression Army, and each member snapped a sharp salute. He hadn't expected that a trainee would be entrusted with leading a platoon. Were the commanders really planning to use the rebellion as a training ground? The platoon was divided into 2 squads, totaling 27 soldiers. Luca's assistant, Sergeant Kodrak, served as the deputy platoon commander. Given Luca's inexperience, most of the Suppression Army were battle-hardened veterans who knew they were essentially being used to train this young leader. Naturally, they might not easily accept orders from someone whose skill they didn't fully trust. Nevertheless, Luca had to assert himself as their leader. He weighed his options carefully. The first was to defer completely to Sergeant Kodrak, letting him handle any unclear instructions. This would be the simplest path. The second approach was more direct, to assert authority with absolute control. He would declare himself the commanding officer and demand immediate obedience, punishing any defiance. When he voiced this, the soldiers bristled with anger but held back from voicing it. Then Sergeant Kodrak reached out, placing a hand on Luca's shoulder, asking to speak privately. Luca reacted instantly, grabbing the hand and flinging it aside, his voice sharp. "Does he dare touch a superior without permission? Does he think I'm a fool just because of my age?" The other soldiers hesitated, caught between respect and disbelief. Luca approached them, his gaze steady. "I'm from the lower sector, just like you," he said. "An orphan from an orphanage, with a double-digit score, very young, but there's a reason for the difference in our social standing. I'm far beyond anyone here, and soon you'll see it for yourselves. I am the best platoon leader you will ever follow." Sergeant Kodrak swallowed nervously, then rose and admitted his mistake, promising to show proper respect from that moment onward. Luca turned away from the soldiers and cast a glance at Eiley, noting how quickly his friend was adapting. He realized immediately that Eiley wasn't looking for shortcuts or an easy way out. Soon, they arrived at an Imperial Army outpost situated near the enemy fortress, and all the trainees gathered in a single room. When Eiley noticed what Luca had done earlier, he rubbed his face wearily and asked, "Did he really lose his temper and strike one of the squad members?" Luca explained calmly that he had only acted because his assistant was about to treat him like a child. Eiley shook his head, noting, "In their eyes, you're still just a kid." Luca replied that if he acted too kindly, his subordinates would disregard him completely. As they spoke, the lights suddenly dimmed, and a hush fell over the room. It was time for the briefing. Hallis skipped all the usual formalities and instead activated a holographic display of a mystical civilization shrine, hovering behind him. He explained that the rebels had fully occupied the fortress and were now in complete control of the magical stronghold. The area was enclosed by a domed barrier, densely packed and formidable, offering powerful protection. Several magical turrets were positioned strategically, capable of shooting down airborne targets. There were only 5 turrets in total, and the 11th Armored Brigade had been assigned the task of destroying them, while the rest of the army would attack from different directions. Luca observed that the armored brigades were fully equipped with mechanical armor, a testament to the Empire's commitment to suppressing the rebellion. Hallis informed the trainees that the operation would commence at 2:10 p.m., giving them an hour and a half to prepare. Once the briefing ended, everyone dispersed in different directions. Luca and Eiley slipped away to find a secluded spot where they could talk privately. Luca remarked that he had expected as much, but their role in the operation was purely supportive. Eiley nodded in agreement, pointing out that it was obvious they didn't want them to die unnecessarily. Luca frowned and asked, "Then how is this any different from a leisurely outing?" Eiley chuckled softly, noting that Luca sounded just like a hardened warrior grumbling about minor inconveniences. He fell silent afterward, staring down as if gathering his thoughts. After a brief pause, Eiley lifted his gaze toward Luca, eyes tinged with a pitiful look, and spoke before his friend could say anything. "This is about the Ramones, isn't it? You may care for them, but there's nothing you can do now. Even your own family couldn't save you if you stood up for those accused of treason. Luca admitted he had no illusions, yet he couldn't ignore the desire to save Lillian if the opportunity arose. Ailey leaned in and asked if he cared for her enough to risk his life. Luca responded that she had been his first love, though he no longer felt that way. Luca stepped closer, an irritated finger pointing sharply, asking if Ailey was trying to set him up with his first love. Ailey shrugged and said that Lillian had never wanted to marry an aristocrat anyway. Luca's temper flared. He ordered Ailey to pull himself together immediately. He hadn't minded his friend's antics before, but this was going too far. Trying to save Lillian was a reckless gamble. If caught, Ailey would be executed instantly. Turning away, Luca warned him not to even think about doing something foolish and told him to take it as a serious caution. Ailey shrugged indifferently and replied that he understood everything, then walked off. Luca watched him go, concern shadowing his face, noting how Aces' victima had instantly revealed the truth. That fool was still scheming to save Lillian. Whether he accepted it or not, she could not survive this chaos. He silently prayed that Lillian would never cross paths with Ailey alive. As they sped toward the fortress, Luca examined his helmet, thinking about the critical vulnerabilities in a soldier's body. The head and chest are the most important parts, he considered. As long as these are protected, Empire soldiers survive. Breathing and blood flow keep the brain alive, and cybernetic technology can bring you back from near death. His reflections were interrupted by Sergeant Kodrak, who leaned closer. He acknowledged Luca's abilities and explained that he had studied his traits thoroughly from superiors. When we enter battle, Kodrak said, listen to me. I've served the Empire for 10 years. My words carry weight. I may not match your talent, but my skills are worth respecting. Luca replied calmly that he would take advice if it was reasonable. Kodrak bowed in gratitude. Soon, their vehicles stopped near the barrier, and the armored brigade in full mechanical armor disembarked first. Luca observed them carefully. Their mission was to neutralize the turrets before the rest could advance. The brigade commander issued the order to fire, and the soldiers launched into the air, speeding toward the domed fortress from multiple directions. The turrets detected the approaching forces and began to charge their energy. Spotting the bright glow, Myrmidon opened his compartment and released flares. A turret fired a laser beam, which he dodged nimbly. Another shot came, and he ducked under it before opening the upper compartment to launch a volley of missiles at the dome. Explosions erupted, black smoke mixed with fire billowing into the air, and through the haze, 2 red eyes flashed ominously. The armored brigade advanced through the smoke, drawing closer to the dome. The turret aimed again but failed to hit. Myrmidon surged forward, plunging his spear into the dome with maximum force, cracking its surface. His comrades joined in, and together they successfully breached the fortress defenses, entering the structure. Now, the battle hinged entirely on neutralizing the turrets. Failure meant that the fight inside would be far more brutal and unforgiving. According to the strategy simulator's calculations, the turrets would take roughly 1 minute to be destroyed after the initial invasion. If the Myrmidon squad failed, the suppression forces would have to push forward as they were and pay the price for it. Tension gripped everyone. Soon, the armored brigade reported that the turrets were neutralized and they were advancing to the next phase. Relief and excitement spread across the battlefield. Despite its brutality, this environment thrilled Luca. The rush of adrenaline fueled him. He smirked to himself, admitting that he genuinely enjoyed this chaos. Ambition and the thrill of combat drove him. Without it, he would have long gone mad. Rising to his feet, Luca signaled the soldiers, telling them it was their turn. The plan was simple but risky: attack from all sides simultaneously, leaving no rebels a chance to escape. The underground tunnels of the magical fortress were labyrinthine, hundreds of meters deep, even in familiar paths. The expedition's map was useful but possibly outdated. The rebels could have modified passages at will. Avoiding debris and explosions, Luca sprinted toward the tunnel entrance, noting that the corridors had probably been narrowed to prevent the Myrmidon from passing. Once inside, they moved with extreme caution. Luca peeked around a corner, verified the path was clear, removed his helmet, and declared that he would lead the way. Sergeant Kodrak warned that such a move was perilous in these tunnels. Ambushes and traps were likely around every corner. He turned to Luca, asking if he feared the consequences if he fell. Luca's second-in-command admitted honestly that he did. Luca simply replaced his helmet, dismissing any worry about what might happen after his death or if their pay was cut. Charging ahead, he commanded them to follow. Nervously, the squad muttered that he was insane. A chill ran down his spine as though unseen eyes were already on him, but there was no time to dwell on fear. He needed to locate and neutralize Lillian before she crossed paths with Eiley, who was probably already navigating the tunnels from the opposite side. He could risk lives to break through, yet he refused to let personal feelings endanger loyal soldiers, confronting the dangers head-on himself. As he surged forward, a turret jutted from the ceiling. Sergeant Kodrak called out in concern, but Luka swiftly neutralized it. With a precise swing of his blade, the turret clattered down, leaving the path clear. Using Ace's combat techniques, he heightened all his senses: sight, hearing, touch, smell, even taste, detecting minute traces of chemicals in the air. Information poured in from every sense, allowing him to dismantle traps with astonishing efficiency, much to the astonishment of the soldiers. He could feel the rhythm of his heart driving blood through his arteries like a raging current, every beat sharpening his focus and amplifying his resolve. Luka turned toward his squad and asked Sergeant Kodrak why they were lagging behind. They needed to keep moving, but he allowed them a chance to catch up. Soon, resistance appeared. Rebels blocked the passage, firing from cover around the corners. Luka carefully peeked out, marveling at the sheer scale of the underground rooms. He had never imagined such vast spaces existed beneath the fortress. It was clear that this was the main line of defense, but he had already advanced too far to turn back. Intercepting the fleeing aristocrats here would be easy. He deployed a drone, sending it toward the center of the room. The camera feed revealed roughly 100 warriors lined up, and behind them, unarmed people were retreating. Lillian was most likely among them. Kodrak voiced concern that their squad was moving too fast and suggested they wait for the others. Luka closed his eyes briefly, recognizing the reason in the warning. His brain was already overloaded from using Ace's Victima. Suddenly, a bright flash blinded Luka for a moment, followed by the crackle of gunfire. The shots weren't aimed at them. Something was unfolding behind the rebels. Perhaps another squad had joined the fray. Yet, besides him, only one person would move with such urgency. Seizing the distraction, he decided it was time to strike. Alongside the squad hiding behind the shields, they advanced cautiously. The rebels opened fire immediately, and the shielded turned to Luka, reporting that their barriers wouldn't last much longer. He commanded them to hold just a little longer. This was not the moment yet. They pressed forward, and Luka focused on the real threat, weapons capable of killing him in a single shot. 8 high-powered cannons loomed ahead, and he waited for the critical moment when at least half were reloading. A rebel weapon clicked empty, and Luka knew the time to strike had come. Luka leapt over the shielders, charging forward while instructing the rest of the squad to scatter and take cover as the rebels focused on him. Observing his commander's bold move, Sergeant Kodrak removed his helmet and called out, concerned. Luka braced himself, using his hands to shield against incoming fire. Rifles and pistols were almost trivial. They couldn't pierce his armor, so he concentrated on the weapons that posed real danger. Spotting a cannon, he fired at the soldiers wielding heavy weaponry, then switched weapons, landing directly among them. He knew that while he was nearby, they would hesitate to fire. Swiftly, he opened fire and executed a sharp circular swing of his arm, dispatching several rebels in an instant. Targeting the remaining enemies, he pressed forward with the certainty that no one could stop him now. Eventually, the battle ended. The surviving rebels surrendered, and Luka instructed Kodrak to restrain them with cuffs. As he surveyed the hall, he noticed several bodies lying apart from the rebels. Approaching them, he checked for pulses and found them all dead. They were members of Eiley's squad, assigned to strike from the rear. They had been sent ahead without a chance to regroup, sacrificed for the mission. Luka gritted his teeth in fury, cursing Eiley and that foolish lover. He wanted to help, but he was first a soldier of the Empire. Choosing one meant forsaking the other, and the injustice made him seethe. If he encountered Lillian Ramones, he would eliminate her without hesitation. He did not care if Eiley despised him. At least he could save his friend's life and prevent him from becoming a traitor. Urgency drove him. He needed to find Eiley immediately. Calling to his deputy, he ordered the continued arrest of the rebels until reinforcements arrived, instructing them to regroup and act independently. From this moment, the command rested entirely on him. Luka was about to dash off in search of Eiley, but Sergeant Kodrak stopped him, commending him as an exceptional soldier. His combat abilities weren't merely impressive, they had stunned everyone. Luka opened his mouth to dismiss the praise as empty flattery, but Kodrak cut him off, insisting that he was a mediocre commander. Luca retorted that if he hadn't led the squad, the casualties would have been far worse. They had achieved so much because of him. Kodrak clarified that his concern was not the results, but the method. Luca had fought his way through relying solely on his own strength rather than leading his men, and such tactics wouldn't make a competent commander. Luca's anger flared, and he told them to blame their own inadequacy. He doubted they could even execute or comprehend his strategies. Complaining about his approach was absurd. The soldiers shifted uncomfortably, and Kodrak reminded him that one day even the strongest would need help from those weaker than themselves. No one could remain on top forever. Luca waved his hand as he entered the tunnel, saying that if that day came, he would laugh and concede the point. Yet, he would consider the counsel of his first mate. If he concluded that his methods were flawed, he would remember Kodra's words and adjust his strategy. With that, Luca accelerated through the corridors. Within minutes, he encountered scorched walls, empty shells, and the bodies of nobles clutching weapons that seemed almost too cumbersome for their delicate hands. They had fought to buy time. Similar scenes likely awaited in the neighboring passages. Most of the suppression army had successfully invaded and punished the rebels, but one truth remained undeniable. Though it sounded sentimental, Aili was not just a comrade in battle, he was a true friend. Luca had finally found someone his age with whom he could exchange deep thoughts on equal terms, someone he could rely on beyond the battlefield. Luca noticed the lifeless bodies of his fallen soldiers again, and thought bitterly that their lives were being sacrificed for his personal goals. They didn't need to die. An ordinary squad wouldn't risk men's lives simply to chase down rebels. Even if he were lucky enough to find Lillian, how could he save her? She would die eventually, no matter what. He understood that she was Aili's beloved, but why drag others into death with her? His emotions overwhelmed him, and he came to an abrupt stop. Beneath his feet, the head of a Ramon's family member lay on the ground, gasping weakly. He claimed he gave up, but Luca had no interest in surrender. His focus was solely on Lillian's whereabouts. Hesitantly, the man said he didn't know where she had gone, but Luca noticed a subtle twitch in his pupil, a clear sign of deception. Snapping, he grabbed the man's head and demanded to know what he was doing. The man insisted he was surrendering, but Luca pressed harder on his eye, eliciting a scream, giving him one last chance. "Where did she go?" he demanded. Trembling, the man said she went down, which only confused Luca further. If she wanted to escape, shouldn't she be going up? Was there another exit? The man admitted ignorance. Branch members like him were never given such details. Luca then asked if he had seen Aili, and the man immediately confirmed it, admitting that Aili was the one who had done this to him. He was insane. They were supposed to be friends. Even when surrendering, Aili had attacked. With a final press of his eye, Luca ended the man's life. He reflected that the man would have faced execution anyway. It was better to meet death swiftly than endure prolonged torture. Normally, Luca didn't feel guilt when killing, but today he felt unusually detached, as though the battlefield itself numbed him. As he neared the end of the tunnel, screams and gunfire grew louder. If Aili had already passed the point of no return, what could he do then? Meanwhile, Aili stood atop a table, gun in hand, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen soldiers. Luca felt that familiar wave of paranoia whenever he was near Aili, so strong that he often questioned what he would do if his friend turned against the Empire. He had always postponed that answer, but now there was no way to avoid it. He had to face the truth. Stepping into the brightly lit room littered with corpses, he fixed his gaze on Aili with unwavering determination and called out loudly. Aili, removing his helmet, acknowledged his presence and noted that Luca had come after all. Looking over the carnage, Luca muttered that his friend had truly killed his subordinates for personal reasons. His eyes then shifted to the Ramon's family nearby, Vigo Ramon's, the family head, his closest relatives, and of course, Lillian. Seeing her filled him with uncontrollable rage, and he shouted that all this had been for one worthless girl. Aili rested a hand on his sword, declaring that he understood Luca wouldn't let the incident slide. Drawing his own sword, Luca prepared for battle, ready to force sense into his friend. Neither of them rushed to strike, tension crackling in the air. Luca calculated that theoretically, victory was his if he made no mistakes, but real combat held too many variables. Delays could allow the Ramon's family to escape. His plan was clear: eliminate them first so that Aili would hate him completely afterward, sparing himself the guilt of innocent blood. However, Aili quickly anticipated his strategy and opened fire immediately. Luca leapt aside, sprinting along the right edge of the table while his friend pursued. A regular pistol wouldn't stop him, but Eilei's trajectory prediction allowed him to aim with near slow-motion precision. Before today's mission, Eilei had increased the speed and frequency range of his cybernetic signals, making it impossible for a regular shot to stop him. Dodging bullets with precision, he closed in on the two Ramon's family members attempting to block him. Eilei ordered them aside and fired a massive round. Meanwhile, Luca was already upon them. With a swift swing of his sword, he eliminated one and then intercepted the bullet, letting it slide along his blade in a shower of sparks before redirecting it toward the second man. Eilei's shot finished him off. Luca surged toward the fleeing Ramon's family. One man stretched a trembling hand toward him, but his attempt to stop him cost him his life instantly. His wife screamed, only to meet the same fate. Only Lillian Ramon's remained. Luca leveled his blade at her, convinced he had all the time he needed. Even if Eilei caught up, he would never forget this girl, the one who had once come to him with an offer to date, until he had fully absolved himself of the guilt of killing her. He promised her a painless death, the maximum mercy he could give. As his blade neared her, something caught him off guard, and his eyes widened. Lillian was smiling broadly even as tears streamed down her face. Eilei cried out in fear and despair, then leapt onto him with all his strength, and together they tumbled past Lillian. She turned to see them grappling, their swords clashing and sending sparks flying. Luca asked his friend if he had seen her expression. Eilei explained it wasn't surprising. She was finally free from the control and fear that had bound her. Lillian had always been treated merely as a tool to seal a marriage contract. Luca let out an indignant chuckle, kneading Eilei in the side and asking in exasperation what nonsense he was talking about. As his friend bent over on the floor in pain, he stood up and told him to stop resisting pointlessly. This woman was a traitor anyway. Lillian rushed to Eilei for help, but he told her he knew nothing. The families accused of treason had never truly rebelled against the Empire. This was merely an excuse to eliminate them. Doesn't she find it odd how weak their defenses are for those supposedly planning a coup? If they truly intended to defy the Emperor, they would have sought aid from Bolato or Cora instead of fighting alone. Luca remained silent, swallowing nervously. He knew his friend was right. Invading the magical fortress had been difficult, yet everything had proceeded far too smoothly. For the three families plotting rebellion, their forces were far too small. Even if it were true, what did it matter now? Eilei would die alongside Lillian at this rate. The girl looked up at him, her expression decisive, and revealed that her father was far from innocent, hiding the study of an ancient artifact. Eilei called out to her, insisting now was not the time, but she ignored him, rummaging through her father's pockets to show that this relic was the reason the Empire had turned against her family. She held up a glowing blue cube and explained that it had allowed them to control the ancient fortress. Luca asked cautiously why she was telling him this, and she countered, saying he hadn't killed her not out of guilt but because Eilei would have hated him. She added that he should realize by now that the Empire would never allow Eilei to live the life he dreams of, yet there was a choice that could suit them all. Handing him the cube, she explained that with it they could activate the teleportation device hidden in the fortress's underground section, helping Eilei escape the Empire's shackles. He stared at the artifact in bewilderment, and asked if it was really there. She confirmed it, explaining that one had been installed in the tunnels as a potential escape route if the fortress fell. He could have killed her if he suspected deceit, and she had no desire to watch Eilei die protecting her. Yet, if they could activate the teleportation mechanism using this ancient relic, they could slip away from the Empire, and all he would have to do was pretend he saw nothing. He asked if she believed the Imperials had already seized the device. She replied that only a direct Ramon's descendant knew its location. Deep below, they would be beyond danger. After her explanation, Luca pressed his lips together, thoughts racing. It was tempting. He didn't care if Lillian lived or died, but for Eilei's sake, he was willing to try and carve a path out of this mess. He had always dreamed of escaping the Empire, and eventually his actions would land him in trouble. Moreover, the battlefield made it easy to cover tracks, and declaring a friend dead or missing posed no issues. Resolving himself, he sheathed his sword, earning a pleased look from Eilei, though before he could comment, Luca told him to hush and only promised that if the teleportation device didn't exist or failed, he wouldn't interfere. She had warned him, she didn't want him hurt because of her. His smile faded as he met his lover's gaze. She returned the nod, silently affirming the pact. He then turned to Eilei and swore he wouldn't meddle. They proceeded further underground, Luca leading, Lillian close behind, and Ile covering the rear while keeping watch. At a turn, Luca paused, signaling them to stop, and thought he still couldn't believe his actions. He wasn't just letting Ile live, he was shielding an Empire traitor. Anyone who saw them now would spell doom. He muttered his frustration quietly. Lillian asked him to wait. He turned to see her gently dabbing the blood from the soldier's head with her handkerchief, and stayed still. Luca, exasperated, muttered that they'd be lucky to get out alive, and then, irritably, wondered why they didn't just get married. His friend looked at him with displeasure, and his beloved flinched, guilt lowering her gaze as she murmured an apology. She hadn't anticipated things would unfold this way. He reassured her that there was nothing to fear. After all, it was she who had revealed the layout of the outside world. She hesitated, asking if he truly meant it over such a minor matter. He told her that for him, these were far from trivial, they had upended his entire perspective. Because of her, he had traced the root of his frustrations. Without her presence, he would have lost his mind long ago. He had learned so much. He was not strange, merely different. Now he realized that it was Lillian who had implanted these unyielding ideals within him. If they spread among the populace like wildfire, the Empire could crumble from within, or Bellato and Cora might strike first. He could not allow the Empire to fall, and if necessary, he would personally extinguish any threat. Clenching his fist, he steeled himself, affirming that he was no coward, and they pressed onward. Upon opening the door to another corridor, he exhaled deeply, telling them they could take a short respite. Lillian reminded him that only she knew the way. The labyrinthine corridors were deliberately convoluted, so tracking them would be difficult. Her father had left only the minimal details needed for exploration of the ruins. His ambitions had once exceeded his means in deciphering how to activate the fortress, but the Emperor's firm control had curtailed him. Luca, however, was more concerned with how much farther they had to go, and she gestured ahead, saying the end of the corridor was near. She expressed her gratitude, and he shrugged, saying he owed it to his friend. If they ever met again, he swore he would kill her. Turning to his companion, he told him to take care of himself. Lillian said that if they emerged safely, she would head to the border town, and they should meet there in case they became separated. She offered Luca the chance to accompany them if he wished to escape the Empire, but he refused immediately, not letting her finish. Ile pondered the border town, leaning a hand against the wall and pressing his head as exhaustion weighed on him. His impulsive choice to aid Ile could very well prove a grave error, but now was not the time to dwell. He had to consider what to report to his superiors once the mission concluded. At least he still retained the chief centurion's trust, and only he could continue surveillance on Kinoan. Ile and Lillian were just an intern and an aristocrat, nothing extraordinary, so he assumed they wouldn't scrutinize him too closely. He approached the last door along their path, but before stepping inside, he cautioned his friend to prepare. If the device wasn't there, it was all over. His companion nodded silently, and he pressed the button to open the doors, only to feel an immediate unease, a creeping sense of dread. As the doors creaked open, he knew the source of his anxiety lay just beyond. A harsh light struck his eyes, but he dismissed it. It was normal for the fortress's activation to flood the halls with illumination. He shut out all distractions and focused on scent first. Blood hit him instantly, followed by the acrid tang of machine oil and iron. He bit his lip, straining to detect human presence, but there was none. Then he opened his eyes fully and froze. Imperial guards filled the room. 4 of them. Even one unarmed soldier posed a lethal threat, and the thought of them capturing Lillian terrified him. She hadn't been trained like he or Ile. Under interrogation, she would quickly crack and reveal everything. Their superiors would learn of their independent actions. He had once fantasized about helping her escape so his friend could live freely, but that dream now felt absurd. The only path left was grim and direct. He had to deal with Lillian here and now. Suspicions might arise, but they could craft a plausible explanation for their superiors. Yet he worried. Could Ile maintain his composure if Lillian died? Any attack on the guards would spell disaster. One guard turned at the unexpected intruders, followed by his comrades' alert gazes. Luca's heart pounded. Hesitation now would be fatal. This was the moment. He looked at Lillian in fear, and a shot rang out. A bullet struck her head, but he hadn't fired. Confusion slammed him as all eyes fixed on the falling girl. The gun was in Ile's hand. Silence swallowed the room for a few tense seconds. One guard demanded to know the purpose of the shot. Ailey calmly replied that he had executed the hostage, who had become useless. The guard questioned why they brought her along at all and ordered a full report. Their fate now hinged on his next moves. The soldiers advanced, and Luca didn't dare glance at his friend. He could only stand, tense and anxious, as the guards passed. He swallowed hard, pursed his lips, and watched helplessly as Ailey almost vanished behind them, then turned in horror to the lifeless body at their feet. After some time in the commander's office, Hallis praised Luca for his outstanding performance as the leader of the 21st Squad. Luca thanked the captain for the recognition. Hallis mentioned that Kodrak had given him an exceptionally high rating, particularly noting his combat prowess, something Hallis had never witnessed in all his years of service. However, he observed that Luca lacked skill in coordinating with subordinates, though he added that this could be improved with guidance from Kinuan. The report also indicated that they had waited for Lillian to guide them to the deepest parts of the tunnels before executing her. Luca tensed as he considered why she had been chosen as a guide. He explained that he and Ailey had planned to prevent the conspirators from escaping as soon as they learned of the teleportation device. Taking Lillian, who had no combat training, as a hostage had seemed the most effective strategy. Hallis nodded in understanding but raised another question. Luca guessed it was about his relationship with Lillian, but Hallis clarified he was asking more broadly, including Ailey's involvement. Luca assured him that none of them were foolish enough to let personal ties jeopardize a mission, and that as head Centurion, Hallis knew that better than anyone. He admitted that giving Lillian hope, that she could survive if she complied, was the only gesture they could extend to her. They exchanged a look, and Luca sensed the captain was satisfied with this explanation. Hallis smiled and said he understood everything, likely noting how exhausted Luca must be. Just as Luca was about to leave, Hallis remarked on the remarkable combat skill displayed by the Ramon's men against Ailey's squad. Luca's expression stiffened. It wasn't surprising. He had documented in the report that Ailey's squad had been wiped out in an ambush. But why was Hallis probing him like this? A cold sweat ran down his back. Luca noted to himself that if it had been his command, the casualties would have been avoided, hoping this would earn him top marks. Hallis smiled and said he expected great things from him. Later, on the train back to the capital, Luca felt an unusual heaviness of sleepiness. It was understandable, given the relentless days he had endured without rest. The recent harrowing events, the magical fortress, the relic, the teleportation device, the border city Lillian had suggested as a meeting point, kept flashing before his eyes. Lillian had perished before leaving the Empire, and it was Ailey, someone she had trusted as a friend and protector, who had delivered the fatal blow. He simply couldn't look Ailey in the eye then because he had killed Lillian only because of him. Otherwise, she would have simply met her end there along with him. On one hand, he felt sorry, but on the other, he got what he wanted so much, he managed to save Ailey. For him, that would be enough. After a while, Luca thought that after returning to the capital, Akron, they had a rest. Later, they were even awarded medals for their achievements, a rank 7 medal in the form of a sword Ephesus among all the cadets of the Imperial Guard. Only he and Ailey received such prestigious awards. After a while, Ailey noted the irony of him also receiving a unit medal. Luca admitted that he had not expected to kill Lillian. He had thought he would just charge the guards, even knowing he had no chance of winning. He said he would have done the same if Ailey hadn't been there. His family was incredibly happy he had been awarded a medal, despite all his ties with the Ramon's family. Luca admitted that he should retire. He would never make a proper soldier. He realized that he had literally killed his own people for self-interest, that lives had been lost because of blind youthful emotions. Ailey noted that if he could, he would retire, but it would not be simple. His family expected him to become a guard. Luca got mad and punched him with all his might. Afterward, Luca warned him to watch his words. Ailey struggled to speak, saying it really hurt, and seemed like he had internal injuries. Luca told him to stop complaining. Anything damaged could be replaced. Ailey admitted he had never been so angry at himself, and regretted not trying harder to become stronger. Luca said it would have made no difference. He sat down on the floor, asking what he had done. Luca decided to remain silent. Ailey was not a cold-blooded killer. He was tormented by the guilt of his subordinates' deaths, and despite all, he could not save Lillian. Naturally, this broke him. In the end, either his sanity or his life would be destroyed. Ailey truly had no place in the Empire. He then said he would take a day off and go home for a while. They had already served 4 years, so taking a few months off was acceptable. Luca asked why Lillian had been smiling when he killed her parents. Eileen explained that a groom had been chosen for her, a man 30 years older than her. When Lillian was born, her future fiancé had promised a huge sum in exchange for fulfilling one condition. Luca asked what that condition was. Eileen said he wanted her raised like his deceased wife, and even sent her numerous photos and videos to ensure this. Lillian's face, preferences, even her name, none of it was her personal choice. It was an incredibly heavy burden, so she knew a lot about Bellato. Luca thought it was disgusting. This is what happens when perverted desires haunt a powerful person. Luca noted that she had been used since birth. He said that it was true. Claude was the only one who treated her like a human being. Luca noted that Claude wanted to set him up with Lillian. Eileen laughed and said that this was what he and Lillian wanted in the first place. It was because of his words that Claude paid attention to him when he told him that he was the illegitimate son of the chief centurion. Luca got angry and asked if Claude really believed that. He pointed out that everyone knew how deeply the chief centurion liked him. That explained how someone from a two-digit orphanage could become an Imperial Guard trainee. The captain himself was from the noble family. Claude decided that if Lillian gave birth to his child, she would be freed from the family pressure. Luca scratched his head and said that he was not shy at all in his expressions. Luca thought, looking at his guilty face with a smile, that Eileen was his friend, but far from a righteous man. If necessary, he would deceive everyone around him. He even deceived him and led his subordinates to death. However, strangely enough, he would still trust him with his life. To feel like this despite all his deeds was quite amazing. Luca said that he wanted to hit him again. Eileen shouted in surprise. Could he really be serious? After a while, Keenan said with a smile that their war hero had arrived. Luca thought as he sat down opposite him that he periodically visited Kinyuin, who needed to be watched. He was well aware that he was acting under the orders of the chief centurion. He asked, "So, he received a medal in the form of the sword Ephesus?" Luca noted that it was just a low-ranking medal. These were given to all soldiers. Compared to his outstanding achievements, it was insignificant. The Luca thought that he couldn't say that he didn't enjoy spending time with Kinyuin. Luca noted that Hallis said that he needed to learn from him how to handle subordinates. Kinyuin said with a laugh that he overestimated him. However, he saw the battle report, so he could give him some advice. He asked with a smile. Didn't people listen to his orders? Luca stated that they were all excellent soldiers of the Empire, ready to fight to the death, even if they were led by a man they had never seen before. Kinyuin pointed out that this meant he was too soft-hearted. Instead of using them as cannon fodder, he took all the risks on himself. Luca said that however this way the fighting power was not affected. He said that he was wrong. The more he gave himself on the front lines, the more pressure was put on his brain. This dulled his main ability to make important decisions. He was wasting his valuable resource in vain to save someone's life. Luca flared up and shouted. What does he mean? He just had to use them. Kinyuin pointed out that he was not saying that he should mindlessly send them to their deaths. However, it was possible to make them considerate and honor themselves. He remembered Gilda and Gabriel from the lower sector. He snatched the first one from the hands of bandits, and covered the treatment costs of the second one. The two would be more than happy to repay him. Luca said it was natural. He helped them. His expression changed and he said that it was more than enough for them to risk their lives for him. You just need to be able to create deep connections and of course you need to be able to emotionally distance yourself. If he gets too attached, he will hesitate when the necessary sacrifices are required. Luca noted looking down that he would prefer not to do this. Kinyuin said that this is exactly what everyone likes about him. However, he must learn to accept love without giving it in return. This is the secret of a huge advantage in any interpersonal relationship. Luca asked, what if his mind cannot stand the fact that he will sacrifice others? He is talking about such things as guilt and conscience. He noted that this means that he should just get used to it. If he does not succeed, he will never rise above others. Luca stood up and said, "Ting away from him, that next time he will try to use his people more actively." Quinoan sarcastically said that he will wait for it. The next day, Luca was waiting for transport at the landing pad. Luca remembered that Hallis said that he should go to the Krachia Academy. Luca then looked at the captain in surprise. He noted with a grin that he looked surprised. It will take a couple of months at most. He promises it will be a good experience for him. Luca said that he expected to be released. Hallis said that according to tradition, the best are sent first. By the way, Ali refused. He said that he needed to go home. Luca thought that apparently he still hasn't recovered from what happened. He asked he hasn't been in the company of aristocrats yet, right? It's time to fix that. If of course he still intends to become part of the Castoria clan, Luca said that if he says so, he is more than happy to go there. Hallis noted that this is great. He will assign him a guide. He thinks he will even like it. At the present time, Luca noted that it is time to meet the guide. At that moment, the sound of a transport engine landing was heard. Luca looked at the transport and the open door in surprise. The unknown girl asked irritably what he was waiting for. He should go in. Luca introduced himself, saying he was an Imperial Guard trainee. The girl immediately responded that she already knew, making it unnecessary for him to mention his name. Luca couldn't help but notice her pride and lack of any mechanical augmentations. Could someone so young really be an aristocrat? He explained that he was acting on orders from the chief centurion and wanted to know how far they still had to go to reach Kacha. Yet he questioned if this girl was truly the guide assigned to him. She clicked her tongue, dismissing his concern with a sharp, "Does it matter?" Luca, frustrated, clenched his fists, wishing he could strike her. Aristocrats always irritated him. Luca deduced that she belonged to the Castoria family. When she asked how he knew, he explained that it was a logical guess based on her subtle reactions whenever Hallis, the head centurion, issued commands. Lady Castoria asked if no one had informed him in advance. Luca thought her displeased expression only confirmed that she was likely the centurion's daughter, sent to assess whether he could be integrated into the Castoa family. Luca smirked to himself, thinking the name Coa suited him perfectly. She admitted he had guessed correctly and that she was indeed acting on her father's orders. Gazelle Custoa then introduced herself, warning him not to assume she could be read so easily. Luca compared her in his mind to Lillian, realizing how much kinder the latter had been. He apologized for any offense, and internally debated whether to follow her instructions. He hadn't endured so much darkness just to cater to an aristocrat's whims, which was part of why he accepted the academy assignment in the first place. Surely, the chief centurion would understand. Luca ruffled his hair and muttered that it didn't matter, better to obey than resist. She would lead, and he would follow. Despite her anger, she controlled herself and turned away. Luca covered his face with his hand, asking silently why fate punished him with this situation. Eventually, they reached their destination and ascended the stairs. Giselle instructed him to follow as she led him to the dormitory. Luca looked around, noticing a statue with a plaque that read, "All hail the Emperor, the Father of the Nation, the Guardian of Humanity, Dino Cracia." Luca gazed at the statue's face, reflecting that this must be the famed Cracia Academy often lauded in the media. He noticed that as students observed them, a distinct purple hue marked the Academy's pupils, but it was always muted, never too bright. Suddenly, an aristocratic student shoved a commoner aside in the crowd. Luca thought it was a blatant waste of enhancements. Giselle snapped irritably, asking why he was dawdling and whether he lacked proper attire. Luca explained that trainees didn't need formal clothing. She scoffed at his casual preparation and remarked that her father had never insisted on it either, adding with a huff that he had always been this way. Luca smiled to himself, amused that she fussed over clothes despite her own demeanor. He apologized, but Giselle reminded him that even this minor lapse was already against Academy rules. At that moment, Felix turned and called out Luca's name. Surprised, Luca asked what he was doing here. Felix said he was pleased to see him, noting that since Ella wasn't coming, he hadn't expected to encounter him either. Luca admitted he couldn't have known beforehand. Felix then addressed Giselle, asking if she remembered their previous meeting, as he too was an Imperial Guard trainee like Luca, and wondered if she minded if they spoke briefly. Giselle agreed and told Luca to let her know once they were done. Luca felt a wave of relief. He whispered that he hadn't anticipated running into Felix alongside Lady Castoria, confirming that the rumors about the chief centurion's close connections were not exaggerated. Luca whispered back, remarking on the captain's fiery daughter, noting that from their first glance she had avoided him, and he had barely restrained himself from reacting. Felix speculated that the chief centurion might simply be introducing Luca to aristocratic customs, or perhaps it was a subtle way of suggesting a match. Luca quietly replied that such a notion was utterly impossible. Felix stated firmly that he wasn't joking. In the future, Luca would have to navigate situations involving the aristocracy on his own. Luca wondered if the chief centurion truly intended for him to marry his daughter, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Rumors about the chief centurion's temperament were already unfavorable, and adding Jizzle's sharp personality to the mix would make any match doomed from the start. Besides, he and the chief centurion had already agreed on another arrangement. Hallis had clearly said that if Luca continued following Kinuin, he would be adopted as his son. Marriage wasn't necessary. Gossip might circulate, but that couldn't be helped. Felix asked if he had made adjustments to his apparatus downstairs. Luca admitted he hadn't, curious about why the question came up. Felix handed him the device, explaining that he would need it. Surprised, Luca examined it, and Felix explained that interns were often quite popular with the academy's girls. Luca thought this was an odd lesson for a training mission, but he suspected that by the end, they would become good friends. Felix then briefed him on the dormitory, describing it as housing for talented children from the lower sector, like Luca, and for the children of disgraced aristocrats, essentially, those who couldn't afford private rooms. Class distinctions were still evident, even within the academy, but Luca didn't mind. He thought things would be too dull if everything were easy. Now, he was eager to experience firsthand how his academy mission would unfold. After a while in his room, the androids informed Luca that this was the space assigned to him, and that he could ask for anything he needed. Luca replied that everything was fine and noted how spacious the room felt. He reflected that both petty aristocrats and commoners lived here, which explained the academy's esteemed reputation. After all, it nurtured talent rather than producing mere cannon fodder. Luca sank into the couch, closing his eyes, realizing that his expectations had been upended. He recalled how Jizzle had mentioned earlier at the dorm entrance that he would be assigned a room after classes and that she had given him her personal number in case of emergencies. Luca thought she must dislike him, but Jizzle had warned him not to invent unnecessary stories. She was simply carrying out the responsibility her father had entrusted to her. He considered that he was merely an obligation placed on her, and concluded she wasn't as unreasonable as he had imagined. Luca admitted he hoped never to need her number, and Jizzle replied that the feeling was mutual. She added one piece of advice for the future: he should keep his distance from the head of the dorm. Curious, Luca asked why, and Jizzle explained that she was the most unpredictable and troublesome girl in the entire academy. After a short while, Luca heard the doorbell chime. Opening the door, he found a girl smiling and introducing herself as Barbara, the head of the dorm, expressing that she was pleased to meet him. Luca introduced himself as an Imperial Guard trainee. Barbara mentioned she had rushed over straight from class and asked if he had been waiting long. Luca studied her carefully. Her worn cuffs, plain clothes, and lack of a last name indicated she was a commoner. He noted that Jizzle had called her the craziest girl, though her appearance gave no hint of it. Perhaps Jizzle just disliked people from the lower sector. Luca explained that he had only just arrived. Barbara nodded in understanding and asked how she should address him. Luca suggested simply using his name, since he was also from the lower sector. She shyly remarked that he was impressive for becoming an Imperial Guard trainee despite his background. Luca reflected that the same could be said of her. Rising to become head of the dorm was no small feat. Barbara laughed, covering her mouth, and Luca thought she must have worked hard to reach her position, just as he had. She instructed him to follow her, saying she would show him the dorm's routines as part of her duties. Luca regarded her thoughtfully, wondering if she had just finished a shower. Though she had claimed to have run straight from class, perhaps she simply managed her time well. Later, in the main academy building, Jizzle looked at Luca with a frown, noticing he was now dressed appropriately as she had instructed. They were ready to head to class. Luca recalled that Barbara's father had instructed him to attend classes alongside her for a full week. He wondered if he could endure an entire week like this without going mad. Suddenly, Barbara called out Jizzle's name, and Luca immediately recognized the voice. Why was Barbara here? She quietly mentioned that it had been a long time since they last spoke. Jizzle snapped irritably that she should just disappear. Barbara replied timidly that she only wanted to say hello, stepping closer without warning. Jizzle furiously insisted that she was already welcomed and now would leave, having nothing more to discuss. Turning to Luca, she told him to hurry and not be late for his first lesson. Luca observed Barbara's compact posture and thought that, like many from the lower sector, she carried the weight of responsibility well, though he found it hard to respect. After a moment, Luca noted that Jizzle and Barbara clearly knew each other well. Jizzle agreed, saying they had entered the academy together. Luca asked if Jizzle disliked her, but decided to ignore the answer. Jizzle called Barbara the craziest girl in the academy, yet Barbara persisted in trying to connect. Luca grew curious but reminded himself it wasn't his concern. His priority was to survive these 2 months and secure his recognition as an aristocrat, leaving all petty disputes aside. Sitting on a bench, Luca reflected that while the classes were tedious, it might still be entertaining to observe their interactions. In this stifling environment designed for prim nobility, he had little else to occupy himself. Even Felix would refuse to spar with him, embarrassed at the thought of losing. At this rate, Luca feared losing his edge. The desire to fight gnawed at him, visions of clashes filling his mind. He knew he was a living weapon, perhaps enhanced during his time as an intern to heighten aggression. His hands itched to engage in combat. He didn't care who the opponent was, he only needed a reason to fight. At that moment, Enrico Lan, a student, shouted at Luca, pointing out that he was an Imperial Guard trainee. Luca looked at him in confusion, recalling that Enrico had spent an entire week hanging around Jizzle. What kind of relationship did they really have? Luca smirked and wondered why he even had to answer such a question. Had Enrico genuinely fallen for her? Seeing Enrico blush and grit his teeth, Luca thought it was ridiculous. Of all people, him falling in love with Jizzle? He furiously shouted, calling him trash and demanding he take back his words about her. Luca carefully observed Enrico's movements, seized his hand, and dragged him into the hall, eliciting a pained scream from the student. Luca exhaled heavily, berating himself for taking out his frustration on someone weaker, realizing he needed to calm down. After a moment, Enrico, wiping away his tears, clarified that there was nothing between him and Jizzle. Luca noted that this confirmed what he suspected. He only wanted to know one thing. Luca asked why he had to answer, internally frustrated, but held back from hitting him again for the moment. Luca, restraining his anger, finally said he would tell Jizzle that Enrico was a decent guy, then asked why Jizzle hated Barbara so much. Enrico explained that it had always been that way. Apparently, Barbara had cursed her. Luca asked what he meant, and Enrico elaborated that Barbara was considered a witch. Anyone who got close to her inevitably encountered chaotic incidents with rogue androids, whose artificial intelligence should have been reliable. This strange pattern even had a name, Barbara's curse. Luca thought that even if such events occurred frequently, he didn't believe Barbara was truly to blame. Enrico admitted it was frightening. Who, fully aware of the dangers she posed, would still try so desperately to make friends? That, he explained, was why so many avoided her and why she held the position of head of the dorm, a role demanding immense responsibility without any tangible benefits. Luca thought that Barbara's position as head of the dorm wasn't due to any extraordinary talent. He pointed to the side and suggested he could see for himself. Just then, a group of female students dumped a bucket of water over Barbara, smirking as they apologized, claiming it was an accident and that they could wash her clothes if she handed them over. Barbara, surprised, asked if it was really necessary to do it right there, but assured them she could just change in her room. Klesakono shouted, astonished, pointing out that everyone had witnessed this and noting that crazy Barbara had outright refused their help. Then, she demanded that her clothes be handed over immediately so she could clean them herself, closing her eyes as she tried to steady the trembling in her hands. Luca observed her, and realized why her hair had been wet when they first met in the dorm. She had been forced to wash and rushed to him. Today, luck was on her side. Luca, reaching the edge of his patience, decided to intervene. After Klesa screamed in fear, he commanded that they stop and leave her alone. The students, alarmed by his words, asked if he understood the situation he was getting into. Luca replied that it didn't matter. Even if they were girls, he wouldn't hesitate to beat them. Fearful, the students scowled and retreated. Barbara, calling him by name, shyly thanked him, and Luca chuckled, thinking to himself whether they were now close enough for him to become a target of her. Crazy androids. After a while, Enrico panicked, yelling that Luca had threatened Klesa and insisting he shouldn't have gotten involved. Luca thought it was amusing how Enrico had been dragged along so hastily, and wondered what exactly he meant. He calmly remarked that he knew who she was, but that her unremarkable family posed no real danger. Enrico shot back that it wasn't just the surface. The Kono clan ran an underground gang in the lower sector, profiting from illegal trade, and they were already scheming to catch him. Luca noted that he almost hoped they would succeed, as life had grown too monotonous for him. Enrico warned him to be cautious. Anyone showing even the slightest respect to Klesa was treated without mercy. Even Barbara had suffered for the same reason, and the guy dating Kisa had fallen victim to her curse. Luca promised to remember this advice. Then Giselle appeared, glaring at him with displeasure. Luca teased, asking if he wanted to greet her. Didn't he like her? Enrico blushed furiously and protested, saying he admired her from afar and only spoke kindly to her when necessary. Giselle noted that he already had a friend, to which Luca replied that the friend's name was Enrico, and he was a genuinely kind person. Giselle frowned, skeptical, saying she found him unsettling since he always lingered around her. Luca thought it was clear that Enrico had no chance with her. Later, in the professor's office, Jeter Albin, the dean, turned to Luca and asked sharply if he had really thrown a dagger at a student. Even if it was a training knife, he would now be in serious trouble. Jeter reminded him that, while he might be bored, he needed to control himself. Luca acknowledged that he understood, noting that Jeter oversaw the Imperial Guard trainees. Luca thought to himself that, as expected from a retired Imperial Guard, Jeter didn't press the issue. G remarked that the students weren't trained fighters, so Luca was like a wolf thrown among unarmed peasants. Luca smirked, noting that the students were practically asking for trouble even knowing the wolf could bite. He laughed and realized why Hallis had taken such an interest in him. These students would one day rise to the elite of bureaucracy, and soldiers like him would become their obedient dogs. Though the students now seemed harmless, Luca knew they were potential monsters, worse than wolves. Youth aside, he reminded himself not to take it too lightly. Luca decided to keep this in mind. Later, he reflected that he had come to this academy to deal with monsters, chuckling at the thought that perhaps he had also been sent to handle Barbara's so-called curse. That night, near the forest, Luca noted the path behind the training grounds. Curfew had long since started, and everyone should have known that he had protected Barbara. If the rumors about her curse were true, it would soon summon a swarm of angry androids. Suddenly, a bandit appeared, demanding if he was Luca, the Imperial Guard trainee sent to the academy. Luca observed that only weaker individuals approached him for now. As the bandit's henchmen surrounded him, he asked if they had business with him, realizing it was just a warning from Kisa. It was the Kono clan's way of greeting those who caused them trouble. He didn't intend to report being attacked by the students. After all, he was a highly capable Imperial Guard trainee. Luca figured that the bandits were only talk. They weren't capable of landing a single effective strike. The lead bandit sneered, offering him a chance to kneel and apologize to Kisa, claiming it was a one-time opportunity for forgiveness. Luca smirked and decided to give them a chance to leave while still intact. After all, inexperienced fighters like these were no match for him. Enraged, the bandit lunged forward, shouting as he swung, while Luca noted the high-grade prosthetics on the attacker, two advantages for such trash. He allowed the bandit to strike, calculating the timing. At the last moment, a mechanical clank rang out along with a red light, and an android appeared, greeting them and asking if assistance was needed. The bandit froze, bewildered, muttering that they hadn't anticipated this and that androids weren't supposed to patrol here. Pointing at Luca, he reluctantly admitted that today was not the day to execute their greeting, and decided to retreat rather than fight in front of the android. The device persisted, asking if help was required, prompting one henchman to kick it. The android instantly destroyed the offending henchman, causing the bandit to stare in disbelief. With a swift motion, the android lunged at Luca, who reacted by striking it back. The bandit screamed that this was Barbara's curse, proof that it truly existed. Luca dismissed the idea, reasoning that students at Kacha Academy shouldn't blindly fear such curses. Observing the android charging at him, Luca realized it was operating at maximum output, and its effect would only last a few minutes. Luca grinned, thinking it was simply a technical quirk and human mischief, and decided it was finally time to have a bit of fun. Bennett lunges forward, but Luca slips aside with ease, grinning as he notes that the strike was lethal, yet far too reckless. He wonders if this machine has an advanced combat program built in, especially with those sharp metal claws. One hit could put him in the infirmary for a week. Still, even with that danger, he finds himself underwhelmed. What he truly craves is something that can stir his blood. With a sharp kick, Luca drives the android back, realizing it's clearly more than an ordinary model. Perhaps this one might finally meet his expectations. The android loses track of him, only for Luca to reappear at its blind spot, sneering that this is nothing but a disappointment. Watching from the sidelines, the bandit's face twists with fear as Luca delivers a devastating blow. He taunts the machine, asking what separates it from average fighters if it can be distracted so easily. The android responds by requesting reinforcements, and Luca's expression hardens, so it actually intended to kill him after all. Maybe the warm-up has lasted long enough. It's time to fight in earnest. Yet, even as he thinks this, his bloodlust is far from satisfied. The terrified bandit bolts, but Luca only scowls at the cowardice. A sudden flare of light interrupts the scene as a patrol transport arrives, scattering the tension. Later, seated on a bench, Luca reflects on the aftermath. The security forces had pressed him into aiding their inquiry. He recalls his talk with Gillian Campbell, an investigator, who explained that the mastermind behind the rogue androids was likely still within the academy walls. Now, the task was to identify the hidden culprits. The aristocrats despised being scrutinized, yet when a murderer was involved, they had no complaints. Luca noticed the way Gillian phrased it. He was convinced the culprit couldn't be from the lower sector. According to him, it was impossible. No one from there could ever bypass the defense grid or tamper with the academy's locked security systems. Luca questioned why, as just another student, he was being dragged into an investigation. Gillian explained that not everyone could master Ares' Victima. It demanded remarkable intuition, and the fact that Luca had done it made him an ideal candidate for the role of investigator. That remark unsettled him. How did Gillian know about his skill? With a faint smile, Gillian added that users of this technique were catalogued on a special list, and those still in training drew particular attention, students like him. When Luca asked why, Gillian only suggested he seek the answer from the one who had taught him, the mysterious Kenuan. Not long after, Giselle stormed in, shouting his name with clear irritation. She demanded to know if he even understood the risk she was taking by disobeying her father's orders. She had warned Barbara to stay away from him, yet the girl ignored her. Luca, however, couldn't stomach standing idle while an entire group bullied one person. Giselle snapped at him. Was he really planning to keep meddling in these affairs? Luca replied that if the harassment continued, he wouldn't hesitate to step in again. Furious, Giselle said she would personally confront Kalisa and try to reach an agreement. Some compromise could surely be negotiated. That made Luca pause. Why was she pushing so hard to resolve this conflict? Her confidence in negotiations suggested one thing. She believed Kalisa would eventually bend to her will. With a sly grin, he agreed, saying he too would attempt to speak with her, if only to avoid earning the commander's displeasure. But deep down, Luca admitted he had another reason. He wanted to test something for himself. Soon after, Kalisa shouted angrily that she had already told everyone. It was Barbara who had struck her boyfriend first. Luca crossed his arms with a faint smile, remarking that it hardly suited her to let something like this happen. Was she certain she hadn't pushed her boyfriend toward Barbara on purpose? She stared at him, confused, demanding what he meant. He replied that refusing wasn't an option when she had threatened him with her bandits, the same way she once cornered him. A screen appeared above the chessboard, replaying the scene from the forest. Luca asked if all she wanted was an excuse to pick on Barbara. Enraged, Kalisa shouted for him to shut his mouth, insisting she had done nothing wrong. Giselle cut in, urging her to calm down, but Kalisa snapped back, furious that she dared interfere. When Giselle pressed harder, she finally lowered her head, teeth clenched in frustration. Turning to Luca, Giselle asked him to give them space to talk alone, and as he left, he said he had no objection. Outside, Luca thought to himself that, as expected, Giselle was guiding Kalisa, but one question still lingered. Why didn't she simply order her to stop harassing Barbara? With his stay at the academy limited to a few months, that would have been easier than pulling him into negotiations with Kalisa. Later, with a sigh, Giselle admitted she only hoped Kalisa wouldn't stir up more trouble, and that he himself wouldn't get dragged into it. Luca replied that he was only testing a theory, that the android hacks could only be done by aristocrats, making Kalisa a likely suspect given her animosity toward Barbara. She snapped back, telling him to stop playing detective since enough investigators were already on the case. Why was he even meddling? Luca said lightly that those investigators must be having fun interrogating aristocrats. Irritated, Giselle demanded if he was mocking her, but he only remarked that he was stating the truth, comparing it to how easily she had silenced Kalisa with a few words. She explained that in the world of nobles, family ties carried weight. Kalisa simply wasn't in a position to defy her. Luca asked if that meant she could also order Kalisa to target Barbara. Narrowing her eyes, Giselle demanded what he was implying. He noted calmly that someone who despised Barbara suddenly had a pawn at hand, and it was only natural to use that resource. That was exactly his point. Grabbing his collar, Giselle snapped that he should learn to keep quiet, then shook him furiously, shouting if his head was made of metal like his prosthetics. Realizing what she had done, she let go, stepped back, and with arms crossed muttered an apology, saying she shouldn't have gone that far. Still, she warned coldly that if he interfered in matters that didn't concern him again, he had better be ready for the consequences. Luca suspected that under these circumstances, Jizzle was the most likely culprit, yet something felt off. Her fear didn't quite match the role. The mention of Ari's victima only left him more puzzled. Later, he sat on a bench beside Barbara, who handed him sandwiches, saying they were for him. He asked why, and she explained it was her way of thanking him for saving her from Kalisa. Then, a bit flustered, she asked if he would let her cook for him while he stayed at the academy. Luca declined, saying he didn't want to invite unnecessary misunderstandings. She lowered her head sadly, murmuring that she wouldn't mind such misunderstandings at all. He wondered in surprise if she actually liked him, though it still felt wrong. Calling her name, he asked why she insisted on drawing closer to him, knowing full well it would only bring the pursuit of deranged androids and put him in danger. Blushing, Barbara quickly denied it, saying she had no control over the situation, not even understanding why it kept happening. To Luca, it sounded like she was hiding something, so he decided to push further. He asked if she realized that Kalisa bullied her under Jizzle's orders, and that Jizzle wouldn't stop until her goals were met. Barbara admitted she was well aware. Surprised, Luca thought to himself that she truly knew. He pressed on, asking if she also knew the reason Jizzle despised her. Her expression twisted, and with an unsettling smile, she tossed the sandwiches to the ground, calling him by name, and coldly asking why she should reveal that to him. Luca only wanted to test how Barbara would react to his provocation, yet her response left him completely unsettled. In that instant, Professor Gid's words about monsters resurfaced in his mind, and she seemed to fit that description. Later, in Luca's room, Jillian explained that he had met Kalisa's ex-boyfriend. As suspected, Kalisa had deliberately used him against Barbara. She had studied his background, personality, and abilities, leaving him no chance to resist her orders. Appointing Luca as an investigator, Jillian added, had been the right call. Luca realized then that Kalisa's scheme was nothing more than an excuse to justify bullying Barbara. He asked if naming a suspect would give him the authority to pursue them. Jillian assured him that it would, though false accusations carried heavy risks. Impressed, Luca remarked he was more principled than expected, but Jillian replied it wasn't about principle. This was already the sixth case, and all with fatal endings. He only wanted to catch those who thought they could act without consequence. Luca then asked if he suspected Barbara, but Jillian dismissed the thought. Coming from the lower sector, she was just an academy student, incapable of breaching its defenses or controlling androids. When Luca pressed him on why it could be possible for aristocrats, Jillian explained that nobles had influence even at the production and distribution stages. Corruption and bribes weren't unheard of. Then he added something else, though uncertain of its significance, that Barbara was sponsored by the Castoria family. The revelation caught Luca off guard. To him, it sounded far too important to ignore. Once the call ended, he sat back, thinking it wouldn't be long before the scattered clues began forming a bigger picture. Still, piecing them together was a struggle. If only he could force the truth out of Barbara, things would be far simpler, but instead he was left to sift through the mess. Cursing under his breath, he decided he would have to confront her openly soon. For now, one truth remained clear in his mind: the aristocrats thrived in constant rivalry, each move made to win favor with their families. Ailey complains that arrogant nobles are forced to live in the shadows, dismissed as fools, and Luca soon spots Giselle, thinking with surprise that beneath her nasty attitude she actually works hard. When she demands to know why he came, he bluntly says it was to see her, earning an indignant outburst as she calls him insane. He coolly remarks that perhaps his neurons are broken, and she asks if he intends to keep pestering her, insisting he get to the point since she has things to do. He surveys the area, then proposes that they come to an agreement: she must not lie or conceal anything from him. Crossing her arms, she retorts that he has grown far too comfortable playing detective, yet he firmly requests her help, reminding her that as much as she dislikes admitting it, she is the daughter of the Imperial Guard's chief captain. He then reveals his discovery that the Castoria family has been sponsoring Barbara and questions if that is why she wants her gone from the academy. He reasons that the captain would hardly care about such matters, but she replies that Barbara's curse alone is reason enough to despise her, admitting that they once were friends. He points out that if their bond was real, she would have tried to help with the curse, and she shrugs it off, saying they were never that close before asking if he is satisfied. Luca reveals that the Academy's security suspects the android rampages are deliberate malice, and that she is their main suspect. Horrified, she insists she too is a victim of the curse, but he warns that it is a common trick for perpetrators to act like victims while they scheme. With her position and knowledge, she has the means to prove it, which only makes her shout that he has lost his mind and beg him to drop the case. He keeps his composure, tells her to calm down, and assures her that he does not truly suspect her, only asking that she inform him if she learns anything at all. Suddenly, Luca noticed Barbara step through the door. She explained she had been looking for him, smiling as she admitted he wasn't in his usual spots, and that made her worry. He tensed, wondering how she managed to track him down without him sensing it. Had he overlooked something? With his skills, he should have noticed, and yet here she was, standing far from looking like a victim of bullying, especially in front of Jizzle, who likely orchestrated it all. He needed just 10 minutes to piece everything together, but she wasn't even giving him that. Fighting back his irritation, he snapped that her fake smile was already frightening enough. Startled, she asked why he would say such a thing, her voice trembling as she confessed she had feelings for him, reminding him that he was the one who saved her from Calica, and if he misunderstood anything, they could simply talk it out. Luca, his rage simmering, gripped a metal chair and hurled it against the wall beside her. Jizzle shouted in shock, demanding why he did that, but he dismissed it coolly, saying he was only passing the time and had grown tired of this game. Barbara, crying into her hands, suddenly shifted her expression and insisted she didn't know what he was talking about. Jizzle, pale and shaken, crossed her arms as Barbara calmly set a food box on the table, saying she hoped he'd enjoy it. Passing by, she placed a hand on Jizzle's shoulder, whispering that she was always happy to see her. Jizzle froze, teeth clenched, too afraid to move, while Barbara left with a parting remark that they would meet again. Once the door closed, Jizzle's legs gave way, and she sank to the floor. Luca thought to himself that everything was finally clear, who the real villain was, and the truth behind their so-called innocent bond. Addressing her, he called her name, but Jizzle, hiding her face in her hands as the sunset glowed through the window, pleaded with him not to ask anything. She begged him to simply finish his studies and leave the academy in peace. The system window blinked with an incoming call for Jizzle Castoria. Luca touched his ear, noting how ever since that day, Jizzle had been avoiding him. He recalled reporting the incident to the captain, expecting the matter to be taken out of his hands, yet the reply he received was unexpected. In his memory, the captain had told him to continue handling things in his own way, just as always. Snapping back to the present, Luca thought bitterly that the guards could have settled this far quicker. Why had the captain chosen to leave everything to him, simply watching from the sidelines? Even though this involved his own daughter, orders from above were not open for debate. That was the fate of a guard cadet. Still, Luca was certain the higher-ups were moving according to some grand design he couldn't yet see, and the thought irritated him. With a snort, he noticed she still wasn't answering. To him, it was clear that Barbara was the prime spy, yet the investigator insisted someone from the lower sector couldn't possibly manipulate androids. He remembered their words, asking if he truly suspected her, reminding him that she was only a student from the slums, incapable of breaching the Academy's defenses or seizing android control. But returning to the present, Luca couldn't shake the question. If that were true, then how had Barbara managed to command them? That mystery was something else entirely. An aristocrat had the power to meddle even at the stages of android production or distribution. Not long ago, Barbara had entered the room and revealed that it was actually Jizzle who ordered Kalisa to torment her. In the present, Luca let out a heavy breath. If his deductions were right, then this matter was turning into an even bigger headache. Only a direct conversation with Jizzle could confirm his suspicions, but the real problem was figuring out how to make that happen. Just then, Enrico ran over cheerfully and asked if he had spoken to Jizzle about him. With a faint smile, Luca assured him that he had, of course. Moments later, Jizzle herself appeared and questioned if this was the important matter he had wanted to discuss. Holding a bouquet, Enrico froze, unable to answer, until Jizzle impatiently said that if it had come to this, she would say it plainly. She had no interest in him. Worse, she found him unbearable. Annoyed, she told him to stop hanging around her, leaving Enrico in tears as he dashed away through the archway, leaving trails of smoke behind. Watching him go, Luca silently apologized, promising himself he would make it up to the boy somehow. Stepping out from behind the wall with a stern look, Luca met Jizzle's furious glare, as she snapped that his behavior was grating on her nerves. Frustrated, she shouted that she couldn't endure this any longer and would inform her father about his insolence. Calmly, Luca replied that it was pointless. He had already reported her involvement in this situation. Shocked, Jizzle screamed, demanding to know how much he had told her father. Luca answered evenly that he wasn't obliged to disclose that to her. Turning away, clutching her head in pain, Jizzle cried out in despair that her reputation and her position in the family, everything she had protected until now, was crumbling in an instant. Trembling with anger, she whirled back around, grabbed Luca by the collar, and screamed that it was all his fault. If he hadn't meddled, none of this would have happened. It was because of him. Unmoved, Luca told her it wasn't too late. If she revealed everything she knew, he could still help. But Jizzle rejected the idea, demanding what a mere cadet like him could possibly do. With a steady tone, Luca asked, what if he was about to become part of the Castoria family? Her eyes widened as she demanded what he had just said. He continued, pointing out how strange it was that an aristocrat had been assigned to accompany him to the academy. Though embarrassed to say it, he admitted he was considered a rare talent, even awarded a medal for military service, and most importantly, recognized by the chief centurion. If he were to be accepted into the Castoria family, then his words would carry weight, and no matter how far Jizzle fell in disgrace, he would stand by her. Jizzle asked if he was truly being serious. Luca explained that he needed to prove himself through this investigation, as it would improve his chances of being adopted by the chief centurion. When people share the same goal, trust naturally follows, right? Jizzle forced a tense smile, laughing lightly, though her legs suddenly gave way until Luca steadied her by holding her shoulders. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze, and she averted her gaze, admitting that she was the one who controlled the androids. It was her who created Barbara's curse. Some time later, they sat together on the stairs. Looking down with sorrow in her eyes, Jizzle confessed that, to be honest, Barbara had been her very first real friend, not just a comrade, but someone she could truly open her heart to. 3 years ago, she had taken an interest in a boy her family supported, and that was how she came to meet Barbara. At first, she saw her as a kind and intelligent girl. Luca thought to himself that he had assumed she was emotionless, but in reality, she had simply been shaped that way. Jizzle continued, saying everything had started from something as petty as jealousy. Boys were always drawn to Barbara, charmed by her bright looks and warm smile. Not wanting to share her only friend with anyone else, she admitted how foolish she had been. Out of envy, she initially just wanted to scare off one boy. To do this, she built a robot resembling an android. But that one reckless choice spiraled into the current tragedy. As Luca listened, he pieced together that Jizzle had programmed the robot with a voice card, commanding it to warn the boy to stay away from Barbara. She even had it stalk him at night. What was meant as a prank turned disastrous. The boy fell, suffered a severe head injury, and due to the complications, was forced to drop out. Horrified, Jizzle destroyed the robot, but since someone had been harmed, she couldn't escape an investigation. With a heavy heart, Jizzle revealed that when the inquiry began, the first person who uncovered her actions was none other than Barbara. After all, she often built robots in front of her. Seeing her terror, Barbara suggested a clever solution. If Jizzle appeared to be the victim, no one would ever suspect her. At this point, Luca pressed her for clarification. Jizzle admitted she had willingly taken the role of the second victim, explaining how she was later assigned to android repair and secretly installed the chip that Barbara gave her, not knowing how it worked but realizing it made the androids go wild and chase her, which cemented the story of the curse. From then on, Barbara began acting strangely, demanding she humiliate herself, become a school outcast, and keep the curse alive by ensuring more incidents, trapping Jizzle in her manipulations. With clouded eyes, Jizzle recalled how Barbara later taunted her through the communicator, accusing her of betrayal and insisting she belonged only to her. Alarmed, Luca realized this wasn't just a voice transmission but the activation tone of a weapon system, and his instincts screamed to run. Before he could move, Jizzle shouted his name, and in the next instant he shielded her from a bullet, both crashing behind a column as smoke curled around them. Gritting his teeth, Luca tore a strip from his jacket to bandage his bleeding side, quickly recognizing the attack came from a silenced drone, which explained why no one else noticed. His only weapon was a pocket knife, and though chasing it at full speed could worsen his wound, his fury burned hot as he swore he would make the attacker pay. Jizzle confessed that she'd actually volunteered to play the second victim in the staged curse, then explained how she was later posted to the android repair bay where she, unknowingly, slotted the chip Barbara had handed her into the machines, Almost immediately the androids began behaving erratically and stalking her until everyone accepted the narrative that Barbara's curse had taken hold, which marked the origin of the whole scandal. Jizzle clutched her head, drawing Luca's attention, and asked with worry if the guards truly felt no pain, to which he snapped back that of course he did, calling it a foolish question. Bullets tore through the air, forcing Jizzle to cover her ears and scream in terror, while Luca tensed, frustrated that he couldn't pinpoint the drone's exact position. Then he noticed her lips moving, and an idea struck. He asked if she had a mirror. Moments later, the drone's reflection glimmered in its surface, and with a swift motion Luca darted from cover, hurling his knife with enough force to bring down the machine in a violent explosion before rushing back behind the column. He questioned why the communicator was acting strangely, calling to Jizzle through it, but all she heard from her side was an ominous hiss before realizing the signals were being jammed. Hand over her mouth, she gasped that reception and transmission were both blocked. Suddenly Barbara's voice broke through, taunting Jizzle, accusing her of betrayal and sneering that she had chosen Luca, admitting she liked him. In that instant, Luca seized Jizzle's hand and pressed it against his ear, and Barbara's bitter words echoed that she hoped he would come to despise her even more. Luca pressed a finger against Jizzle's palm, instantly cutting the connection with Barbara, and told her not to pay attention to that fool, though he caught himself mid-thought and decided this wasn't the time to speculate. Wrapped in crackling lightning, Jizzle trembled in pain, and he gently rested a hand on her hair, looking aside while thinking they first needed to reach safety. Soon after, Felix appeared, and when Luca called out, he turned his head, spotting him. Luca asked how he received an order from above, and Felix replied wryly that being favored wasn't always good, as he hadn't even known about this operation. Luca admitted he hadn't either, which made Jizzle snap, crying out for them to stop, demanding if they really thought her father planned this. To her horror, Felix confirmed it was surprise, saying the order came directly from the chief centurion. She lowered her head, shaken, whispering in disbelief if her own father had used her as nothing more than a disposable piece. Watching her tremble, Luca thought grimly that, as expected, it was too cruel a truth for her to bear. Despite being the daughter of the chief centurion, she was treated as nothing more than a tool. Even if she was an aristocrat, he couldn't help but pity her. Felix then asked if things were really that serious, and with blood still seeping from his side, Luca replied that nothing could be more serious than her corpse being discovered tomorrow. Smiling faintly, Felix waved his hand and said if his comrade believed it, then so be it. He handed over a gun, warning Luca not to push himself, but the latter simply smiled and assured him not to worry. As Felix put a hand to his ear and began reporting through the mic that he, Luca, and Jizzle were on site, a sudden bullet tore through his hand, forcing them to scatter just as a blinding explosion shook the air. Luca realized the shot had been fired from very close by, yet no one among the cadets had detected it. He found it hard to believe Barbara possessed that level of marksmanship. Then a rough voice cut through. Rick stepped forward and suggested they talk it out, which made Luca tense, his mind flashing to the possibility it was Barbara. But Rick calmly observed that if they'd really intended to slaughter them, someone would already be dead. Felix shifted his stance, pulling his foot from his boot as if preparing for anything, and Luca wondered how this stranger could know who they were and still prefer negotiation. Rick said he knew perfectly well, dismissing them as cute little cadets, and wasted no time. He demanded they hand over Jizzle, who trembled at his words. Luca put a steadying hand on Jizzle's shoulder and asked if the man wanted to kidnap her for ransom, but Rick sneered that the princess wanted the girl, not him, and there was no arguing with royal wishes. He only hoped sense would win out. Enraged, Luca sprang from cover with his gun raised, but froze when he saw a faint glow holding Felix by the throat and Rick facing him as if ready to strike. Hiding behind a pillar, Luca realized the attacker wore combat plating that made him effectively invisible to their scans, explaining why no one had noticed. Jizzle gripped his hand. Luca met her eyes, tightened his hold on her wrist, and told her he'd create an opening, the moment he signaled she was to bolt and not look back. She tried to protest, but Luca clamped a hand over her mouth, hissed that there was no time for arguing, and counting down, readied himself to give the order to run. Jizzle shuts her eyes and bolts to the side, feet carrying her as fast as they can. Luca bursts from behind the pillar with his gun raised and fires, but the shots miss as the enemy dodges with impossible speed. Luca stares in disbelief, thinking what kind of reflexes this man has. Rick, ducking the bullets, remarks that he knows very well but has no desire to kill the younger ones. Luca freezes, baffled by the word junior, when Rick suddenly appears behind him, gripping his shoulder and asking if he is surprised to learn he outranks him. With a brutal kick, he hurls the Luca aside and warns him to pull it together or die. The thought hits Luca: this isn't just some extremist, but a retired imperialist. He tells himself to focus on the fight, yet his mind keeps wandering. This opponent wants him dead only to seize Jizzle afterward. If he keeps fighting so openly, defeat is certain. He urges himself to think fast and activates his ability, calculating his next move. Luca decides to take Fenric's sword, tossing his gun and twisting midair to snatch the blade. Rick narrows his eyes, asking if he had aimed for the sword all along without even looking, and wonders aloud if he practices Akri's Victima. Luca swings the sword up just in time, blocking the strike. Still, Rick kicks him hard, sending him flying, then laughs that killing him would be overboard, admitting he was only joking, though that makes matters even worse. Luca, breathing heavily from exhaustion, notices a shift in his enemy's behavior, and wonders what is so special about Akri's Victima that makes him hesitate. More importantly, does he even stand a chance? Perhaps Jizzle has already escaped. His thoughts feel like a curse, pulling him away from focus. Rick, cutting him off, advises the child to retreat and not waste his life on reckless sacrifice. Luca exhales, suspecting the man thinks he is joking, but the arrogance only sharpens his clarity. Either his wounds, nor his nature, nor Akri's Victima matters anymore. What matters is how utterly irritating this enemy has become. Fueled by rage, Luca leaps up, raises his sword, and charges, dodging the incoming blow to strike back. Rick remarks on his level at such a young age, marveling that he would still risk his life for the Empire. Blood pours from Luca's reopened wound, yet he slashes fiercely, ignoring the pain. Rick tells him not to mistake things. This fight has nothing to do with the Empire. He slams his weapon into the ground, while Luca, bloodied and furious, declares that the only thing that matters is how personal this has become. Laughing, Rick calls it a rebellious streak, noting he hardly resembles a typical imperialist. He introduces himself under the false name Rick Kaiser, claiming to be a Republican. Luca frowns and asks if that makes him an extremist, to which the man replies he may as well call him a resistance fighter. Irritated, Luca mutters that it sounds ridiculous. With a mocking grin, Rick raises his hand, asking if he truly thinks so, then surges forward at incredible speed. Rising slightly into the air, he slams his fist into Luca's chest, sending his limbs limp as he seizes his throat and lifts him up. He grants the boy one final chance, ordering him to beg for mercy. Instead, Luca smirks, spits in his face, and defies him. Rick tells him that if he survives, he should pass greetings to Kinuin, assuring he is alive and well. The last sound Luca registers is the sickening crunch of his own neck breaking, a sensation no one expects to experience in their lifetime. Inside the Imperial Guard hospital of the capital, Felix slowly opened his eyes and groaned that it hurt terribly, while Luca, seated on the bed, smirked and told him it was obvious before warning him not to turn his head, making the injured soldier grunt in pain. Looking away with frustration, Luca thought grimly that his comrade's brain had suffered heavy damage after lying too long with a broken neck, though he himself had been a little luckier. Just after his fall, 4 guards had arrived with Jizzle, and if they hadn't helped immediately, he would have shared the same fate. Soon, Hellas entered the ward, urging Luca not to move and instead lie as comfortably as he could, squatting down by his bed, where Luca remarked that Felix had fulfilled his duty to the very end, prompting the commander to sigh and request a report. By the time darkness fell outside, Luca had finished explaining everything, and Hallis revealed that the enemy's real name was Rick Silva Nunez, one of the Empire's top 5 most wanted criminals. Surprised, Luca admitted he had never even heard of him, and the commander replied with a thin smile that not every fugitive appeared in newspapers, especially those tied to the Empire's darker deeds, leaving Luca stunned to realize that even the flawless Empire bore hidden guilt. Deciding it was best to explain, Hallis revealed that Operation Juliet had been prepared over 5 years with the goal not of destroying, but infiltrating the anti-imperial extremist group Nemesis, since the isolated organization could not be broken by force. Killing members only led to more replacements, and until the core was dismantled, everything else was futile. When Luca asked if that meant the mission had failed because Rick escaped, Hallis lowered his head with a grin and clarified that the plan was actually a success, because one of their agents had infiltrated Nemesis, Barbara, who had been hired as their hacker after years of carefully luring enemy attention. Admitting he hadn't expected her to be so eccentric, the commander explained, while Luca thought bitterly if that fool had truly been on their side, what of those sacrificed for the mission, Felix left brain damaged, Jillian wasting time on false leads, and even the captain's daughter Giselle, tormented all along by Barbara. Were they all treated as nothing more than expendable? He wondered if Giselle knew the truth, and Alice firmly answered she did not, and it was better that way. As the weight of it sank in, Luca realized the commander's intent, to make him accept that destruction was all that remained, with no glory or achievement, only a grim end. Finally, Alice handed him a document, asking him to read and sign, and as Luca smiled tensely, the commander welcomed him into the Custoria family. The system window announced that this was Luca's adoption certificate, and soon after, a robot stood behind him with several needles laid out on the table. Lost in thought, he recalled the past as the commander mentioned that the paperwork might take a little time because of a few stubborn elders in the family. Snapping back, the robot warned that he would feel some pain and discomfort in his back for now. Felix turned his head and asked if he was already leaving, and Luca, touching his neck, replied that he had to, prompting his comrade to stammer out a wish of good luck before the door closed behind him. Later, at the guards' academy, Luca reflected on the witch Barbara, who seemed a suspicious figure, a spy deliberately planted by the Empire within Nemesis. He couldn't tell if her madness was real or part of her act, but either way she was a two-faced agent, and he wondered if she had been on this mission from the very beginning. Stopping in his tracks, he questioned whether everything that had happened, the rise from the orphanage, meeting Kinuin, studying Acres' Victima, and the strange incidents at the academy, was just coincidence. For so long he thought he acted of his own will, overcoming the hardships of birth and fate, but now he bit his lip, troubled by the thought that maybe he hadn't done it alone. Shaking it off, he resolved not to doubt himself. Such thoughts were delusions. Perhaps the captain revealing the truth was only a test of loyalty, and he couldn't risk ruining everything now. This was a rare chance to change his life. When Kinuin asked if he had managed to enjoy his youth at the academy, Luca replied that he hadn't even had time to train, let alone find pleasures. The instructor poured tea with a smile, saying he felt sorry for Felix, who was unlucky despite being an outstanding trainee. Staring at the tea, Luca wondered if it could be dismissed as simple bad luck, then sipped and placed the cup down, telling him that a man named Rick had asked him to pass along greetings and said he was doing well. Calmly, Kinuin answered that he was glad to hear it, though he never thought Rick would turn into an extremist. Hearing that, Luca noted that it sounded like they had known each other well, and the instructor smiled faintly, admitting that Rick had once been his comrade during internship, a man with remarkable reflexes, and to be honest, he was surprised that Luca had even survived meeting him. Luca asked if they were no longer in contact, and the instructor quickly clarified not to misunderstand. Though retired, the Empire still paid his salary, so why would he ever associate with an extremist? It seemed Luca had not informed the chief captain about this, and the instructor pressed why he didn't report his suspicions. Luca replied that reporting without proof could lead to immediate execution, and he at least needed certainty before taking that step. Kinuin countered that if such danger truly existed, he would have been executed long ago, then leaned forward with a tense expression and asked what the real reason behind his caution was. Luca asked him directly about the true meaning of Acres' Victima. Kinuin frowned at the question, prompting Luca to explain that the Empire kept detailed records of everyone who had ever used the style, which was the reason Rick had spared his life. At that, Kinuin's hand trembled slightly as he raised his cup, then smiled faintly and admitted that Luca had uncovered the truth much faster than expected, impressive for someone of such low standing. The weight of his words made Luca realize the hidden meaning, and he firmly replied that he understood very well. Kinuin then began recounting history. Around the year 3518, nearly 2 centuries ago, the first uprising against the Empire was led by Noel Melissa, the Emperor's first advisor and a key figure in building the Empire itself. Noel had developed many combat theories, from projectile control to prosthetic combat methods, but knowing a direct war against the Imperial army would fail, he turned to guerrilla warfare. That was when Acres' Victima was created. Hearing this, Luca tensed, realizing he had mastered a technique born from rebellion. Kinuin explained that resistance fighters had used it effectively for years, and only those skilled in the style could command guerrilla units, inevitably taking part in countless skirmishes. Biting his lip, Luca thought that this revelation explained much, for Acres' Victima, being the core style of guerrilla warfare, had almost no weak points. He added that since every fighter risked their life anyway, no one cared about the toll it took on the brain, and with no standardized formations, they required a combat style adaptable to any unpredictable battle. Kim Yuen lowered his head with a faint smile, admitting it was true that even during large purges, Noel and his followers always managed to endure. They scattered across the empire, gathering support and striking key targets, discarding anyone unnecessary once exposed so the resistance could persist. For Luca, the pieces finally began to fit together. The rebels hid as ordinary civilians since their prosthetics weren't built for combat, and no one suspected them. But users of Akri's Victima could fight evenly without technology, and even if caught, they had nothing to reveal, which explained why Rick had spared his life and why the Empire kept a strict record of such users. Luca asked how the Empire had dealt with them, and Kim Yuen explained they simply killed anyone remotely suspicious, erasing entire regions if needed. Not even Victima users could escape, yet such brutality eventually quelled the uprising. When Luca pressed if this was a hidden piece of history, the instructor answered it wasn't hidden, just unnecessary for textbooks, adding that only by digging deeper would he uncover the truth. The thought gnawed at Luca. Noel, once a benefactor, branded a traitor, an empire that had orchestrated massacres, and now Kim Yuen, a guard instructor equipped with guerrilla combat gear, at the center of suspicion. He realized his captain had likely sent him here because of suspected extremist ties. Clapping his hands, Kim Yuen confirmed the guess, noting that if Luca proved a link to Nemesis, promotion would come swiftly. But Luca stood firm, saying he didn't believe the instructor was an extremist. Smiling, Kim Yuen dismissed belief as meaningless. It was only the captain's view that mattered. He hinted Luca should investigate his past in the lower sector if he wanted advancement. The calmness unsettled Luca. Was the captain using him to spy, already knowing everything? Rising from his chair, he declared he would report what he heard to the head captain, to which Kim Yuen replied they would meet again. Leaving the room, Luca hurried down the road, stopping to brace against a wall with clenched teeth, furious at being looked down on. He realized he was just a pawn in the games between his captain and Kim Yuen, trapped in a minefield where any misstep meant death. The more he thought about it, the less he understood who Kim Yuen truly was. With no reliable sources, he refused to remain a puppet. Scraping his hand against the wall, Luca muttered that if he wanted answers, he had to follow the hint, head to the lower sector and dig into Kim Yuen's past. After some time, Luca thought about why the guard commander had sent him to the instructor, surely because he suspected Kim Yuen of colluding with extremists. Yet the instructor seemed entirely calm despite being aware of those suspicions, and the advice he gave about investigating his past in the lower sector left Luca unsettled. Was this a trap to lure him there and let Nemesis forces eliminate him? Or perhaps a conspiracy between the instructor and the guard brass, using him as a pawn to test his worth? No, he had already decided. There was no turning back. He had to track Kim Yuen down and be ready for anything. Step 1 was to report the conversation. Luca told Hallis that the instructor had openly provoked him, and the commander crossed his arms, noting that even Rick had carried out unofficial orders under Kim Yuen, showing a connection. Would Luca really leave such a suspicious man unchecked? Luca said if there were reasons he shouldn't know, then it was better he kept his ears closed. But the captain calmly replied he was sharing this precisely because he trusted him. The investigation came not just from the guards but from higher authority, and they believed Kim Yuen could lead them to the core of Nemesis, perhaps even tied to Rick. With interest, Luca asked why someone so suspicious was given the vital role of instructor, and Hallis explained it was because Kim Yuen demanded it, threatening to leave if denied, and his competence made him impossible to refuse. Did that answer satisfy him? Luca lowered his head and admitted that after spending so much time with the man, he hadn't noticed anything overtly suspicious. Kim Yuen was meticulous and never revealed his true intentions. The captain cut him off, telling him to stop making excuses and focus on what he could do. For now, only Luca was fit for this role. Over the last decade, many cadets had been sent to Kim Yuen, but none had gotten as close as he had. The instructor clearly favors Luca, and Luca tightens his grip before telling the captain that he needs authority beyond a cadet's limits. Soon after, the plane cuts swiftly across the sky with Hallis and Luca seated opposite each other. The captain calmly asks if he feels nervous, and he admits he would be lying to say otherwise. He reflects on the specific powers he requested: free passage between sectors, permission to carry a personal weapon, funds for the investigation, and restricted database access reserved for the highest ranks. Though hesitant to ask for more, he knows that at any moment his life could be taken, so he must prepare for everything. Earlier he had told the captain that such words may not suit a guardsman, but he refuses to die for such a grim mission, especially now that he knows too much. Hallis answers honestly that if higher orders demand it, he will erase every trace of this mission, even if that means removing witnesses, yet promises to do everything within his power for his sake. That is why he welcomed him into the family. Luca realizes his life now depends completely on the captain. Hallis adds that though he dislikes formalities, family must at least meet their new relative. When Luca asks if there are expectations for his behavior, the captain scratches his chin with a smile and tells him to act as usual, believing this will even motivate his children. Luca thinks he cannot grasp the captain's intentions, but to gain proper support, he must face it. As the captain announces their arrival, Luca looks out the window as the plane lands, and Hallis remarks that despite his childhood spent here, he never truly saw this place as home. After some time in the room, memories of the past resurface for Luca. Hallis told Luca to enter the mansion and rest, assuring him that his room had likely already been prepared and that he would be introduced to everyone soon. A little later, Luca drifted out of his memories and glanced out the window, thinking how everyone seemed on their best behavior before the head of the house. The weight of standing there drained him, for deep down he was still no different from the lower sector commoners who bowed to those above them. Was this truly the life he had long desired? A knock at the door drew his attention, and Giselle entered, clenching her hand into a fist as she asked if he had really become part of the Castoria family. Placing her hand to her chest, she admitted she needed to apologize for her unbecoming behavior last time, blaming her emotions though she knew it was still unworthy of a Castoria. Luca asked her to stop, noting that such reactions were normal for civilians in those moments. She lowered her gaze sadly and explained that she had visited Felix, but he no longer seemed to recognize her. Luca replied that gratitude was good but she shouldn't blame herself. Felix had simply fulfilled his duty as a guard. She asked softly if he was trying to comfort her, but he clarified that he was only stating facts, not being sentimental. With a faint smile, Giselle said he reminded her of a blue flame, one that burned more fiercely than any other. Luca thought she seemed gentler than before. She then asked if he remembered his promise, that if he joined the Castoria clan, he would support her. Smiling, he agreed that now they could finally discuss the details, and he found himself liking this. This was how a noble lady should act, understanding the principles of give and take. Turning aside, Giselle offered to share some information with him, saying it was repayment for the past, since she was sure her father had told him little, as he was not the type to concern himself with every detail. Giselle activated the hologram and warned Luca that the ones he should be most cautious of were her two older brothers, the first and second sons, since his presence would likely cause them serious unease. Luca remarked that he was only an adopted son, but she countered that it made no difference. Castoria was a military family, and if the first two sons were unfit to take the role of head, then Luca, as an elite soldier, posed no such weakness. Even without blood ties, he was still a threat. He admitted that in such a case, their worry was understandable, and she agreed, mentioning both brothers until he interrupted, asking about her. Startled, she questioned his meaning, and he pressed further. Did she truly have no ambitions to lead the family? Giselle dismissed it as none of his concern, insisting she had no intention of becoming head, though if threatened, she would never sit idle. Beyond that, she claimed not to care. Luca advised that if an opportunity appeared, she should seize it, adding with a small smile that it was advice from her brother. She stared in surprise, then suddenly laughed, covering her mouth as her shoulders shook, tears spilling from her eyes. Catching her breath, she asked if he would support her should that chance come. Luca gave his word, unless she became his enemy. She shook his hand firmly, declaring them allies, though this would be the first and last time she called him brother. He replied that was fine, as he disliked shameful nicknames anyway. Time passed, and the Castoria family gathered at the table. The maids opened the doors for Giselle and Luca, drawing the attention of Giupa, the second son, and Nicholas, the first son, along with the head's wife. Eyeing him, Eva remarked that so this was Luca, the one she had heard much about. Luca sensed her dislike immediately. It was written plainly on her face. She invited him to sit, noting the head would arrive soon, and he simply replied that he understood. As Giselle leaned close to whisper a warning not to give them any reason to strike since their father would not defend him, the door opened and Hallis entered, sternly announcing that they should begin the meal. After a while, Hallis raised his hand to his chest and declared him the protector of humanity, the father of the nation, and the first emperor of their country, praising the majesty of Dinoya as the family began their meal. Luca noticed how every glance shifted toward him, realizing that both brothers' wary stares meant only one thing: they were after the position of family head. Giselle quietly agreed, adding that they had surely gathered every bit of information on him. The eldest son, Nicholas, had rejected high-tech prosthetics, choosing instead the bureaucratic path where his intelligence and political ties gave him leverage. The second son, Jupe, lacked such gifts but was a soldier who counted on conservative support to carry him. Luca muttered that his existence was nothing but an obstacle, and Jizzle confirmed it, warning that they would likely try to humiliate him with any excuse, his past, his manners, anything at all. He thought that explained why their gazes felt so sharp. He knew etiquette, but Hallis clearly expected something beyond that, and now he had to see if he could live up to those expectations. As Jizzle sliced her meat delicately, her eyes shifted to Luca, who shoved a whole piece into his mouth. Smirking, Jupe turned to him, and Luca, still chewing, raised his head and asked what he wanted. Jupe remarked that he hated to begin with this, but he had to correct his table manners, questioning how he had been raised, since at least some standards were expected. Luca thought he was too easy to provoke, failing to see that this was a game. A pathetic fool. Jupe's irritation clearly stemmed from the fact that Luca embodied everything an elite soldier should be, while the true threat sat silent, Nicholas, who didn't intervene, likely because he saw this clash as nothing more than his brother and Luca vying for conservative favor. In truth, Nicholas was the rival to watch. When Jupe rose from his chair, lifting his hand to protest that even if their father acknowledged Luca, such recognition wasn't customary in Castoria tradition, Luca cut him off with biting words. He remarked that perhaps it was because even someone like him, with just a cadet standing, still outshone Jupe, who after 10 years of service hadn't earned a single medal, and in terms of Castoria's prestige, that said everything. Jupe seethes in silence, unable to counter, while Luca mocks him by asking why not settle things in real combat instead of etiquette, since he trained under a renowned commander. Enraged, Jupe grips his knife and growls, demanding how dare he, but Nicholas steps in, urging Luca to stop provoking and telling his brother to calm down. Jupe insists he only wanted to guide him as an elder brother, but Nicholas explains that Luca understands table manners well and is simply putting on an act, then turns to ask if that is correct. Calmly cutting his steak, Luca admits it, apologizing and claiming nerves since it is his first time at such a grand family banquet. This only fuels Jupe's anger, while Nicholas changes the subject, mentioning he heard Luca earned a 7th rank medal in the form of a sword, quite an impressive feat for a cadet. With a smirk toward Jupe, Luca dismisses it as a common medal among the guards, nothing remarkable. Nicholas then confesses he once felt guilty for not becoming a soldier, but with Luca taking that role, it eases his burden. At this, Jupe slams the table, furious that his brother is ignoring him, but Nicholas, unfazed, calmly eats and says he misinterpreted his words. Surely he doesn't doubt his brother's future success. Jupe, still bitter, admits his frustration comes from being the son of a great commander, constantly restrained from joining real battles by his elders. Nicholas nods in sympathy, telling him not to twist harmless remarks. As the brothers mutter quietly, Luca observes with a grin, thinking the deeper their quarrel, the clearer the cracks in the family become, like an old wound reopening. Yet none of this concerns him. After all, this role is exactly why Hallis brought him into the family, and surely their father must be secretly pleased. Thanks to Eva's gentle intervention, the heated air quickly dissipates, and the dinner returns to a calm atmosphere. After that, the banquet carried on as normal, and Eva stepped forward to formally introduce Luca, though they addressed him as Lucos, claiming his old name was too plain. It made little difference to him. Throughout the evening he was approached by friends and vassals of the family, their constant greetings and names too tiresome to keep track of. After his clash with Jupe, most already sensed his difficult nature. Once the endless courtesies and a short exchange with Giselle ended, so did his first day in the new household. Later, Hallis entered a dimly lit room, remarking that he knew Luca was awake. With a faint smile, he apologized for arriving so late, explaining he needed to at least appear neutral, before settling into a chair by the fireplace. Luca asked if he had brought drinks, and the captain poured himself a glass, noting how alcohol and cigarettes dulled both the nerves and hormones, hardly ideal for soldiers. He offered a glass, but Luca, placing a hand on his chest, declined, saying that Acre's Victima was enough for him. Taking a sip, Hallis gave advice not as a commander but as a senior. If he wished to endure, he should not be too proper, for that was the key to the chest called humanity. Luca asked if soldiers required such a thing, and the captain replied that the Legion was first to break those who claimed otherwise. Tensing, Luca wondered aloud if he was already drunk, but Hallis laughed, telling him to treat it as a toast celebrating his place in the family. He added that Luca could take up something unrelated to combat, a habit or hobby that might even hinder him, before placing a hand on his shoulder and leaving. Left alone, Luca thought bitterly that it was already difficult enough to sharpen his skills, and now the captain wanted him to pick up flaws, to turn into someone swayed by emotions like Ailey or Kinuin. If not, then why speak such words at all? Lowering his head, he let out a heavy sigh, realizing that this imperfect Hallis, offering advice of no real use, felt less like a commander and more like an ordinary father. The next day at the Castoria estate, Luca was already occupied with preparations for investigating Kenuin's past in the lower sector, so the tour of the manor held little appeal. Giselle stopped at a door, placed her hand on the sensor, and said they had arrived. As the doors slid open, Luca thought perhaps a trip to the equipment room, which spanned nearly an entire floor, might prove worthwhile. Inside, he asked why she was serving as his guide. She replied with a hint of pride, asking if he thought she only studied mechanical engineering at the academy. In the Castoria family, equipment repair and upkeep were entrusted to women, never outsiders. Her mother oversaw the warehouse now, but soon it would be her responsibility. Luca remarked that grease hardly suited her, but she countered that she excelled at it, even maintaining her father's prosthesis herself. When he commented that aristocrats often did not marry for love, she answered that precisely because of such unions, the duty of armor maintenance fell to the wife. It was a long-standing tradition, a display of absolute trust. Suddenly, she paused and turned, calling his name. He stood before a suit of armor, studying it intently. Its parts bore marks of old, heavy modifications, with the right arm built larger than the left, likely adapted for a particular weapon. Giselle asked if he was also taken by this relic. She explained it was called Scylla, the personal armor of Agatha, founder of the Castoria family. Though weaker than the Murmuradin, it was ancient, unique, and revered as a family heirloom. The image of the armor etched itself into Luca's mind as though captured in a photograph. Later, he walked with Hallis through the forest. He asked if it was normal for clan elders to live in such remote places. The captain replied it was, since they themselves chose isolation and had no real influence, serving only as advisors. Luca thought to himself that the head of a house could hardly afford to be anyone's lapdog. At that moment, Hallis halted and said they had arrived. Before them stood the Silver Moon Pavilion, where, as he explained, 7 elders resided. Only a few were aged enough to be considered true elders, but the fact they had survived so long already spoke volumes of their strength and experience. Luca wondered if among the elders there were those who opposed his adoption. Hallis explained that 2 had voted against, for remain neutral, and only 1 supported it. Luca remarked that this likely meant they were against him, but the captain clarified that silence often meant yielding to the will of the house leader, with opposition usually being no more than doubt, not defiance. As they climbed the stairs, Luca gripped the railing and glanced back, but Hallis assured him the elders were stronger than they appeared and nothing to worry about. Soon they reached a door where the captain placed his hand on the lock screen, revealing a vast hall lined with tall windows. An elder announced Hallis's arrival, prompting another to insist he be addressed properly. A third dismissed the formality, calling him their grandson, while yet another clicked his tongue at how aged they had all become. Clearing his throat, Hallis introduced the boy as Luca Castoria. One elder studied him and remarked that he seemed fierce, the type who would climb to the top even if it meant stepping over his parents' corpses, before beckoning him closer. As Luca approached, another waved him nearer and pressed a hand against his face, telling him that if he wished for a long life, he must resist the chaos capable of destroying everything, even if it left his throat torn apart. Puzzled, Luca wondered if this was some kind of hidden warning he could not yet grasp, but still he replied firmly that he would do so. The elder dismissed the matter with a wave and urged them to proceed to business with the house head. Another suggested sending Luca away first, and as he turned toward the exit, Hallis stopped him with a hand on his shoulder, declaring that he would stay. Suspicion flickered in Luca's mind. What if the captain was colluding with Kenuin? If something important was about to be discussed, why insist he remain? Yet the elder simply conceded, saying it would be as the leader wished. After some time, Luca and Hallis walked back through the forest, and he asked why the captain had not sent him away earlier. Hallis only gave him a sidelong glance before turning away, saying he would have to find the answer on his own. Thus came the final day of his stay in the mansion, 3 long days that had turned out far different from what he had imagined. Now, all that remained was to depart. As he approached the door, Emilio suddenly appeared, pointing a gun at him and asking if it was true what his father had said, that people like him could dodge bullets. Luca recognized him as Nicholas's eldest son, calling him a fearless brat. Calmly, he reminded him that he was his uncle and should know better. Emilio sneered, calling him a filthy mud-blood from the lower sector. Luca warned him to put the gun down, or he'd beat him so badly he wouldn't be able to sit for a week. Emilio laughed at the threat, but when he pulled the trigger, the bullet struck the wall near Luca's head. Displeased, the boy shouted, demanding why he hadn't dodged. Luca thought he knew it wouldn't hit, so there was no need to move, though he cursed the kid for being reckless enough to fire for real. When Emilio aimed again, telling him this time he had better dodge, Luca kicked him down the stairs, sending the boy into tears. Clutching himself, Emilio wailed that he would tell his father everything, that his uncle had tried to kill him. Luca picked up the revolver, but at that moment Nicholas rushed out, shouting for Emilio and asking if he was all right. The boy cried for his father, and the maids watched intently as Nicholas turned on Luca, demanding he explain what had happened. Luca explained that since Emilio had aimed a gun at his elder, he simply gave him the punishment he deserved, something to keep him from repeating such recklessness. Nicholas pressed the matter, turning toward his son and demanding if that was true, but before the boy could answer, Luca cut in, asking if death had occurred, would there still be room for excuses. With a heavy breath, Nicholas urged they continue the discussion in private, leading him to the office where he took a seat and remarked that those outside probably now believed a serious conflict had erupted between them. Luca asked if he truly used his own son as a ploy just to hold a private talk without raising suspicion of conspiracy, and the man admitted his sharpness was expected, far beyond that of Juf. Luca countered that Emilio's life had been at risk, yet Nicholas brushed it off, saying children could always be replaced and his strength had not waned, so such matters were trivial. Clenching his fist, Luca thought bitterly of how lightly he valued his son's life, then turned away and declared they had nothing left to discuss. But Nicholas pressed on, saying he knew of his dealings with Giselle, though her knowledge was shallow. He warned that Juf was most likely to rise as the next leader, and if so, Luca would not survive. Reluctantly sitting across from him, Luca told him to go on, and Nicholas lifted an hourglass, saying that if forced to choose, all support would fall to Juf, who would eliminate him immediately, considering him a nuisance. If only he had inherited overwhelming strength like their father, he would not need to worry, but neither he nor Juf had gained such power. Luca remarked that Juf was no match for him, so why did he still believe himself at a disadvantage? Nicholas answered that some vassals wanted a military figure as clan leader, others found Juf's simplicity easier to follow than his more calculating nature, and many still despised their father, preferring an heir who would be more compliant. Eyes widening, Luca thought in shock that if such resentment was true, then the man he had seen before was not the true Hallis the world believed to be their leader. Luca asked if that was all that was expected of him, and Nicholas replied that it was simple. He only needed to act as though they were feuding, gaining both reputation and recognition within the family. Luca pressed that the stronger he appeared, the weaker Juf would seem, and the man confirmed it, explaining that both supporters of strength and those who opposed him would be drawn in, balancing the votes, and making it easier for him to claim leadership. Watching him closely, Luca wondered if he had really devised all this within days of his arrival, even putting his own son in danger. Giselle had been right. Nicholas was the spitting image of Hallis. Rising from his chair, Nicholas suggested they now pretend everything was settled, but Luca interrupted, asking what would happen if he gained enough support to become head himself. Turning back, Nicholas said if he truly needed that, he wouldn't be asking such questions, and even then, someone like him would be far more useful managing the household. Grinning, Luca admitted that was interesting, and for once he wasn't being sarcastic. Back when he scavenged in trash heaps, he thought nobles had it easy, but now he wasn't so sure. Nicholas replied that each bore their own burden and offered his help whenever it was needed, saying his connections could be useful, even allowing him to share this conversation with Giselle. Suddenly he threw the door open and loudly declared that if Luca ignored his brothers, he would never gain recognition in the Castoria family. Sighing, Luca muttered about that so-called burden. Soon after, he was aboard a spaceship with Hallis, who was carefully reviewing the promotion plan. Sitting opposite, Luca idly flipped a card before glancing at him, and when asked if he had any interest in management, he answered bluntly that he did not. He thought about how his father hadn't lifted his eyes from the monitor since their departure, wondering if he had always worked this tirelessly. While living in his house, he tried to meet his expectations, But now he wasn't sure if this was truly what Hallis wanted of him. As a father and head of the family, Hallis appeared entirely different from the guard commander Luca once knew, and before he could sort through his thoughts, a spirit suddenly appeared before him as the spaceship lurched forward. Fear struck him when he realized their craft was veering off course, but Hallis stood calmly and told him not to panic. The ship's systems had been hacked, just as he suspected, and bandits would be waiting at the crash site. Reinforcements from Aquaran would arrive in 10 minutes, so they only needed to endure until then. Drawing his weapon, he tossed it to Luca, who quickly caught it and asked if they should prepare for landing, but Hallis shook his head, saying that landing too soon would make them easy prey, though staying airborne was just as dangerous. Striking the control panel with his fist, he assured him the shockproof gel would keep them alive through the crash. As the ship plunged downward, Hallis told him to seize the moment and share his thoughts on the situation, only for Luca to shout back in frustration that the commander had made himself bait. Calmly, Hallis confirmed it, adding that doing so would allow Barbara to gain more trust from Retribution, and warned him to brace for impact. Irritated, Luca cursed this schemer once more as the ship slammed into the ground, flames bursting around them. Forcing open the hatch, he breathed relief that they had survived, yet the barren wasteland offered no shelter. How could they possibly endure 10 minutes here, even with the commander himself? Stepping beside him, Hallis rested a hand on his shoulder and said the enemy would arrive soon, for they had surely seen the crash. Raising his gaze toward the sun, he spotted figures from the satellite above, then calmly drew his weapon, remarking that the clear skies were a blessing. Taking aim, he let the weapon charge before firing with deadly precision. Shielding his face, Luca realized the man had never been a helpless victim. He had chosen to be bait, confident in his own ability to handle the threat. Turning back, Hallis told him to watch carefully. Opportunities to witness him in real combat were rare. After a moment, Hallis looked ahead and remarked that more had survived than he expected, warning Luca to calculate the enemy's moves within 21 seconds. He fired again, carving deep furrows into the ground, while Luca heard distant screams and smelled the metallic tang of blood. The commander had taken out enemies he hadn't even seen. Approaching him, Luca asked if he really fired using satellite coordinates, and Hallis grinned, confirming it spot on, explaining that as commander, he was allowed at least one personal satellite. Luca's mind raced. Control of a military satellite meant access to massive amounts of data, the ultimate tactical weapon, revealing the true power of the Imperial Army Guard's commander. A bullet came from behind, but Luca dodged in time as the bandits surged forward, shouting about the Hound of Kadia. All eyes targeted Hallis, the bandits ignoring him. One fired at his head, but Hallis just smiled, saying the armored foes were his to handle, while Luca only needed to survive. Observing vague orders, Hallis explained that understanding even the dumbest commands was the key to victory, then shouted that the world was full of foolish leaders. Luca raised his weapon and fired, the bullet narrowly missing a bandit as Hallis moved on, slicing off another's head effortlessly. The commander continued with lethal precision, breaking armor and delivering swift, fatal blows, smirking as Luca watched, realizing it was far harder to study the fight than he imagined. Hallis didn't care if his subordinates were endangered. When a bandit got close, Luca killed him, noting silently that these enemies were anything but easy prey. Luca rushed forward, activating his skill as the enemy swung his sword toward him. The soldier fired at the attacker, but he blocked it with his hands and lunged at Luca, a bullet flying past him in the same instant. Luca thought in astonishment, did he just dodge that without even looking? Akrit style was common among the rebels, and only its masters could fight like this without modified prosthetics, yet there was still a risk difference. Luca drew his sword and charged, seizing the enemy's hand with his modified arm, eliciting a scream as blood gushed from the wound. He realized that if the enemy had blocked him, the entire plan would collapse. A more experienced fighter would have cut the hand off without hesitation. Looking down at the bloody figure, Luca's gaze shot upward to Hallis, who held the enemy at the tip of his spear. Luca asked if it was over, and Hallis tossed the man aside, explaining that Rick Kaiser was still out there and would have been finished immediately if harmed. Luca suggested maybe luring him into a trap, but Hallis shook his head, noting that even if captured, retaliation would follow and the effort in introducing Barbara would be wasted. Luca's eyes widened as he realized even the guard commander considered him replaceable, and Hallis raised a finger toward the spaceship, emphasizing that only one was truly irreplaceable, someone he had to protect, no matter how many like them, or even Hallis himself died. Even now, Luca thought he was still just a unit of the Empire, expendable in the larger scheme. After a while, Luca arrived at the academy, where whispers followed him everywhere. Everyone was asking how Luca Castoria had achieved what seemed impossible. Some even begged him to reveal the secret behind his success. Adoption alone was seen as a miracle, even if the commander favored him, yet inside, his soul ached. A girl hurried past and accidentally dropped a card, apologizing, while Luca joined Hellas to avoid being just a pawn. Still, the reality remained harsh. His adoption came at a cost. Soon, he would be sent on a dangerous mission to unmask Kenuin, and until then, he had to train endlessly, upgrade his prosthetics, and adapt to them. During surgery, his hands were fitted with new mechanisms, and with less than a year left in training, it was almost time to descend into the lower sector and finally become the full-fledged guard he had dreamed of. Walking down the corridor of the trainee guest room, he overheard some trainees talking, one mentioning Ailey, whispering about how he had hidden his true nature behind a smile, revealing himself as a terrifying figure. Curious, Luca entered and asked what had happened. They explained that Ailey had crippled his own brother, and now led the race for supremacy in the Kartha family, having returned from his leave to see his family. Sitting on the steps, Luca wondered if Ailey had truly acted for inheritance, a man seemingly indifferent to strength or rank, yet after all he had endured, the death of Lillian Ramones at his own hands, it made sense. Looking up, he saw Ailey standing before him, smiling warmly, asking if he had been waiting for him immediately upon his return. Touched, Luca replied that he should be called as before, no need for formalities, and Ailey winked, promising to drop off his bag and return in a minute. Luca smiled and agreed with a simple, okay. After a pause, he asked how Ailey had managed to defeat his brother in a fair duel and claimed the heirship. Ailey explained that it had been an official fight. His brother was simple-minded and easy to provoke. Curious, Luca pressed further, and Ailey revealed that he had won by making his beloved fall for him, probably just charmed by his face, though Ailey admitted some pity for him. Frowning, Luca muttered what an idiot he was. Ailey then asked about Luca himself, noting that joining a prestigious family, especially the Castoria, required skill and strategy. Luca acknowledged that survival meant learning to maneuver carefully, and Ailey likened it to acrobats sometimes landing on their heads but never leaving the stage. He looked at Luca, sensing determination, and told him he wouldn't run away anymore. Luca asked if this resolve was all because of her, and Ailey nodded, saying that the only way to change a family, or the empire itself, was to rise high enough to influence it. Luca studied him closely, realizing that Ailey's talent and focus meant he could achieve anything he set his mind to, and he had no right to object. He welcomed Ailey back, noting that they would now have to work twice as hard to reach the top. Ailey extended his hand, suggesting they strive together, even if it meant quadrupling their effort, the very reason they had come to this school. Luca placed his hand in his and stood, committing to eliminate mistakes and fight to defend their place in the sun. The next day, Ailey volunteered for a mission to clear monsters on the planet Novus, and later, Luca walked through the streets as the system window notified him of a call from Gabriel. A man suddenly appeared from a corner, attempting to snatch his weapon, but Luca twisted his arm, sending the thief screaming away in pain. Smiling, he thought the man would now remember this side of the city, though he wondered why Gabriel wasn't answering. Moments later, he saw a missed call and opened the door to find Gabriel collapsed on the floor. Luca asked if he was dead, and Gabriel groaned, "Not yet." After a while, Luca went downstairs to train. The blacksmith stepped in, asking if he liked the weapon and if it was what he needed. Luca turned, admitting that even with prosthetics it was difficult to hold, but he liked it. If he relaxed for even a moment, it would slip right from his hands. It was not a weapon for the weak, and Luca smiled, knowing it suited him perfectly. The Imperial Guard's blacksmiths were true masters. Even the smallest scratch on the weapon functioned as intended. The blacksmith called it crucis, meaning disaster or doom in the ancient tongue, and explained that the previous gun had been Rena, the destroyer. He added that these weapons were like delicate girls and must be treated as one would a beloved, and Luca promised he would. The blacksmith turned to leave, saying it was time for him to go, and Luca reflected that one day he might face someone stronger, forcing him to improvise in true Akri fighting style, relying on skill and instinct. His life could depend on it. Later, he visited Gabriel's ward, noting the 2 gunshot wounds in his chest and stomach, realizing they hadn't intended to kill him. He asked what had happened, and Gabriel explained it had been a warning. Unrest was brewing, and gangs were dividing the districts again. Luca asked if he was listed in any gang, and Gabriel confirmed he wasn't, which was precisely why the problems had begun. In a struggle for power, if you weren't an ally, you were automatically an enemy. Gunfire, screams, and chaos filled the streets, and Gabriel admitted he didn't even know who had done it. Luca asked why he didn't just join one of the gangs, since at this rate he wouldn't survive alone. Gabriel frowned and muttered that he'd rather die than work for those idiots. Luca pressed on, asking what had brought him here after months of silence. Gabriel, still irritated, complained that he had just gotten out of surgery. Luca ignored the shouting and stepped outside, noticing that the hospital was heavily guarded. No gang could reach him here. From what Ken Yuen had told him, the old manager of the fighting arena knew Gabriel well, so maybe digging into Keenan's past in the lower sector could provide a lead. But why was Gabriel here, in a place where even hope seemed to die? Luca followed instinctively, his legs leading him to a painfully familiar corner, hood pulled low, thinking that this fool seemed to be running government property right under the older kids' noses. Still, without strength or power, the world wouldn't change. Even if he intervened, the children might get decent food for a month, then everything would return to normal. Approaching the men blocking the way, Luca thought it a pity to meddle over such trivial gains. One man drew a weapon, but Luca easily parried it. Surprised, the man said his name, and before he could finish, Luca's fist crashed into his jaw, telling him that Gabriel was still busy with the same nonsense and hadn't stolen enough yet. The man cradled his jaw, insisting that Luca was overreacting, that he had treated Gabriel well and fed him more than anyone else. Luca demanded to know if Gabriel would risk his life over this, and the man, almost in tears, admitted he had lost his way and was ready to apologize for everything. He just needed a chance to speak. Luca told him it wasn't necessary. Gabriel had just been passing by and got overly angry, no apology needed. The man, still screaming, swore he had learned his lesson and promised it wouldn't happen again, admitting no one had ever stopped him before. Luca glanced at the orphans waving from the windows, punched the man lightly in the face, pulled his hood up, and instructed that tomorrow he would feed the children as expected. Gabriel groaned, complaining about the pain from yesterday's gunshot wounds, but Luca silenced him, thinking it was probably good for his mental health to endure a little. They approached the fighting arena, and a guard asked if Gabriel had matches scheduled. He frowned, noting rumors were already spreading, and insisted he endure it with Aleph, as needed. Soon, Alfie sat in a chair, asking after Gabriel's condition, and Luca winked, remarking on how many people worried about him. Alfie stood, extending his hand, greeting the so-called good boy. But Luca corrected him. His name was Luca. Alfie asked if he was alone today, and Luca explained it was a personal matter, adding he didn't intend to perform in the arena and would have his people clear the area for privacy. Alfie apologized, unsure of the proper way to handle it, but Luca interrupted, making it clear any guards present were useless to him. They were nothing to someone like him. Alfie advised caution, but Luca smiled, teasing that Alfie seemed to want to test him. Alfie chuckled, calling him good boy, but Luca insisted on being addressed by his true name and ordered Gabriel to block the exit. The sight of guns pointed at him did nothing to unsettle Luca. After seeing the guns aimed at him, Luca surged forward, striking the ceiling and making Alfie scream loudly. Gabriel urged him to move faster, but Luca landed with precision as the guards aimed again, forcing them to shoot at each other while he waved his hands, a chaotic display that left Alfie muttering about their uselessness. Later, Gabriel lay on a hospital bed complaining about his prosthetics aching on rainy days. Gilda wiped her forehead and asked if he had updated the waterproofing recently. Gabriel frowned, asking what waterproofing had to do with anything, while Luca sat nearby, reflecting that the deal with Alfie had turned out well. The Castoria name carried more weight than he realized. Alfie, adjusting his glasses, regarded Luca, noting his status as an Imperial Guard cadet and son of the current commander, and laughed, intrigued by what information he sought. Luca requested every detail about the previous arena manager, Tora, no matter how minor, and Alfie explained that Luca would gain an official position in a year, with the right to appoint one person, but until then, he had to prove himself. A report on Tora arrived, but Gabriel complained about the cost of waterproofing prosthetic limbs. Gilda explained that even the best prosthetics faced wear, especially with Akbar chemicals and rain, requiring service every 6 months. Gabriel shouted at the expense, insisting he was fine, but Gilda warned that neglect would reduce their effectiveness over time. Gabriel screamed that it was normal for someone his age, and Luca crushed the cookie in irritation. Gilda asked what age had to do with it. Prosthetics needed proper maintenance to last a decade. Luca cut through the chatter, ordering her to upgrade everything, waterproofing included. Gilda smiled at his understanding, while Gabriel shouted that she was extorting money, and he should have saved it himself. Luca snapped at him to shut up, insisting he at least learn to trust the experts. Gilda asked if he liked cookies, noting she baked them herself, and Luca stayed silent, sipping his mug. According to the report, when Alfie took control of the arena, all of Tora's confidants were dead or missing. Gabriel asked for a cookie too, and Gilda questioned where he was going. Luca thought the cleanup had been thorough, but a survivor remained worth finding. The system flagged Ken Noma, currently in a mental hospital. Later, Luca drove through the wall with his car, frowning at the obstacles on the way to a simple psycho. Gabriel reminded him his gunshot wounds weren't healed, and Luca asked if he'd hidden anything from him. Gabriel insisted he had no idea, leaving Luca wondering why the attacker seemed like a typical gangster and if it related to the previous assault. As they debated, a loud scream came from around the corner, questioning if Luca was now entangled with Alfie. Gabriel quickly denied it, and the man demanded why Luca had struck a deal right after being shot. Luca considered the question, realizing now they would understand why Gabriel had been involved. He then asked if there was a spare gun, and Gabriel pointed out he already had a pistol. Gabriel asked what? He thought she just needed a bodyguard. The man screamed. Let him think with his own stupid head. First, he refuses, saying he doesn't want to be tied down by circumstances. And then he instantly joins Aleph, barely having healed his wounds. Of course, she went crazy. Gabriel said. Well, yeah, that makes sense. The man screamed loudly. That's right, idiot. He has no idea how much she likes him. She even thought about paying for his reconstructive surgeries if she joined the gang. The horror. Luca said. Let them tell Martina that Gabriel would be stopping by soon. Gabriel turned around and asked discontentedly. Luca, why was he deciding for him? Luca replied that if they continued to attack him, it would only get worse. Isn't that true? He doesn't really understand this, but as they say, an offended woman is much more dangerous than a man. He thought. Did she really have a crush on Gabriel? The boss of a gang that could pave the road with money. He would never believe that he was not interested in her at all. After a while, the guys entered the mental hospital and saw a glassed-in room. Luca opened the door and asked, Ken Noma? Ken barely noticed them at first, lost in his own world, until Luca waved a hand in front of his face and introduced himself. The man stammered his name in confusion, and when Luca asked a few questions about the former arena manager, Tora, he noticed Ken trembling, as if ALPH's thugs had tortured him to near death. Luca silently hoped for at least some clue, knowing that at this rate, he would never get closer to uncovering King Yuan's past. Gabriel muttered that it seemed hopeless, that ALPH had completely broken him, leaving him practically a corpse. Then Luca considered the possibility of restoring Ken's mental and motor faculties like they did for guardsmen after brain injuries. Ken was a formidable close combat fighter, particularly skilled with knives, and Luca pulled one from his belt, placing it in the man's trembling hand. Gabriel immediately exclaimed that it was a waste of time, but Luca ignored him, striking lightly with 2 fingers. Ken blocked instinctively with the knife, and with each parried blow, his awareness sharpened. Finally fully conscious, Ken tried to strike Luca with the knife, but Luca stopped the blade effortlessly with 2 fingers. The man exhaled and remarked that it felt like he had been pulled from a quagmire, something that hadn't happened to him in ages. He sheathed the knife and admitted he had questions for Luca. Gabriel, stunned, whispered in disbelief. How did he do that? Luca ignored him, focusing instead on stimulating Ken's muscle memory and brain activity by continuing the light blows while asking questions, aiming to draw out information about Tora's confidant. Ken was resistant, but Luca promised he would get him out of the hospital. Ken smirked skeptically and asked if it was true. Luca turned to Gabriel and asked if Ken had an extra room at home, prompting Gabriel to groan. Does he want him to babysit this idiot? Luca explained he needed a safe place for a couple of days until they could find a reliable hideout and form a gang with Ken as the leader. Gabriel was simultaneously thrilled and surprised, while Luca added that if Ken refused, they would find another candidate. Gabriel admitted it wasn't that he didn't want to help. He just realized he would need his own team in the lower sector, a gang big enough to rival Kinoan himself. He released the knife, and Ken declared there was no time to waste and began his story. As he started explaining, Luca wondered how he hadn't understood this sooner. Ken explained that Tora had an old friend who had always supported him, a figure not public but not exactly a gangster either, known only to those close, like Ken himself, much like Gabriel's current role. Kinyuan had been using Tora to gradually take over the gang, recruiting locals from the lower sector and training operatives for covert missions. Now, Luca was not merely following Tora's trail, but tracing Kinyuan's footsteps, though the man remained frustratingly out of reach. The situation was complicated. He headed to the guard's database room to look into Kinyuan, noting that the time he became an instructor coincided with Tora's downfall. Yet Kinyuan's motives, goals, and plans were still opaque. Luca knew he had to put more effort into reviving Ken's memory and skill, complete the mission, and get out. But he worried whether Gabriel could maintain the gang, or if it would slowly crumble like Tora's did despite his vast knowledge. Kinyuan hadn't done anything outright wrong. After all, it was thanks to him that Tora had succeeded. Kinyuan simply worked to maintain balance within this tangled web of overlapping interests, pushing beyond his own safety zone and using anyone necessary without hesitation. The stronger one became, the more ruthless one had to be, the only way to avoid being swallowed by chaos. Luca pondered Kinyuan's true nature just as he appeared from around the corner, praising Luca for mastering the basics of Akri's Victima and inviting him to move to the next stage. Now Luca understood that the person he had looked up to all this time was someone like Kinyuan. They moved to the training ground while Luca warmed up. His mentor sipped a hot drink and remarked that he hadn't expected Luca to reach the level of Mista so quickly, a person capable of teaching others, an Akri's Victima practitioner. In the past, people like that would have been formally ranked, but after the massacre, rankings had become meaningless. Luca thought to himself, he hadn't been brought here just for small talk, had he? The man smirked and asked if Luca couldn't wait to crush him. Luca chuckled, recognizing how well he understood him, and stood up from the bench, noting that the body always remembered faster than the brain. As he stepped into the arena, he thought that even a master of the Akri style had limits, and defeating him with standard prosthetics was no longer an option. His surprise grew when he noticed Kinyuan's new prosthesis, hands that sparkled with precision. Kinyuan warned him that if he didn't want to spend the next few weeks bedridden, he needed to guard his head and body properly. Luca examined the prosthesis carefully, realizing that Kinyuan's right hand had been replaced with a real combat model, the weight and shape completely different, yet controlled flawlessly, making Luca tremble. Using such advanced prosthetics with a damaged nervous system was risky, but he grinned nervously and prepared for the fight, knowing there might not be another chance and silently thanking his instructor. None of them struck first. Gathering himself, Luca decided to attack, but as he advanced, he found himself flat on the floor, his full force strike blocked effortlessly with a single hand. Even with every apparent advantage, he couldn't overcome Kinyuan. Getting up, he asked the instructor if Kinyuan could see the future. The instructor laughed, saying that if he had such abilities, he wouldn't be standing there. Akris were designed to steal, not to teach, and Kinyuan had already learned to expand his senses and perceive the world in new dimensions, though his brain still needed work. Returning to the bench, the instructor told him to take his place, and Luca noticed how Kinyuan's hand trembled. Remembering Ken, he wouldn't move forward until he solved this himself. Luca approached the instructor, draping an arm over his shoulder, promising that he could rely on him, and Kinyuan accepted it silently. They made their way to the exit, with Luca realizing that the person who knew everything he needed was right beside him, though he wouldn't speak or fully trust him. In this shared struggle, both Luca and Kinyuan learned to maintain emotional distance. He escorted Kinyuan to the office, exchanging a few casual remarks, and the instructor suggested Luca get a girlfriend, explaining that the sensations between a biological and a semi-mechanical body were fundamentally different. It would be wise to experience the full spectrum of feelings before becoming fully mechanical. Luca considered this, knowing this fragile connection would eventually have to be severed, and he silently wished it wouldn't fall on him to break it, sparing himself from having to kill Kinyuan. A new day arrived, and Luca headed to the lower sector, where Gabriel showed him the gang members drinking and joking with each other. Gabriel explained that these men would do anything for money, though the sight did little to impress Luca, who rubbed his forehead, reminding himself that he had asked for useful allies, not a bunch of fools. Gabriel shrugged and asked if he really expected decent people in this swamp, adding that these were at least somewhat sane. Luca chose not to dwell on it, and inquired about Ken, learning that he had been set up in a back room on the second floor to get him out of the hospital and settled, which had required a hefty investment. Luca advised him to be more economical in the future, contributing additional funds himself. Gabriel clenched his fist in joy, agreeing wholeheartedly, and then asked what he should tell the gang about Luca. As he ascended to the second floor, Luca instructed him to present him as the sponsor and make sure they understood they had to work hard for him. With that settled, Gabriel went to check on Ken. Soon he returned and reported that while Ken's name might still be on the hospital register, no one would notice his absence until a relative came to visit, thanks to bribed guards and staff. Luca appreciated that Gabriel was more resourceful than he had assumed. He then equipped a device to maintain Ken's health, which made the man start shaking. Handing him a knife, Luca asked if he recognized him. Ken caught it with ease and affirmed he could be trusted. Taking a second knife, Luca pointed it at him and began his rehabilitation. They exchanged blows while Gabriel watched, sparks flying from each knife clash, gradually clearing Ken's consciousness. At one point, Ken laughed, and Luca noted mentally that this man had once been highly skilled. Swinging his hand again, Ken blocked the blow but lost balance and fell onto the bed, smiling as he realized his mind was clearing. Ken asked if this was Luca's doing, but he clarified it was just a mix of medicines. Impressed, Ken noted he hadn't realized Luca was so knowledgeable in pharmacology. Luca then wanted answers about who was behind Tora, why he had come to the lower sector, and why he supported him. Ken requested at least a cigarette or a drink first, but Luca refused, noting it wasn't wise. The man only smiled and advised him to relax, carrying the calm and bearing of a hardened soldier. There was someone else here, a man Tora had called Noel. Luca thought Ken had a twisted sense of priorities as the man continued, explaining that everything seemed off to him. Tora was a decent man, not the type to usually manage fighting arenas, and Ken suspected this situation had arisen because of someone else manipulating events. Some of the rental income had likely been siphoned to another company, but before diving further, Ken wanted to ask a favor. Luca inquired if it had to do with Alfie, and from the question, Ken realized he knew everything. He admitted he couldn't rest until he took revenge on Alfie for what he had done. Luca reminded him that Alfie was his ally, and Ken only asked that he refrain from interfering directly. He didn't need help immediately. Luca grew annoyed, pointing out that Ken was now under the protection of the Gabriel gang and that any revenge on Alfie should wait until he left the sector. Ken warned him not to threaten him, insisting that unlike Alfie, he kept his word and was no rat. Luca didn't trust him, thinking the traitor would never admit otherwise, and reminded himself that who could be trusted would only reveal itself over time. He glanced at Gabriel, but when Ken began talking about Tora's logs, his attention returned. Alfie must have the records, and Ken suggested starting with a company whose name began with B, likely one that had lined Noel's pockets. Suddenly, a loud scream pierced the room. Gabriel dashed to the first floor, exclaiming in concern, "What's that noise?" Downstairs, a girl named Grace had pinned Argo, nicknamed Baldy, to the floor, demanding fiercely if Levon Rose meant nothing to them. She glared at Gabriel, scolding him for training his men poorly. Shocked by the chaos, Gabriel shouted, questioning her audacity for barging into someone else's base so recklessly. Luca realized that Levon Rose was even more unpredictable than he had imagined and wondered if she truly needed Gabriel that much. He went downstairs, asking pointedly if Gabriel had told him not to be late. Luca raised his voice, insisting it was far too sudden and that he, too, had responsibilities. He stepped toward the girl, and as she tried to speak, he lightly struck her shoulder, pointing out that barging into someone else's territory unannounced was unacceptable, and that reproaches like this only worsened relations. She pressed her hand to the spot he'd hit and admitted her mistake. Together, they approached Levon Rose, where Luca instructed the bald, snub-nosed man that he and Gabriel would step back and let them handle the defense. No drinking while on duty. The orders were followed, and they moved into the city streets. Gabriel explained that Levon Rose was a gang formed by girls in the lower sector for self-defense, mostly composed of locals or those with nowhere else to go. Leadership was strictly female. Luca asked if she really had a reason to care about him, whether they had met before. Gabriel told him they had crossed paths a few times professionally. He had even done small security work for one of their stores. Luca noted her courage and intensity, realizing that if he did nothing, Martina would either kill him or take control of him, a problem that Alfie would abandon entirely if their interests diverged. Gabriel remained irreplaceable in that regard. Grace announced their arrival at a tall, clear sea pavilion. Inside, ascending to the second floor, she called out to Gabriel, who muttered in annoyance, suspecting a fight. She stopped at the door, warning him not to refuse her challenge this time if he wished to leave alive. Once inside, Luca was hit by a strong, tart perfume, which he quickly realized was meant to dull the senses. Footsteps and the snap of a gun followed, and he swiftly knocked out the girl who attacked, commanding everyone not to move, knowing any motion could be fatal. Surrounded by armed men, Gabriel raised his hands, but when one attempted to fire, Luca grabbed the weapon and shot him in the head. As chaos seemed imminent, a commanding female voice rang out, halting everyone. Martina emerged from the shadows, fan shielding her face, and demanded to know who had dared to insult her guests. Martina shot a glare at Grace, who immediately admitted her mistake and apologized for her clumsy behavior. Gabriel bristled, exclaiming that Grace had invited them and then attacked them herself. Luca asked him to calm down, reminding him that they had come to talk, not fight. He noticed how Grace was trying to deflect responsibility, but he let it go. He had a mission to complete, and arguing would be pointless. The diva then apologized, explaining that her subordinates had overstepped, and turned her attention to Luca, asking his name. When he introduced himself, she stepped closer, realizing he was not from the lower sector, and questioning why he meddled in matters that didn't concern him. He gave a curt reply that he had his reasons, which were none of her business. She warned him that being an aristocrat offered no protection here, which only made him chuckle, asking if a bunch of sewer rats really thought they mattered. Her subordinate whispered something into her ear. Martina folded her fan, sighed heavily, and after a moment's thought, instructed the guests to follow her to a more suitable place for conversation. She made her single request clear: Gabriel should become her lover, meaning he had to join them. Luca thought this was normal for her to speak directly about feelings now, but he couldn't help wondering why such a woman suddenly took an interest in him. Gabriel protested, asking why she assumed he would do anything, pointing out he only worked for himself. She countered, asking if he wasn't working for this young man now. Luca clarified that he was more of a sponsor than a boss, prompting Gabriel to exclaim that he was certainly not under anyone's command. Martina began losing patience, and the men stepped aside to confer. Luca whispered to himself that maybe Gabriel should just date her for a while. At least staying close would keep him safer. Gabriel refused immediately, asking what the problem was. When would he ever get another chance with a beauty like Martina? He refused again, explaining that she was older than him. Luca didn't understand the issue at first, thinking a slight age difference was trivial, until Gabriel clarified she was older than his late grandmother. Luca stayed silent, unsure how to respond, and after a pause admitted that she did look impressive. Gabriel grew nervous, insisting he couldn't and that he'd rather kill Luca on the spot. Seeing persuasion was useless, Luca sighed, pointing out that Gabriel had already built his own gang and couldn't join Levon Rose. The diva's face darkened, warning him that he clearly didn't understand the rules here. Luca countered that maybe he didn't, but Alfie, the arena owner, was a professional. Their agreement ensured that with his support, Gabriel's gang could operate safely. Martina threatened that she never let go of the men she wanted, and he confidently replied that she would have to experience something new. After all, at her age, first time should be appreciated. Changing tactics, Martina called out to Gabriel, promising he could have far more than he imagined, looking at him with a pitiful plea. He nervously clenched his teeth and looked away. Luca exchanged glances with her subordinate, and seeing no response from Gabriel, Martina slumped onto the couch with a sigh, admitting there was nothing she could do. She suggested shifting to business matters, proposing the founding of a gang. The men were briefly taken aback, but Martina explained she had no intention of feuding with such a capable and brave person. Gabriel indignantly reminded her that she had professed love for him, yet she gave up so easily. She shrugged, admitting she just had a thing for ugly people. Someone like Gabriel gave her goosebumps, her body reacting to his horrid appearance. Luca internally cringed at the thought, realizing this woman was far too complex for a half-centurion's mind. Martina finally calmed and brought the conversation back to business. Once they concluded, Luca went to Alfie, who, after reviewing confidential files, smirked and remarked that Luca was indeed a capable negotiator, having already gained the friendship of Levon Rose, which was quite impressive. After Luca wrapped up matters with Martina, he borrowed her subordinate and returned to Alfie. Now, Gabriel's gang had alliances not only with the Arena faction but also with Levon Rose, meaning that once news spread, their influence would grow rapidly. talented individuals would naturally gravitate toward them, seeking a safer, more lucrative position. Olive quickly understood the situation, making Luca's job significantly easier. Luca asked if he was looking at Tora's old log, and Alfie assured him he could rely on him. As they stepped outside, the girl asked if he trusted him. He sarcastically replied, asking if her other eye was also blind, questioning whether he looked like someone trustworthy. She explained that was why she asked. She trusted a diva, for instance. Luca thought she shouldn't get her hopes up. She had a mind of her own and was unpredictable. He remembered Martina's words. She was a retired Imperial Guard cadet who had quit halfway but left behind an impressive record. Looking at Grace, he realized she was likely trying to assess his true identity. But he didn't care. She was far more useful than the trash Gabriel had recruited. On top of that, she patrolled Levon Rose's territory, making her doubly valuable. She asked if he came from a military family, noting his strength and her surprise at losing to a teenager so easily. He teased her about overestimating herself, pointing out that she hadn't completed the guard's training. She clarified that her expulsion wasn't due to lack of skill, she had been at the top of her class, but refused to explain further, saying they weren't that close. Luca acknowledged she was right, told her service was over for the day, and laughed when she offered to escort him, asking who was escorting whom. She bowed apologetically and left, while he slipped into a nearby alley to open the reports. Ken had instructed him to investigate a company starting with the letter B, which held money belonging to the sponsor Noel, or more accurately, Kinuin under a pseudonym. Luca discovered that all these businesses had long since closed, and with the current data, tracking them via the unreliable lower sector databases was impossible. They could be bribed, and knowing Kinuin, false trails were almost certainly planted. He realized he needed access to a far more reliable secret network, something akin to a high-ranking Imperial system. Scrolling through the list, Luca came across ARCDSS and noted it was a bit pricey, but the options weren't great, so he settled on it. He then called Nicholas, who admitted he had even postponed work for the call. Keeping it brief, Luca explained he needed access to the central database. Nicholas reminded him that although he had access as a government employee, he wasn't going to hand it out freely. Luca requested help investigating a few shell companies, asking if that would improve his chances of staying in the family. Nicholas confirmed it might help and asked him to send a list, promising it would take a few hours. Luca thanked him, saying he owed him one, and Nicholas waved it off, calling him a brother and urging him to call anytime with questions. Hanging up, Luca reflected on how useful he really was, knowing he'd make Nicholas repay the favor with interest eventually, though when exactly that would happen remained uncertain. Afterward, he went upstairs, his mind spinning from 3 days of dealing with Alfie, Ken, forming a gang, and the alliances with Levon Rose. Exhausted, he returned home, collapsed onto his bed, and decided that even if Hemla called, he wouldn't answer. His eyes slowly closed, hoping for uninterrupted rest, until a notification flashed, a new message from Nicholas. A new day began, and Luca flipped through the cadet record book, noting the number of missions completed. He was slightly surprised to see his friend topping the list. How many missions had he managed while Luca was away? He even took on tasks that weren't strictly necessary. That explained why it had been so hard to track him down. Luca recalled his friend's words about no longer running away and scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Normally, he would have come here by now, worried sick, but this time he would make the first move himself. Just as he resolved to act, a girl appeared, calling out and rushing toward him. She was furious, saying he was about to break the record for the most missions completed at the training center. She didn't know what Luca was thinking, but at this rate, someone would soon surpass him. She added that his confidence stemmed from joining House Castoria, and she would feel pretty relaxed if she were the commander's adopted daughter. Luca noted her words. She spoke as if she knew something, yet all she did was follow orders and pull the trigger, never deciding for herself who was friend or foe. He reminded himself that in a world where trust was unclear, he had to restrain the urge to quit. Sometimes he missed the old days, but he knew he could handle this. This was the path he had chosen, with no turning back. One misstep and he would be discarded. Only by facing all these challenges could he rise to be like Tinuin or Hallis, otherwise, survival was impossible. Noticing Luca was lost in thought, the girl grew nervous and quickly added that she hadn't meant to sound sarcastic. Who else could better understand that he deserved to be the commander's adopted son? It was just that he had been away for so long, and they had all been worried about him. Luca looked at her and thought, this is it. The power he's gained, the status and authority he's always wanted. Even nobles were watching him warily, and yet all this gave him only a fraction of the power he desired. He walked past her, patted her shoulder, and smiled, saying he simply hadn't slept for a few days. After all, being the son of a noble wasn't as easy as it seemed. He headed toward his friend, determined to continue building his strength. Like a snowball rolling down a mountain, he entered Eileen's personal repair room and saw him reclining on a chair. Eileen greeted him, and Luca noticed the worry in his expression as he glanced at the bloody tools, realizing just how much his friend had been through. He stepped closer and remarked that he had heard about Eileen's hard work lately. Eileen chuckled, saying it was still nothing compared to his former self and that Luca would have to work hard to catch up. Luca stayed silent, watching him and thinking that perhaps his friend was weaker than Eileen at this moment. It wasn't that he wasn't doing anything, but his efforts were far from a real fight. He needed time to consider the next step in Akri's fighting method. Noticing his contemplation, Eileen stood from his chair, saying it was an honor that Luca came to check on him first. Becoming his friend seemed like the right decision. He smiled and called him a. After that, Eileen got dressed and told Luca to follow him, promising to show him his prey. They arrived at the lab, where Eileen gestured toward a mechanical beast suspended in a liquid capsule and asked what he thought of it. Luca agreed it was impressive, and Eileen added that he'd brag about owning one too, resting his hand on Luca's shoulder, thinking about how the beasts on the planet Navis were made not of flesh and blood, but of metal and mechanisms. They were equipped with electromagnetic protection, making them extremely difficult to capture. Luca asked if the mechanical beasts were connected to the arcane civilization. Eileen admitted that wasn't confirmed, but it appeared so. These beasts were made of mechanical parts yet contained intricate internal structures resembling living organisms, and somehow they grew and reproduced over time. Eileen placed his hand on the capsule and smiled at the beast, and Luca couldn't help but remember how his friend used to smile just as brightly. Luca noticed the mechanical beast wagging its tail happily and asked Eileen if it could be tamed. She admitted she couldn't be sure, since no precedent existed, and he studied the beast again in silence. They stepped out onto the balcony, and he asked what would happen to it now. Eileen explained that this was likely the last time they would see it. It would probably be sent to the Imperial Research Division. Luca nodded, noting it seemed destined to stay there. Eileen smiled quietly, then handed him a dagger, his second trophy, a blade called Grain Boot, reserved only for commander-level warriors, forged from the bones of a now-extinct beast from that civilization's home planet. Luca examined it, wondering if it was even practical for battle, dismissing it at first as ceremonial, but Eileen drew a knife and struck the blade with full force. To his surprise, smoke rose and the crack disappeared, almost as if it were magical. Eileen said he was giving it to him as a gift to commemorate becoming the young master of House Castoria, explaining that Grain Boot meant, forever white, in the language of warriors, a symbol of generosity. Luca smiled, unsure if Eileen was teasing or sincere, and when assured he was serious, he attached the dagger to his belt, promising to use it wisely. As dusk settled, he returned home, showered, dried his hair with a towel, and stared at the dagger, reflecting on Eileen's words. Grain Boot meant forever white, yet he knew that all things in the spiraling universe would eventually end, their existence mere specks of dust. That awareness made him treasure everything: eternity, fame, life, even relationships. He wasn't sentimental by nature, yet this was the first gift that truly mattered. Rain began to fall outside. He placed the dagger on the table and checked the files Nicholas had sent, impressed by the thoroughness and speed. It would have taken him months or years to gather the same information himself. As he scrolled, he found a message from Nicholas, updating him on the financial trails, and Luca realized he now owed him a true debt. If by some fortune he became head of House Castoria, Nicholas would be his chief advisor and strategist. Smiling at the thought, he considered he might be too optimistic, but resolved to put the matter aside for now. Then, as rain pelted the window, a shocking message appeared: Nicholas Castoria had died. That rainy night, Luca attended Nicholas's funeral. His wife and child wept loudly while the other adults stood solemnly, heads bowed. Standing in the downpour, he stared at the tombstone, recalling the report: an air transport had crashed on Nicholas during his return. The details remained unclear, but the timing was too suspicious. Could it be connected to the investigation Luca had requested? It didn't seem accidental. If Nicholas died because of him, then something had been uncovered, Something so dangerous even high-ranking officials stayed silent. The trail of the fictitious company's funds was the only clue, but could it really be that perilous? If his suspicions were wrong, at least he could rid himself of guilt. Accident or assassination, perhaps ordered by Juf? Rain intensified as mourners grieved the sudden loss. Luca decided to take a walk passing Hallis, who looked downcast. He needed to report the deal he had made with Nicholas, uncertain if his request had triggered these events. And if the death were linked to Kinyuan, even Hallis might interrogate the instructor. Just as he was about to approach him, Giselle grabbed his sleeve, asking for a moment. They moved away from the cemetery and took shelter under a tree. She confessed everything felt strange. Nicholas's death did not seem unjustified. It didn't appear that Juf had ordered it. She ran a hand through her hair, tired, thinking of her older brother, but it was unsurprising. Nicholas had always used his son as a tool. Family sentiment was meaningless in their household. Looking up at him, she asked if he knew anything. Luca suspected she sought to read his expression, but he remained calm, hiding emotions as only he could. He told her that if he knew anything, he would reveal it, leaving her to wonder how she would act next. He noticed how the relatives all sided with Juf. Giselle asked if he shouldn't be worried, given that he had recently embarrassed Juf. Luca replied that if he couldn't defeat him, then that was simply his limit. She began to speak again, but he gently silenced her with a finger to her lips. Not long after, Juf approached, blending with the sound of rain, questioning what they were talking about so intently. Luca calmly explained that he was merely asking about funeral etiquette, since he wasn't skilled with ceremonies, and noted that it was better to ask when unsure. He looked at Juf for confirmation, and she hesitantly agreed. Then he spoke with quiet authority, warning that from now on, there would be no surprises from them. Any daring thoughts should be abandoned. Everything that had occurred so far, he allowed to pass by his grace. Giselle objected, calling it rude given the mourning, but he countered sharply, was this their way of mourning, running from the wake to conspire? Ridiculous. He declared he would speak plainly. Unlike Nicholas, he is a military man, and if he wins, it will be due to skill alone. Juf would do well to remember that. Juf seethed at his words. Unbeknownst to them, they were being observed from a dark room in a nearby building. Before tensions escalated, a man approached, informing Luca that the head of the family was calling him. Juf let him go, citing business matters, but warned he wouldn't forget this day. Luca entered the darkened room where Hallis waited, advising him not to provoke Juf too much, though he admitted the man had just become a little angry. Luca explained that was not the reason for the call. Noticing the door rattling, he asked Hallis to lock it properly, muffling the rain outside. Immediately, Hallis's voice cut through. He demanded to know why his son had died. Luca tensed, realizing he hadn't even sensed Hallis's approach. He met his sad eyes, aware that any lie could be fatal, and recounted everything openly, how he found a survivor of the Tora gang, gathered information, tracked the fictitious company's money flows, and entrusted the investigation to Nicholas, after which the tragedy occurred. Hallis fell silent, deep in thought. Luca knew he was not himself right now. As ruthless as he was, his son had died, his eldest companion was implicated, and the suspicious figure behind it all loomed. He reminded himself that there was no conclusive proof that Kim Yuen was the sponsor, only circumstantial evidence. Hallis turned to him, saying that if he truly believed Kim Yuen was the sponsor, then he trusted him even more than himself. He emphasized that he had no reason to doubt the skill of a capable subordinate and son. Luca didn't know whether to feel grateful for this trust or afraid. He promised to continue the task without changing course. Hallis warned that pursuing the investigation further would invite an attack from whoever had killed Nicholas. Luca reminded him that unlike his brother, he was a military man, but Hallis cautioned that as a mere soldier, this challenge might exceed his strength. The enemy had traced the Imperial official Nicholas's database access, which surprised Luca. Did enemies of the Empire really have infiltrated official circles? Hallis explained that such corruption was not unusual, even at high positions. Over the long history of the Empire, rotten elements were regularly excised, yet the cycle never ended. Clenching his fist in rage, Luca thought, it's not the poor from the outer regions, but those who've achieved everything, rebelling against the Empire. Hallis asked his deceased son for forgiveness before saying that his death meant they were close to uncovering the destination of King Yuan's money, which would allow them to cut out the rotten elements inside the Empire. Luca felt indebted to his brother Nicholas, and now it seemed there was a way to repay him. The funeral concluded, and everyone returned to their business. Hallis chose not to interrogate Kingyun yet, deciding instead to finish his son's case and wait for the right moment. Returning to the gang's office, Luca found an irate Gabriel shaking the snub-nosed man by the collar, shouting, "Is he kidding?" The man nervously explained that he had simply decided to unwind a little during the break, but Gabriel's fury only grew. He flung the man at Luca's feet, and when the man reached for help, Gabriel kicked him aside. Gabriel then stormed over to Luca, asking irritably why he hadn't been in contact all this time. Learning that Luca had been at the funeral, he calmed down and awkwardly offered his condolences. Luca then inquired about what had happened in his absence. Scratching the back of his head, the man hesitated, finally admitting that he had definitely been present the previous night, but today Ken Noma had disappeared. Gabriel's face immediately darkened with displeasure as he demanded how this could have happened. Weren't they taking turns guarding him? The man admitted he thought so too, but in the morning, the bald one was gone, and the other was still asleep from last night's entertainment. When attention turned to him, the snub-nosed man instinctively backed away, and one stern look from Luca was enough to terrify him into silence. Luca didn't waste time on him, heading up to the second floor. He opened Ken's room and saw a broken window, coming closer to inspect it. Muttering nervously, he swore, realizing these idiots were even worse than he thought. They couldn't even watch over a half-dead man. Gabriel asked if someone could have taken him. The man replied it was unlikely. There was no nearby access for a stealthy entry, and anyone entering through the main door wouldn't have escaped through the window. Gabriel considered this and asked if they had tried contacting the bald one. They had, but he didn't answer. Luca suggested requesting Levon Rose's help to search for the bald guy in Kenoma, promising he would contact Alfie himself. Gabriel asked if he thought Levon Rose would agree. The man explained it would require entertaining Martina for a while. That old woman had quite an appetite. Gabriel was outraged, incredulous that he could look so desperate, but Luca reminded him it was Gabriel who had brought the idiots and was responsible for security. If he could solve responsibility so cheaply, he would get off lightly. Gabriel refused to think about Martina even a little. Luca said he wouldn't force him, they would try only with Alfie's help. The man, grabbing his head and screaming loudly, finally relented, declaring he would do anything and entertain the woman. Stepping aside, he spoke to Martina while Luca contacted Alfie, reporting Ken's disappearance. Alfie sighed heavily, admitting he didn't want to make claims, but if Luca was going to rescue him, he should have given prior notice. Mentally noting his remaining grievances, he instructed that once Ken was found, Luca must contact him immediately. Alfie added that he probably considered him a sworn enemy, but assured that as soon as he located him, he would inform Luca without delay. The bald man was pinned against the wall, grabbed by the shoulder and unable to break free. Ken waved his hand and stabbed him. Luca looked at the black marks on the wall and then at the corpse, noting the same dirt smudges. He muttered quietly, realizing the bald man, Argo, had done his duty. Though he had seemed worthless, he hadn't abandoned the task and had seen it through to the end. Luca wondered if, with his limited insight, Argo had truly aligned with him in spirit. Now indebted again, this time to Argo, he turned to Gabriel, instructing that if Argo had a family or lover, they should be taken care of generously, and any arising problems should be handled. They watched a hologram of Ken, who, after killing Argo, headed for the alley exit. Gabriel noted the remarkable effect of his rehabilitation. Who would have expected a man who couldn't even stand to recover so quickly that he could wield a blade? Luca mused that this was no ordinary rehabilitation. It was impossible to recover that fast in just a few sessions. Yet Ken remained in a non-working state, and Luca wondered if he was hiding something. His thoughts were interrupted by Grace, who reported that a corpse had been found nearby, killed by blood loss from a severed artery, likely the same criminal's work. Luca realized that once they compiled all the information, the picture would become clearer. Alfie called urgently, his voice anxious and panicked, reporting that Kenna had attacked and his men were returning fire. Listening to the shots and the fear in Alfie's voice, Luca wondered if Ken had any allies left, or if he was alone in the Colosseum. He decided to think it through on the way and quickly called a taxi. A rumble shook the nearby buildings, and a taxi landed in front of them, kicking up dust. Luca got in, instructing they head straight to the Colosseum. They had to uncover what Ken Noma was hiding. Once everyone was seated, the car took off into the air, racing to aid Alfie. The car crashed into the arena, shattering the wall, startling the boy and the cat, even catching a man mid-phone in the restroom. Everyone yelled in shock at the sudden chaos. As the vehicle finally stopped, a voice announced they had arrived at their destination. Gabriel groaned, asking what the hell just happened, while Luca silently mused that black taxi drivers must make a lot of enemies. The taxi doors wouldn't open until payment was made, the red eye on the dashboard prompting, "Please provide the payment." Luca thought grimly that no one knew what happened to those who refused. Later, Gabriel burst through one of the hallway doors, and they proceeded cautiously. They came across two men completely injured, blood splattered everywhere. Luca studied the wounds and recognized the precise incision style. It was Ken's work. Behind him, Gabriel asked if she should lead, but Luca shook his head, saying he would go first and Grace didn't need to fight. Grace insisted the diva had specifically instructed her to protect Gabriel, but Gabriel, irritated, muttered that she didn't care if she died from a stray bullet. As they walked through the pool of blood, Luca bent to examine a blade and a syringe, realizing this was why the drug dealer had been killed. Ken likely intended to overdose himself. Even with this many combat stimulants, Luca knew he was bringing himself back to peak form at great risk. Ken, at his best, was far too skilled for someone from a lower sector gang. Worse, he hadn't even taken their guns, relying only on his knife, which put him above a first-year Imperial Guard trainee. Luca guessed Alfie was probably dead already, but a screeching voice from further down the corridor told him otherwise. He ran toward the sound, arriving at a room where Alfie was tied to a chair, blood pooling on the floor, and Ken stood over him with a syringe. Ken acknowledged Luca's arrival, saying their man had finally shown up. Luca exhaled sharply and accused Ken of breaking their promise. Ken asked what promise, declaring he no longer needed Gabriel's gang's protection. Luca realized Ken's mind was unhinged. Ken continued, saying he didn't need anyone's help. He was here to pursue his own goals, invoking an old saying, "It's never too late to take revenge." Luca thought even if he overdosed on stimulants, is it possible to recover brain function to that level? Well, whatever. I cannot get my answer if I kill him, so I need to capture him alive at all costs. Gabriel from behind said, "Hey Luca, you cannot just run ahead like that." But Luca said, "We are capturing Ken alive. You guys will get in the way, so back up." Gabriel tried to protest, saying, "What? We getting in your way? I know you are full of yourself, but that's overconfidence." Grace came on the way of Gabriel and said, "I will guard Gabriel." Luce was pissed by it, and Ken, piercing the syringe on his neck, said, "I will warn you now for your own sake, but you better not even think of capturing me alive." Ken took a hold on the sword and pointed it towards Luca, saying, "I am rather venomous." Luca also took out his sword, saying that it's good, thinking I have a hyper-compressed density weapon made just for me. "It takes the form of the blade," Luca said. It will not be a proper test to test if it's too easy. It's time for the test run of cruises. And with that, the whole place turned like an X-ray for Luca. He used Arcee's meaning insight. He thought, let's engrave every object in the office in my brain. Judging by Ken's stanza, he must have really been quite skilled before his injury. I am not sure why he is doing that, but overcoming differences in species of cybernetic requires counterattacking to abuse opening, and his specs are lower than mine. That means I have the chance to strike him first. And with that, Luca ran and threw a heavy object towards Ken, thinking I will slice through the desk and Ken's arm with it. But we see Ken smile and pierce his sword above, like crossing the desk, and try to pierce it through Luca. With one go, Ken just slid the desk onto the other side, pointing the sword toward Luca. Luca jumped onto the ground, thinking he undodged his weapon and dodged that short opening. He unlaunched his weapon and dodged in that short opening. Shit. It's the Archie's combat method, his movements that seem to see right through objects, and his near-prophetic positioning that Luca's thoughts were cut off when Ken asked Archie's, "I guess you will not answer me." Luca thought, that answers some question. Tora was just the guy running the books. Luca said out loud, "You are the real old boss of the Colosseum." Tora was just a front. Ken said, "Well, the past is whatever to me. I care about nothing but being honest to my desires these days. Let me give you a deal. Would you let me have an hour with Alfie alone? I will settle for that." Luca said, "Sure, if Alfie agree." And Alfie just shake his head violently in no motion. Luca said, "See, does not seem like he likes it." Turning around, Ken smirked, saying, "Let's spend our sweet time together soon." Luca said, "I guess it cannot be helped." And Ken said, "I still have unfinished business with him. So first I will finish you, then I will finish the business with Alfie." Looking at the Ken loop, Luca realized that Ken Noma hadn't denied his theory. Just as he suspected, Ken was backed by Ken Wan, and Tora was merely a front shield. If Ken truly had a direct connection with Ken Wan, killing him here would be a disastrous choice. He had to capture him alive. With that resolve, Luca charged toward Ken, swinging his sword, but Ken stepped back, dodging effortlessly. Luca knew Ken had already analyzed the technique. He understood that the sword would shatter if it struck Kuro's size directly, so he avoided any full-on hits. Luca probably noticed when he split the steel desk that Kuro's size was engineered from the start to create unpredictable variables. This battlefield wasn't suited for a kill, it was made for capture. Ken bent slightly and launched another strike, and Luca dodged, but Ken pressed the assault relentlessly, hitting again and again. Luca, staring into Ken's eyes, felt the surge of anger. He briefly entertained the thought of killing him. In a burst of emotion, Luca slammed his sword onto the floor, shattering it under the force. The impact rattled the arena. Luca scolded himself internally. No, get a grip, he thought. He couldn't waste this chance. If he wanted to capture Ken, he had to push further, see more, aim higher, read the flow. Ken had hinted before that there were unused resources in his brain, beyond what was actively processed. Luca recalled the words of Ken, "Your brain still holds a bit of cognitive power. Learn to use it without interfering with combat calculations." With that in mind, Luca created a second layer of thought, a supporting stream to his primary process to see the broader picture. He used surrounding data to build a 3D virtual simulation in his mind, placing both himself and Ken inside it. By calibrating the differences between simulation and reality with real-time input from his first thought stream, he could calculate faster and manage more variables. As he implemented this technique, Ken attacked again, and a small scratch formed on Luca's body, cutting off his thoughts mid-process. Ken taunted, warning Luca not to underestimate him and asking if he really thought he could look away mid-fight. Luca clenched his teeth, realizing that his thought process had slowed, but quickly recalibrated. He had optimized his cognition. The first stream would focus on immediate combat, reacting fast and reading 2 or 3 moves ahead, while the second stream handled tactical considerations, analyzing the big picture up to 3 or 4 seconds in advance. This dual stream thinking meant he could now fight optimally while capturing Ken alive. Luca leaped, gripping his sword tightly, striking at Ken, who smirked and prepared to block, prompting Luca to think that even predicting this move was clever, and his past combat experience against Rick Kaiser and others now paid off. Ken deflected the sword, but Luca jumped again, aiming for his back, and Gabriel exclaimed in surprise. Luca instructed him to take Alfie and Ken to the infirmary. Gabriel, holding both Ken and Alfie, moved quickly while Grace remarked on Luca's impressive skill. Luca, hand shaking, steadied himself on a chair, and when Grace asked if he was a Royal Guard cadet, he looked down, saying it was none of her business. He recognized her watching, realizing his style borrowed from standard Imperial Guard tactics, and smiled at the thought that with 3 or 4 subordinates like Grace, he would need no more, envying Martina Diva slightly. He pondered whether Grace could manage the arena, but she explained that interference would provoke pushback from other gangs, as Leviant's rows maintained tradition and rules. Luca noted that neither Gabriel nor Alfie had the skill to run it, and while the arena's affairs weren't truly his concern, his interference had caused chaos in the lower sector. Standing, he instructed Grace to help Gabriel first before he would follow. Watching her leave, he reflected that it must have been Ken Wan who taught Ken Noma Arceus's combat technique, making them, in a way, fellow disciples. If Ken had wielded a proper weapon or had a comparable artificial body, the fight would not have ended so easily. Luca wished for one more battle at Ken's peak, but it was no longer possible. Accepting it as karma, he whispered a quiet farewell to Argo, then stood, gripping his sword, breaking Ken's blade, and prepared to exit. Luca sent Ken Noma to the hospital for confinement and treatment after acute drug intoxication, missing limbs, and even a suicide attempt, but he could not immediately obtain any information on Kinuan. Alfie survived surgery, though the arena's operations had already fractured among the remaining officers. A gang was no different from a pack of beasts. A weak leader gets ousted, plain and simple, and the remaining officers would fight to assert control over the position of arena manager. But that was none of Luca's concern. 3 days after Ken Noma's incident, inside an inn, Gabriel shouted while holding a drink, venting about what he had endured with Martina, demanding whether Luca had any idea what he went through. Luca, irritated, thought grimly that this was the harsh taste of reality. Gabriel recounted being dragged off a bike race like slaughtered meat and confronted Levins Rose's boss, nearly falling ill from the ordeal. Luca acknowledged his hardship, but Gabriel snapped that it wasn't about money and that he did it for far more than that. Luca admitted his gratitude in multiple ways, prompting Gabriel to exclaim that it was a cold, unfeeling way to say thanks, cursing the chill in Luca's presence. Luca, annoyed, took a deep breath, recognizing the truth. Though Gabriel sought friendship, he could not give it. He had to remain prepared to use Gabriel as a tool, just as Kenyuan had used Tora and Ken Noma, knowing that any closeness would compromise his ability to treat him strategically. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching and realized no guards were posted, so no one should be coming. From the front door, a woman in a cape and mask appeared, and he immediately recognized her as Jizzle. She removed her cloak and mask, commenting on the foul smell in the room, to which Luca explained it was simply Gabriel's fart. Gabriel, embarrassed, asked who she was, and she introduced herself as Luca's little sister. Shocked, Gabriel demanded why Luca had never mentioned a little sister, and Luca retorted that there was no reason to tell him. Gabriel exclaimed that Luca could have at least told him about Jizzle, since they were friends, but Luca pushed him aside, insisting that if she came all the way here, it was not trivial. Gabriel moved to the upper floor as Jizzle asked if anyone could have overheard their conversation. Luca assured her that Gabriel was not the type, and his hearing wasn't great anyway. Jizzle remarked on how much Luca trusted him, then handed him a chip, saying their father had sent it but she didn't know its contents. Holding the chip, Luca deduced it must contain the final destination of the Ghost Company funds. If the enemy was a high-ranking official, even the Imperial network was unsafe, and sending his most trusted daughter signaled that Hallis was taking extreme precautions. He asked about the atmosphere at the main house, and Jizzle explained that Jupe was taking advantage of Luca's absence. She reached for a bottle, which Luca recognized as alcohol, and she admitted she didn't plan on drinking juice during such a serious conversation. Luca reminded her that alcohol was prohibited for a candidate, but she poured herself a glass, tasting it for the first time and finding it surprisingly mild. She explained that Jupe practically lived at the main house now, with everyone clinging to him during Luca and their father's absence. Luca replied that his constant missions prevented him from intervening, and Jizzle countered that she wanted to help but lacked legal adult authority to take an official position. Luca accused her of making excuses, and she reminded him that her task required full responsibility and legal authority. Raising a glass, she giggled and explained how compressing neural signal patterns for transmission would improve communication compared to their current wireless system. As she grew tipsy, she nearly fell, but Luca caught her, and she pushed him away, insisting she could stand. She offered to walk him to where the drones patrolled, pointing a gun, but Luca flipped it away, warning her that a gun alone did not guarantee safety. Covering her with a cloak, he reassured her, and she apologized for causing trouble, explaining she only meant to deliver the chip but got excited because it was her first time in the lower district alone. He dismissed her rambling, noting that her apology was enough. Along the way, she clung to him after hearing disturbing noises, commenting on how he had grown up in such a place. Luca explained that once it got dark, he rarely went out, and kids who ventured out often never returned, realizing that his own safety and judgment required keeping emotions at bay. At their destination, she smiled and asked if she could come by just to hang out next time, but Luca warned her this wasn't a place for leisure. She turned, joking that she didn't plan to hang out in such a filthy place, and as she left, Luca noted how clearly she showed her emotions. He reminded himself that as a member of the Castoria family, even small mistakes could be dangerous, and seeing how Eiley had erred because of a woman reinforced that he must not get deeply involved. With that, he turned and headed home. Luca stood in a distorted area, the buildings scattered and shattered around him, the ruined outskirts of Mark Barren stretching in every direction. He muttered to himself, wondering if he was in the right spot, and began moving carefully through the debris, analyzing the data sent by Hallis about where the money had ended up. The information pointed to Dead Ronin, a security company that had existed before the area became a ruin. They had accepted not just credits, but antiques, artwork, and even intangible assets like sensitive information, catering to VIPs who needed secrecy. This premium security company's shell firms, linked to the arena, converted credits into intangible assets and occasionally traded them with Dead Ronin, sometimes using intermediaries to obscure transactions. Tracing the flow was nearly impossible unless one was a high-ranking Imperial official, which likely explained why Nicholas had wanted to investigate further. An old man appeared offering help if Luca provided a proper reward, But as the figure reached toward him with a mechanical hand, Luca kicked him away. The man reacted by deploying a tentacle-like mechanism from his back, his eyes glowing red as he leapt to higher ground. Luca thought that such reflexes indicated massive illegal augmentations and resolved that no one would dare underestimate him again. He pressed forward, ignoring the emerging figures from the ruins, and encountered a circular interference in his path, slightly confused but remembering that Ronin's office should be nearby. Reaching the cliff's edge, he jumped and landed amid the collided buildings, quickly scanning the area. Spotting a building that matched the expected location, he cracked its windows as he entered, finding himself inside and noting the directory indicating dead Ronin's office on the 9th floor. Looking up at the damaged structure, he thought that he should not expect much from the search. If an organization had orchestrated Nicholas's assassination, they would have erased all traces unless a major mistake had been made. Solid evidence would be rare, but the enemy obstructing his investigation was real. Ahead, a slate labeled Dead Ronin confirmed he was in the right place. Luca muttered to himself, acknowledging the precision of his enemies. They wanted to sever all ties and erase every trace. He grabbed the door and swung it open, stepping inside, chips clutched in his hand, thinking that he needed to collect every bit of data he could find. Advancing down the hallway with his sword ready, he considered their strategy. Erasing traces by eliminating the investigator was the surest method. The energy particles in the dust confirmed his suspicion. They had killed Nicholas, and there was no reason they would not target him next. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, greeting him with a chilling familiarity. "Nice to see you again, Luca." Recognition struck him immediately. Rick Kaiser, the man who had once broken his neck and crushed Felix completely. Luca thought of his custom weapons, designed specifically for encounters like this, refined through countless stimulations, anticipating a day like today. Raising his hand, Luca fired a gun at Rick, the blast roaring through the hallway. But Rick dodged with ease, as Luca had expected. Attempting to strike with his sword next, Rick evaded again, remarking that Luca had come well prepared and even managed to repair his armor in such a short time, a thin cut now marring it. Rick continued complimenting him as a combat genius, and Luca smirked, taking satisfaction in the rare praise from an enemy. He aimed his gun once more at Rick, thinking that if he could defeat him personally, it would be even sweeter, and pressed the trigger. The huge blast ripped through the ruins, Luca firing at Rick, but Rick dodged skillfully. His combat suit could not withstand Reina's shock rounds, leaving him no choice but to evade Luca's assault. By removing one movement pattern, Luca could read Rick's reactions more clearly. Leaping high, he aimed to strike from above, but Rick anticipated him, forcing Luca to fire his gun while thinking he needed to move faster. Each burst of combat data pushed chemicals and hormones through his blood, dulling useless emotions, erasing mercy and fear, and inflating aggression, shaping him into a battle machine. His cybernetic body offered no resistance or friction, perfectly tuned, a hunk of metal that felt like flesh and blood. Leaping into the air, Luca fired round after round at Rick, each blast following relentlessly, while Rick dodged with precise timing. As Rick focused on evasion, Luca closed the distance with his sword, thinking of striking the enemy of the Empire for Felix's sake, and slashed Rick's shoulder. The blast shook the air, and Rick's hand flailed as Luca laughed, thrilled by the strike, imagining how satisfying it would be to cut through his neck instead of armor. Yet something nagged at him. Rick, holding his shoulder, remarked casually that he had become a full-fledged royal guard. Luca wondered why Rick had not drawn a weapon. Even after losing an arm, there had to be a reason. Suddenly, Rick's entire body began to glow a deep blue, signaling that something far more dangerous was about to unfold. Rick said, "Luca, as a gift for your growth, I will show you one of my tricks," and before Luca's eyes, red alarms blared while huge blue energy emitted from Rick as he drew his sword. Luca thought, what the hell? That's not just high-speed movement. He's literally vanished physically. Suddenly, Rick appeared behind Luca, speaking about loyalty in the Empire, refusing to spout meaningless cliches, noting that Luca was extremely individualistic. Luca spun around to strike, but Rick vanished again, glitch-like, and Luca felt a chilling sense of déjà vu, realizing a force ability was at play. Rick warned that now he would not let Luca escape, threatening to crush his brain and kill him, emphasizing that this time was different. Luca, thinking hopelessly, understood that as long as Rick could teleport, he had virtually no chance of winning. Rick then offered a final choice: live as a machine or as a human. Luca considered, machine or human, feeling the weight of the decision but dismissing the complex talk. He knew refusal would likely mean death, but he also reflected on his past loyalty to the Empire, once pure like a child's faith. Now he knew better. The Empire had darkness, but it had also acknowledged him, and so had Hallis, while Al was his friend, Jezzel his family for now, and there were Gabriel and Gilda. No matter what others said, his place was the Empire. Smiling, he tightened his grip on his gun and sword, declaring, "My name is Luca Castoria, the sword and shield of the great Empire." Rick sneered, warning he would only do dirty work and be discarded all his life. Luca said, "If it's for the Empire, then yes." Rick smirked, saying, "Your heart, you hear that? Kenuin? I know you care about him, but he's a lost cause." Above the pillar, Kenuin appeared, and Luca widened his eyes, thinking he already knew that one day Kenuin would become his enemy. Kenuin jumped down, and Luca asked, "Were you also an enemy of the Empire?" Kenuin took a deep breath, saying, "Luca, are you?" But Luca pressed again, "Are you enemy or ally?" "That's the only conversation we need." Kenuin answered, "I want to be on your side." Luca thought, "That's a vague answer." Rick interjected, "Kenwan, why did you choose that guy? Wouldn't Al hold a grudge against the Empire?" Kenuin replied, "Ailey is excellent, but he's not suited to Arceus's Vectima." Rick asked, "Is Arceus's Vectima really that important?" Kenuin explained, "To act as a double agent, you need Arceus's Vectima's mindset. Someone as suitable as Luca is rare." Luca thought, "Kenuin has always been like that. That's the kind of person he is. But we cannot keep stalling forward either." Sitting on a chair, Kenuin said, "Just a little more conversation, Luca. I believe we can reach a different answer." Luca thought, "Today I will get Kenuin's answer." Rick turned toward Kenuin, saying, "Hey Kenuin, he's already made up his mind, so do we really have to?" But Kenuin cut him off, saying, "Rick, I am going to talk with him a little more. Do me a favor, as a friend." Then Kenuin turned to Luca and said, "I will keep it short. I need someone to inherit my role, as I do not have much time left." Luca replied, "I have no intention of betraying the Empire, you know me." Kenuin said, "And I am also well aware that you are constantly in doubt about the way things are. You will become an Imperial Guard, a glorious soldier of the Empire. You will not lack prestige, power, or wealth. But in return, you will have to become a gear of the machine." Luca said, "Becoming a gear of a machine is just a matter of perspective. I will not be becoming part of the Legion. I will be making use of it, just as we would with any other cybernetics." Rick listened and giggled, while Kenuin turned to look at him and said, "There is no perspective in this. The Legion cannot be operated with a human brain. Though all Imperial Guards have their humanity wiped through training and become living weapons with only logic, they are reborn as organic computers, key parts of the Legion. You are smart, so I'm sure you understand." Luca remembered the words of Hallis, who said, "I will give you some advice, not as a chief centurion, but as a fellow Imperial Guard. You need some illogical and inefficient impurities in you if you want to last longer." Luca thought, so Hallis' advice really did come from his heart. He said out loud, "Let's say that's the case, but it's not a reason to betray the Empire, and I just need to ensure I am not devoured by the Legion." Rick said, "That's enough, Kenuin." Kenuin stood up, saying, "How unfortunate, it really is a shame," and turned toward Rick, passing him, and stabbed him just in time, saying, "That's so sad that I have to kill you." Luca's eyes widened at what had just happened as Rick fell to the ground, blood dripping from his hand. Luca asked, "What's going on, Rick?" Kenuin bent down toward Rick's body, saying, "As you can see, I just killed an enemy of the Empire." Luca said, "That's not what I'm asking." Kenuin removed the mask of the dead Rick, remarking that Rick must have prized his treasure, then pierced his hand into Rick's brain and took out a small ball, asking if he intended to take it to his grave. Luca thought, "That's an arcane relic." Kenuin added, "If you had accepted Rick's offer, I wouldn't have had to kill him myself. Instead, I would have just added you to my list of people to monitor and report on periodically." Luca asked, "Are you a double agent? I don't know what to trust from you now." Kenuin said, "That's proof I'm doing my job as a double agent very well." Luca said, "So it was all an act?" Kenuin replied, "You think I can trick you and Rick with a mere act? The Empire is not perfect, and I truly believe in my criticism." Luca said, "But the Empire cannot be allowed to fall. It's nonsense to suggest a flaw as justification. Just who are you?" Kenuin said, "There is something I need to say first. Before I answer, know that you have walked a narrow path in a world where right and wrong are obscured. You have waded through the sea of chaos, even facing death, and in moments of disappearance, when all hope was gone, you did not lose your internal compass. That is priceless. I understand the uncertainty you've experienced, and I applaud you for standing with the Empire. You know it is not perfect, and the world is never just black and white, yet you made your choice with your own free will. Luca said, "It's nothing, that's impressive, But his words were cut off as Kenyuan brushed his hand over Luca's hair and declared, "Appraise Dino, the guardian of humanity, the progenitor of the nation, and the first imperial of the empire. I am the eyes of the current imperial, Yuri Krathia, the imperial's observer, and have been bestowed the rank of Arces Domini. My words carry the order of majesty, so kneel, Luca." Luca thought, "I still cannot know what is wrong and what is right. The upper and lower sections, the privileged and the poor, inequality is everywhere. Yet, it is not only the Empire where this exists. I must be invisible in this world, in this universe." With that, he kneeled before Kenyuan, whose words continued, "Kenyuan's child, born as Luca, now Luca of the Castorias, in the name of the absolute imperative, perform the duties of the Arces Domini. We exist nowhere yet everywhere." Luca repeated the words, and Kenyuan said, "Arise, young observer." Kenyuan explained, "The eyes of the Emperor and his watchers are keys, Domini. Their rank and existence are unrecorded. Even the Empire would never admit to their presence if asked. Look up. No one knows how many are truly keys, Domini. There are some, but not too many. It would be impossible to maintain secrecy if there were thousands. Perhaps it's just Kenyuan and a few others." Kenyuan continued, "The Empire has learned from its past. A constricted society and iron rule breed dissent, and attempts to crush it can completely backfire. That's why parties like Nemesis and Rick are allowed some freedom, their influence carefully controlled so they do not threaten the Empire's authority, letting most dissent vent harmlessly. Not many truly desire to overthrow the Empire." Luca, listening, thought all of this exists simply to monitor internal threats. The Empire is capable of finding its enemies but chooses to relieve pressure before it explodes. Just how far does the Empire's power reach? As he pondered, Kenyuan interjected, "Remember this, Luca. If people believe things are improving, their anger subsides. The human brain thrives on hope, not despair. Hope allows them to endure hardship, even wade through the horrors of reality." Luca realized that even the dangerous plans of Kenyuan were an expression of his loyalty as an observer of the Empire. Could Rick Kaiser truly have hoped to overturn it? Kenyuan instructed Luca to continue pretending he was investigating him, noting that bringing back Rick's corpse would help with future promotions. Luca, already recognized as an Imperial Guard with the most achievements as a trainee, asked if even the Chief Centurion was unaware of the observers. Kenyuan replied that Hallis was loyal to a fault, and being slightly more relaxed wouldn't have made things easier. He asked if Luca knew that Nicholas Castoria was going to die, explaining that the death of the elder son of the Chief Centurion and high-ranking official was a tool to appease dissenting factions, giving them a false sense of accomplishment. In reality, such figures were replaceable, and the assassination was more efficient than intervention. Luca asked if Rick had ordered it, but Kenyuan praised him for his work while reminding him he was still a parentless observer, standing on the boundary of elimination, unable to expect every answer. Luca, filled with 1,000 questions, wondered about his lingering responsibility for Nicholas and how to judge Kenyuan, Rick, the Empire, or even the terrorist forces. Kenyuan said when the time came, the magistrate would summon him, and until then, he would face endless questions and uncertainties, which must be kept under control. Luca thought about the vague archives, domain names, and the connection to Arces's victim, questioning whether Noel, who led the first rebellion, was truly a traitor or secretly working for the Empire. Leaving the underground chamber, Luca reported from a secure location, confirming that he had eliminated Rick while investigating dead Ronins but had been unable to establish the connection underground. As he stood, he realized Kenyuan, the observer and phantom of the Empire, had already left, and as aircraft rotated above, he understood he could never reveal that Kenyuan had been present that day. The aircraft landed, and personnel emerged, carefully packing the body of Rick, while one of the men remarked that it really was Rick of Nemesis, praising Luca for the impressive achievement. Opening a screen, it counted down to a completed autoplay and awarded Luca the first ever 4-Cross Blade Medal in Royal Guard Cadet history, congratulating him on completing the mission. But Luca remained deep in thought, realizing his access permissions had been updated. He could now view every detail of Royal Guard members, even those who outranked him. One of the men, noticing Luca's distant expression, asked if something was wrong, suggesting he might be letting his guard down while Rick's nervous system was likely wrecked. Luca reflected on Kenyuan, the Imperial's eye, who had fooled both Commander Hallis and Rick, controlling events across the Empire while remaining invisible, and how chilling it was that the only person who fully understood the mess was Kenyuan. Overwhelmed by the influx of unfamiliar information, a screen prompted him to reduce his information exposure level, which he did. Later, lying on his bed, Luca realized he had slept 16 hours straight, exhausted by everything that had transpired, still marveling that Kenyuan had manipulated even the royal guard while remaining under Imperial orders. A message from Hallis instructed him to come to the office after maintenance, reminding Luca to continue hiding Kenyuan's existence. At the Royal Guard main building, Luca reflected on the world Kenyuan had seen, knowing the Empire would summon him soon and that he must suppress his complaints and caution until that moment arrived. Standing at Hallis's office door, he was ordered inside, finding Hallis working on something with an access denial message, who then told him it would take more time and asked him to have a seat. Luca thought he could not access the file, as expected from a Royal Guard commander. Hallis turned off the screen and said it was time to hear his report. Luca recounted everything, and Hallis asked if he had faced Rick one-on-one. Luca confirmed, explaining that Rick had tried to pursue him to betray the Empire, but he had refused, and the battle began immediately. Hallis noted that Rick was a top-rank fugitive the Empire had been unable to capture for years and had once been an outstanding Royal Guard. Luca acknowledged he owed his survival to Akai's combat art, and that, even then, it had been a close call, adding that without training under instructor Kenyuan, he would not have survived. Hallis inquired if there was any other intel on Kenyuan, and Luca replied that they could not secure anything, not even proof that Noel Torres' backer was actually Kenyuan. Hallis understood and remarked that Luca's achievement was such an unexpected gain that it almost made him feel out of place. Luca gulped, thinking he should not feel guilty about deceiving Hallis, knowing that if his actions had been fully understood, it was all for the Empire. Luca added that his victory was thanks to Akai's combat art, and that a soldier's successful battle should not be questioned. Hallis smiled and said that, although it was unusual for a cadet to receive a Grade 4 Crossblade medal, given Luca's performance, the review would pass without objection. He also promised to raise Luca's family status, noting that their house would host a celebration. Hallis joked about Luca's ballroom dancing at Krasia Academy, warning that he would be the center of attention at the event. Time passes, and Luca receives a Grade 4 Crossblade combat medal, adding another line to his record in exchange for enduring the tedious process. He invited his fellow cadets, including Eiley, to the banquet, and most accepted, not wanting to miss the chance to mingle. Thus began the grand banquet in the Imperial Reception Hall of Capital Mark Baron, where Luca was the star. The hall was filled with numerous officials and nobles. Inside a room, Jizzle adjusted Luca's uniform, noting that he had memorized the names of all the attending officers and officials. Luca assured her it was no problem. Jizzle commented that Jupe must be nervous, never expecting a mayoral cadet to receive a Grade 4 Crossblade medal. Luca replied that he was just lucky. She teased that she did not know he was the humble type and added that Jupe would probably pull every string to ensure he wasn't overshadowed, making the banquet a spectacle. Luca thought about how even in a privileged environment, Jupe had never produced real results and had earlier been pacing in anxiety, noting that Imperial nobles could not afford to be ordinary, especially with a father like Hallis. Jizzle said the level of polish was impressive and that he now truly looked like a nobleman. Luca asked if she meant he had not normally looked that way, recalling how back in the lower district, everyone called him young master. Jizzle giggled, saying those stuck in the middle were always treated vaguely. Luca thanked Hallis for the advice, and Hallis replied that it was not advice, just the truth. From the door, Hallis entered and smiled, noting that Jizzle was a smart girl, though she had already left the room. Hallis lamented that Jizzle lacked the qualities of a soldier. Luca remarked that she seemed like she wanted to become the head of the house. Hallis laughed, saying that was difficult. She was not a soldier, and family traditions were stronger than one might think. The older the house, the more entrenched the rules, something even the clever Nicholas had struggled with. Luca added that Jizzle was still better than Jupe, who had reached that age without a single martial merit medal. Hallis chuckled, noting that one never knows where life might take someone, and reminded Luca that today was for celebrating his achievement, though his sharpness was one of his strengths. Luca hesitated, then asked whether Hallis wanted him to step aside for Jupe, since Jupe saw him as a rival. Hallis placed a hand on Luca's shoulder and said that the head of the family meant someone who leads and protects the bloodline, and if he had that resolve, she did not care who it was. However, in her eyes, neither Luca nor Jupe were ready, Luca was not yet someone who could die for House Castoria, and he should not speak of being its head with such a careless heart. With that, Hallis left the room, and Luca, left behind, reflected that she was right. Even he saw himself as an outsider in the family. How could he speak of being its head? Perhaps Hallis had always treated him the same as the other children, acknowledging his abilities more than anyone while keeping him close. Now he felt small and pitiful, overwhelmed by a confusing and unpleasant night. The party was in full swing when one of the generals approached Luca, praising him for his achievements. Luca responded politely, expressing that it was a pleasure to meet him and that he had heard much about the general's accomplishments. The general remarked that it was good to recognize promising talent like Luca, though he considered himself a man of the past, while Luca represented the young blood of the empire. As the conversation continued, Luca noticed his mouth quivering uncontrollably, and Hallis placed a hand on his shoulder, whispering for him to withstand it, reminding him that today he was the face of the Castoria family. Luca thought that enduring these formalities was part of being accepted into the family. The Hallis he had seen on the battlefield had seemed like a man who thrived in combat, yet here he was forcing himself to perform ceremonial duties for the sake of his role as the head of the family. If he wished to belong, he would have to do the same. As the party continued, a man holding a small blue crystal announced that the chief centurion had arrived. Hallis introduced Luca to him, saying, "This is my son, Luca." The man, Director Jin, acknowledged Luca as the star of the reception and directed his attention to the glowing crystal. Luca recognized him as Jin Gao, director of the 4th Library, a man under royal patronage and one of the most important figures in the empire, known for his dedication to research and lack of vanity. Director Jin explained that the crystal, a holy stone the size of his palm, could emit enough energy to power an entire spaceship. Hallis expressed concern over its safety, suggesting it should remain in an energy-sealed container used for energy sailing. Jin assured them it was coated with a light energy sealant, developed in liquid form for versatility, acknowledging minor energy leakage, but claiming a brief explosion would be harmless. Hallis questioned the prudence of bringing a prototype to the reception, wary of spies from Biletto or Tora, but Jin interrupted, dismissing the caution, insisting that constant energy extraction from such ores would revolutionize the field, and that this research would be co-developed by all 3 nations, no matter the cost. Hallis said he didn't know, because he wanted to witness the results before he died, and behind him, fireworks lit the sky. Luca smiled, thinking how carefree Hallis could be despite his importance in the empire. He was truly strange. Hallis commented that, seeing Luca so full of energy, he would easily live another century. Jin laughed, insisting no way, claiming he barely had half that left, acknowledging his body was no longer in its prime, his mind not as sharp, and that he could feel himself being slowly corrupted. Luca processed it, realizing it wasn't the body but the mind he referred to, and nodded politely. Just then, a woman approached, joking about the self-cleaning system in the bathroom and how clean she now was, catching Luca completely off guard. Even she seemed frozen seeing his reaction, while Jin rushed forward, scolding her to never do something so foolish again, insisting he preferred a bit of imperfection over excessive cleanliness. He hugged her, introducing her as Martina, his girlfriend. Later, Luca held a drink as Hallis praised him, saying he was free to do as he wished. Luca reflected, even with freedom, he noticed Martina's noble bearing, the way she carried herself, her age more than expected, and wondered why she played the role of a girlfriend to such an eccentric noble. It was clear Jin Gao had enough authority to bring someone from the lower section to a noble party, allowing her eccentricities to be forgiven. Meanwhile, Jin himself was getting increasingly wild, leaping around and exclaiming he could feel himself flying. Luca clenched his eyes, thinking how remarkable Jin really was. Ailey approached, teasing, asking how the star of the party was doing. Luca muttered it was losing its shine. She smiled, warning him not to be so grim and pointing out how many girls wanted to talk to him but couldn't because of his intimidating expression. They clinked glasses. Luca asked Ailey about Director Jin Gao, and she said he was one of the most established experts on arcane civilizations. Luca pressed if she had any questions she wished she could ask him. Ailey shook her head, saying it was too late tonight. Jin was harder to reach than he seemed and became seamlessly drunk fast. Luca mused that with enough results, such behavior might be forgiven. Ailey added that Jin was special. He had permission to enter Biletto, shocking Luca further. She explained that even potential enemies must visit Biletto to share technology, maintain civilian relations, and monitor border activity. As music started, Ailey nudged him, declaring it was time for a dance and telling him to find a partner. Luca set down his glass, observing Giselle ignoring the men approaching her while Eiley found a partner, leaving him awkwardly in the middle. He thought about how many receptions it would take to feel as comfortable as these people. Giselle poked him, scolding that he couldn't just stare and must dance, warning that it would be improper for the star of the reception to remain still. Just as Giselle gave up, Martina appeared from behind, teasing that their star had no partner and asking if he would dance with her. Luca gulped, caught between looking at Martina and Giselle, trying to decide what to do. Martina said it would be fine if she were his partner, calling him young master, and explained her own partner had fallen from the terrace and been carried away. Luca hesitated, then thought he needed to speak with Martina now, so he turned toward Giselle, who forced a smile and said it was perfect timing, adding that she would have found him a partner if he hadn't, and was glad he had a good match, though Luca could see she was a little upset as she turned away. Martina told him that when she heard the main guest of the banquet, she thought it couldn't be true, and admitted he was a far bigger deal than she expected, saying he really surprised her. Luca asked how she ended up at the banquet, and more importantly, what her connection to Jin was, but she only smiled, telling him not to interrogate her. As they took each other's hands and began to dance, she promised to explain, saying the diva of the rose had always played the role of a powerful noble's lover, a concubine to the empire's elite, and that it was even whispered the first diva had been the imperial mistress, though it was just a legend. Luca, listening carefully, thought this must be why she once attacked him without fear despite his status as a noble, since anyone bound to true power had no reason to respect lesser aristocrats, and he recalled how buried cases in the lower districts had always traced back to them. Martina asked if that was a good enough answer, and he replied it was, more or less, realizing that the rose always sought to overturn the rotten power beneath. Then she leaned closer, saying it was time for him to solve one of her mysteries in return, asking why the son of a royal guard commander involved himself with the slums, wondering if it was just a shabby hobby. Luca thought for a moment before replying that it was not difficult to answer, but once she heard it she would no longer belong to this world, warning that even the chieftain could not protect her, and that not even the rose would be safe, assuring her that she was wise enough to understand exactly what he meant. Martina teased that it was no good to toy with a lady, but assured him she understood and told him not to worry, then turned away and waved, declaring that the survival of the rose would always come first for her. Luca thought he must be witnessing something outrageous. After the dance ended, he stood aside, thinking it was about time to take his leave, but his eyes caught Giselle standing alone. As he moved toward her, he was stopped when Jupe and Eiley appeared mid-argument, and when Eiley glanced at him with pleading eyes, it felt like she was silently asking for help. Luca hesitated, debating whether to go to Giselle or Eiley, but in the end he decided to approach Eiley, telling her he needed a moment. Later, in the dim corridor of the Imperial Audience Hall, he rubbed his head, feeling unpleasant, thinking how he had pulled Eiley away from Jupe and carried out all that was expected of him until his report to Hallis, yet now his senses were distorted. He wondered why people enjoyed alcohol, why anyone would deliberately dull body and mind. As he walked, his steps halted before the portrait of Eureka Regia, and he thought of the only one who knew everything, the master he must serve as a watcher, and wondered what further mission awaited him beyond deceiving Hallis. Just then, footsteps approached, and a boy appeared, greeting him as Luca Castoria, the star of the banquet. Luca tried to access his information but found nothing, realizing the boy looked his age yet was completely hidden, and remembering that the only royal in office was Franzek Karija, the crown prince of prosperity, whose records were sealed even from the Watcher. The thought struck him, could this be him? He dropped to one knee, greeting the descendant of the founding emperor. The boy smiled, calling him sharp and noting it was no wonder he earned a martial medal as a cadet. Clenching his teeth, still kneeling, Luca reminded himself to stay tense, knowing one wrong move could cost his life, and that he must not ask a single question until spoken to. The boy told him to rise, then turned with a calm air and said to follow, promising to show him around the garden. Luca rose to his feet and followed the boy, swallowing hard as nerves churned in his throat. The banquet had only just ended, yet he had somehow passed through the crowd without encountering a single familiar face, a sober reminder of how impossible it was to glimpse a royal by mere chance. They slipped into the garden together, and the boy, calm, inscrutable, wandered into the shallow pool where koi swirled at his feet. He watched them for a moment and remarked that the fish were stupid in one simple, chilling way. If you merely reach out and feed them once, they learn to come back, and then others follow because everyone else follows, caring more for the rhythm of the crowd than for truth. Luca objected that the fish had to be fed first to form that habit. That experience taught them. But the boy only smiled and said that was precisely his point. Give them a taste of reward occasionally, and they will forever mistake the hand that feeds for their own agency. He brushed a fingertip across the water and, with a sudden, almost playful cruelty, issued the command. Luca Castoria, kill them all! Luca hesitated, mind racing, then stepped into the pond, seized a fish, and squeezed until its life was squeezed out. One after another he tore them apart until the surface was slick with blood and scales. The boy took a dead fish, crammed it into his mouth with an approving grin, and offered Luca a bite. When Luca said he would do it if it was an order, the boy noted the reluctance in his voice and let him go, promising they would meet again. Luca climbed out of the pool miserable and shaken, his shoes sloshing with dark water and blood. As he walked the corridor he was startled to find it suddenly packed with people. When had they arrived? And a hollow exhaustion settled over him, as if the earlier commands and the boy's casual barbarity had left him hollowed, like a man walked through by ghosts. A week after the banquet, Luca stood at the checkpoint on the edge of the lower district, uneasy still about the strange royal boy he'd met in the garden. Ever since Nicholas's death he trusted the official networks even less, and with a watcher somewhere in the system Hallis's caution, sending data through Jizzle, made sense. Gabriel appeared behind him, grumbling about the spectacle, people staring, drones tailing them, and whining that he hated the whole aristocratic theater, but Luca cut him off with a dry smile and demanded the report. Gabriel told him the arena had imploded. A maniac named Julik seized control, rounded up the executives and executed them, leaving Julik the sole boss. He was even proposing to subcontract part of arena security to Gabriel's crew. Luca mused that this made Kinwan's web less urgently worth digging into, though he hoped Gabriel could keep the gang intact. He tore the page in half, ordered his lieutenant to watch things and call him if anything spiraled, and warned him to keep Bayan out of the deal. Bayan seemed sharp, and sharp men usurp loose thrones. Gabriel protested at the thought of being left behind, but they moved on. Soon they arrived at the hospital wing where Ken Noma's body parts had been discovered missing from his room, the scene tense and chaotic, and as they stepped inside someone else slipped through the doorway.